Alright, you're welcome to this project. In this video, we're going to build a complete Java full stack application using Java Spring Boot and React. And I think this project might be of help to so many of you out there, especially the college final year students. Because from time to time, I do receive messages from so many of them struggling to build their final year project. And I noticed that some of these full stack applications we have on this channel are a little bit too complex for them at this stage. So I took my time to sit down and think of something simple that I can build to actually help them out when they are in need of things like this. So this is a simple website or a platform for cooks to share recipes with each other. So any cook can just go to this website to share their recipes with each other, and anybody can just go there to browse recipe, to look for recipe for their next meal, right? So they can go there to browse recipe, to comment on recipe, rate recipe, and so on and so forth. So at the end of this video, you're going to have a complete working application from end to end built with Java, Spring Boot, and React that you can actually showcase with when you need something like this. Like I said, we're going to be using Java, and we're going to be using Spring Boot, and also we're going to be using React. And so for you to follow up with this application, there are some things I will want you to have. For example, I would like you to have the basic knowledge of Java, because we'll be going to be working with Spring Boot, and also I would like you to have the basic knowledge of JavaScript as we are going to be working with React, and also I want you to have the basic knowledge of CSS. So like I said, at the end of this video, you're going to have a complete working Java Spring Boot application, or Java full stack application that is working from end to end, that you can actually add to your portfolio, that you can actually showcase with. So you grab a cup of coffee and sit with me as we take this ride together. So let's get in and get it done. Alright, so to create a new Spring Boot application, you're just going to go to Google and type in start.spring.io right here, and it's going to take you here to the Spring Initializer. So Spring Initializer is the online tool provided by Spring Boot to actually bootstrap a new Spring Boot application. So coming right here, we're going to choose. So here we have some default selections in different sections right here. So here we have the languages, and Java is selected by default. So we're just going to leave this on Java because we are working with Java. And coming right here to the project build tools, we see that Maven was selected by default. So because we'll be working with Maven, so we're just going to leave this one on default selection as well. So coming right here to the Spring Boot version, so we're going to take the current stable version, which is this one here, 3.4.2 as at today. So maybe in future time, this version will change. So just take the current version as at then. So as of today, this is the current version, right? So we're just going to stick to this default selection as the current version. So now we're going to scroll down right here to our project metadata. So we're going to pass in all the information we need for our project. So right here, I've entered all the information what we need for our project. So you can just pause this video and enter your information as usual. So here we're going to call our project Cook Share. So the name of this project is Cook Share, right? And the description right here is just going to say an online platform for sharing recipe. So this is just what we need. And also we're going to leave the packaging to default selection of Java. I'm going to be using Java 21. So if you want to use Java 23, you can just pick this one. But I just want us to, for me, I want to use 21. So I'm going to stick to this. So having said this right now, we're going to come here to the right hand side to pick in a few dependencies we're going to be working with in this project. So I'm going to have the web. So here I'm going to have my SQL driver because we're going to be working with my my SQL database. So I'm going to have the driver to connect with our data, and then I'm going to have the JPA. Then after the right now we're going to have Lombok. So Lombok actually helps us get rid of boilerplate code, as you're going to see later in the video. So here we have so these are the 4 dependencies we need for now. So if as time goes on, if we need more, we're going to come here to actually add them as we need, as the need be. So having done this right now, I'm just going to come down right here to click on generate to actually generate the new project. So here I'm going to choose a directory in my system. So here I'm going to choose the D directory, project, record, cook, and dev. So I'm going to choose this. Under this dev right here. I'm just going to save. I'm going to come back right here to save this project right here, cook share. So I'm going to save this one right there. So now let's open up the project, and so here we are. So now I'm just going to right click this one here and extract. So I'm going to just click on extract. So let's extract it here. So right here our project has been extracted. So I'm just going to copy this one right here. I'm going to copy, and I'm going to put it in this dev directory because this is where I want to keep it. So I'm just going to paste it right here. And then I'm going to right click on this one on our project, and I'm going to open this folder with IntelliJ as IntelliJ project. So I'm going to click on this one. So let's wait while our project is actually opening. All right, so now the project has finished opening. So let's open up the source and open up our project. And so right here is our project, and this is cook share. So we have okay, I understand. So this one we're supposed to be capitalized it, right? But actually I don't like seeing lines right here on my project. So what I just want to do right here is to refactor this project, this name of this project. So I'm going to rename this project. So I'm going to just remove this S and make it uppercase and click refactor. So yeah, we're going to select all and just refactor. So here our project name has been refactored, so which means our project has been refactored actually. So the next thing we're going to do right here, now that our project has been opening, so let me just close this again. Let me open. And so right here we have the entry point of our project. So I'm going to close this. So the next thing we're going to do right here, we're going to create all the classes. The first thing we're going to do right here is to create all the packages that we need right here. And we're going to be creating our classes one after the other. So the first thing we're going to do right here is to right click here, and I'm going to go up right here to create a new package. So right here we have done creating all our folders. So here we have the controller, we have the model, we have the repository, we have the services. So now we've created all this directory empty. So in our next video we're going to start creating our model one after the other. So see you there. So in our previous video we have created all our directories right here. So in this video we're going to start creating our models one after the other. This is our entity classes one after the other. So right here, I'm just going to right click on this model right here, and I'm going to create all the classes that we're going to need in this project. So I'm going to right click on this and create a new class. So right now we have created all the classes that we need, or the models that we need in the project. So right here we have the image, we have the like, we have the recipe, we have the review, and the user. So this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are the 5 classes we're going to be working with in this entire project. So the first class we're going to start implementing right here is this recipe. So I'm going to come up right here to right click and close all tabs. Then I'm going to open up this recipe, and I'm going to close this. So now let's declare in the attribute or the properties we actually want for the recipe, because this one is going to be the major class of this project, because this is the recipe class that's going to hold every recipe that users will be coming to donate in our website. So right here we're going to have the ID. So let's say private. So now I'm going to remove this last one right here. So this total rate count right here, I'm going to make it double, or the average. Where is it? This average rating right here. I'm going to make it double because we're going to have maybe the average rating might be 2 points. It's going to involve points, right? Floating numbers. So we're just going to make it double. So we can have 3.2, 2.4, 4.7, just like that. And now, so this one is the total rate count. So this one we're going to leave it int, just the number of counts, that number of people that rated this recipe. And this one right here is total like count. So the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to come down right here to bring in the user. So we're going to say private. Give space. So we're going to say user. So we're going to say review. And then we're going to have the image, which is the recipe image. Have image. So right here, this is just all we need to do here. For us to see this clearly, I'm just going to come up right here to bring in some logbook annotation. So I'm going to have the getter setter at getter. So we're going to have at setter. So now these are the attributes we needed right here. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we have 15 information we're going to be pulling out from the database for each recipe. Now, before we start implementing the relationship between this entity class, or sorry, the recipe entity with other entities right here. So we're going to take a brief overview of the relationship between this entity class and every other classes right here. So that after that, now we're going to come back here to start mapping our relationship. So I'm going to see you in the next video. All right, so coming right here, let's take a quick look at the recipe entity class. So right here we have the recipe, and we're going to see the relationship between this entity class and every other entities right here. So right here we have a user, and we said one user can donate many recipe in our website. So we have one user to many recipe. And come to the image, we have one recipe, we have just one image. So this one is one-to-one relationship. Why this one is user to recipe is one-to-many relationship. Image to recipe is one-to-one relationship. And now coming to the review right here, one recipe can have many reviews, right? So here we have one-to-many relationship between the recipe and the reviews. And so right here we have the ingredients. Last time we have an attribute called ingredients, right? So we're going to have a list of ingredients. So one recipe is going to have a list of ingredients, right? And now that list of ingredients, though ingredients is not a concrete entity in our project, it's not a concrete class in our project, but we're going to use Hibernate mapping to map this attribute right here as a collection of strings, right? So we're going to map it as a separate table in our database so that one recipe can actually be related to many ingredients in our database. So this is just a quick overview of the relationship between this entity, between these recipe entities and other entities right here. So coming back here to our class, our recipe class. So now we're going to start the mapping of this attribute with their different relationship. So the first one we're going to do right here is this user. So we say that user has many recipe, right? So here we're going to start by mapping here as one to many. Like many to one, right? So we're going to say many to one right here, which is the user. And coming to the review, we have one recipe to many review. So we're going to say one to many. And then coming to the image, we're going to say one to one. So we're going to say one to one. This one right here. So this is how we're going to set up the entity. So having done this right now, I'm going to come up right here to copy this, to just move these ingredients down here. So this one is going to be the list of string. So let's make this list of strings. So like we said, this one right here, this one is not an entity. We can see that it's just a regular, attribute right here. It's not an entity class. So now we're going to use Hibernate mapping to map this one as a collection of ingredients. So it's going to be a table in our database as a collection of ingredients in our database that is tied or that is related to one recipe. So for that now, I'm going to bring in a Hibernate annotation that is going to help us to do that. So I'm just going to paste this in right here. So now we have this. So we're going to use this element called @element collection. So this annotation right here, helps us to map string as a separate table. And now we're trying to name the name of the collection name, which is the table. The name of the table we're trying to create. So right here we say, okay, this one is the recipe. We're going to give the name of the table as the recipe ingredients right here. And right here we set the joint columns right here to be recipe ID. So when this table is mounted in our database, we're going to have two columns right there, right? So we're going to have the recipe ID and the ingredients, right? Which is the collection ID, which is the table ID, right? The recipe ID, and we're going to have the ingredients. So this one is going to be mounted in our database. So right here we have the column right here. In our database, we're going to call this one the ingredients, right? When this table is created, we're going to call it ingredients, this column right here. So now the next thing we're going to do here is that we're going to come down right here to complete this one. So coming to the user right here, we're going to define the column. So we're going to define the name of the columns with which we're going to join the user to the recipe. So here we're going to say @column, right? And then we're going to, sorry, not @column, adjoint column. Sorry, guys. So we're going to say adjoint column, this one right here. And we're going to set the name to user ID. Sorry. So we're going to say this one is a user ID. And now the review also, we're going to come here. Then we're going to, because this one is one-to-many mapping, so we're going to come right here to use the map by. So this one we're going to say recipe, of which we're going to go to the review class to actually return this relationship, right? So that it will be a kind of bi-directional relationship. So the next thing we're going to do right here is the image. So the image is one-on-one. So also we're going to map by recipe. I'm going to tell you later, in case you don't know what the use of this map by, I'm going to explain to you later the use of this map by. So you can see right here that this one is actually giving error right here because we have not done anything at the opposite side of the relationship. So I'm going to explain to you later the use of this map by right here. So the next thing we're going to do right here is we're going to set the cascade options right here. So for the image, we want to say, okay, if a recipe is deleted, then the image should be deleted also. So we're just going to say cascade. And then we're going to just say cascade.all equals cascade.all right here. So which means when the recipe is being deleted, the image is going to be deleted alongside. Because if there is no recipe, there's no point of leaving the image in our database, right? So now that we have done with this, now we're going to come up right here to define the primary key of this class. So for now, I'm just going to come right here to make this class an entity. So we're going to say @entity right here. And then we're going to come here to define the primary key of this table. So we're going to say @id. So we'll just take this from jakarta.persistence, this one right here. So now this one means that this ID right here is going to be the primary key to this table in our database. So also we're going to set the generated strategy. So we're going to say @generated value. And here we're going to set the strategy to we're going to say the identity, right? identity, this one right here. So this is just all we need to do right here. So the next thing, before we run up here, we're going to bring in the annotation to actually generate constructors for us. So here I'm going to come here to say at all add constructor, and here I'm going to say at no add constructor, this one right here. So this is just all we need to do right here. So the next thing in our next video, we're going to go to the other side of this relationship, like the user, the review, and this one right here, the image. So we're going to go to the other side to start mapping the relationship at the other side, so we can actually understand what this map by is doing, right? So I'm going to see you in the next video. All right, so moving further, we're going to go, the first one we're going to do right here, we're going to move to the user entity. So right here, we just need some basic information from the user. So I'm going to say private long ID, and I'm going to have the username. So have the username, and then we're going to have the recipe, private recipe. We're going to have recipe, and then the user also, we're going to have a list of review for the user, right? So here we're going to say private. So we're going to have the list of reviews for the user, which is the reviews that the user have made in our system. And so now, last time we said that a user, let's go back right here. So we said that many recipe belongs to one user, right? So here we have many to one. So now we're going to have one to many right here to return the relationship, to make it bidirectional, right? So have one user to many recipe. And then we're going to come here. So we're going to say map by user. Map by user, right? And here we're going to come back to this one later, where we're going to go to the review class later. So we're going to come back here to set up this relationship. So for now, we're going to, let's bring in the annotation that we actually, let's just come right here to copy the same annotations, because these are the same thing we need right here. So I'm going to come right here to paste them in. So now let's define the primary key of the user as usual. So I'm going to say the ID is the primary key, and let's define the generated value. So in case you don't know, generated value means what we're doing right here is that we are trying to, because now the ID of this user here, we are not going to be entering the ID manually when we are going to register a user, right? So the ID is going to be auto-generated in our database. So that is the meaning of this annotation we are doing right here, right? So right here, we're just going to set in the strategy to identity. And so this is just all we need to do. So when the user table is created, we're going to have the user ID and the username. So like I said, so later in future, we're going to come back right here to enhance, to add more attributes. If we need more information from the user, we're going to come back right here to add it as we go on. So now this one right here is giving us an error. Let's go back right here to see. So right here we have the recipe. Where is the recipe? Do we have the recipe here? Oh, sorry, this is the recipe itself, right? So where is the user? So okay, here is the user. So we have many to one user right here, and here we have the user, we have one to many. So let's see what this one is saying to us. So now we say one to many, so which means this one's supposed to be a list of recipes, right? So but now we're just going to make it a set, so that we just filter, we just make it distinct recipe by default, right? So we're going to make it set. So here we're going to say, sorry, what am I doing? So here we're going to make it set of recipe. Set of recipe. Yeah, so using set right here just filters out duplication of recipe by default, right? So just make it a set of recipe. So now we can see that the error is gone. So right here we have a list of reviews right here, and also we're having basic or this one right here. So we're going to go to the review class to actually get this one set. But so far so good. I think we have done with the basic setup of the user right now. So now let me quickly say something about this map by. Now we can see that if we go here to the recipe, we have a user right here, right? We have a user. And now this user right here, we have definition right here. We define a column, and probably we can also define some other relationship or some other operations that we want to do right here, maybe like cascade, like every other operation right here. So for us to use this map by user, mapping by this user right here, which means we are trying to tell Hibernate that it should make uses of every mapping definition or the mapping strategies that is defined at the user side should be used for this entity, right? So which means the user is the owner of this relationship. So whatever we map right there should be used by this one right here, by this column right here. So that is the map by. So that is exactly the same thing we're doing right here. We're mapping by. So later we're going to go to the other side to actually do some definition over there. So we're trying to tell Hibernate that, okay, whatever relationship, whatever operation we define at the other side of this guy right here should be made use of by this attribute right here. So if that is clear enough, let's move on. So now we're going to, the next thing we're going to do, let's move down to this review entity class. So right here, we're just going to define some attributes, that the information we need from the review. We'll have the long, the ID, and here we're going to need the star, the review stars. So we're going to have int stars. Oh, sorry. So this one, we're just going to say stars, right? And also going to have the feedback. We'll have string. So here we're going to have, sorry, feedback. We're going to have feedback. And then we're going to have the user right here. So I'm going to say private user. So we're going to say private. So I'm going to say user. And also we're going to have the recipe. So because if we want to drop a review, we need to have the username that is putting down the review, and we're going to have the recipe ID which is the recipe that we try to review, right? So that's why we need these ones right here. And so as usual, I'm going to go right here to bring in some of these annotations because we actually need them right here as well. So I'm going to paste. Oh, sorry, I didn't get this. Okay, I got it. So now, as usual, let's come down right here to define the ID. And same thing we have done again and again is what we are still doing right here. So let's have the strategy to identity. All right. So now that we have done this now, so let's try to set up. Let's close this gap a little bit. So now let's go down right here to set up the relationship. So we said that let's go to the user. So right here we have the list of reviews, which means one user can have many reviews, right? So right here we're going to have many reviews to one user, right? So let's say many to one. And the next one right here we have the recipe. So we have one recipe can have can have many reviews, which is many reviews to one recipe. So right here, I'm just going to, let's go up right here to say add many recipe to one, sorry, add many reviews to one recipe, right? So now let's set up the name of the column. So here I'm going to say add join column, and then we're going to set up the name. So here we're going to say recipe ID. Recipe. Sorry. Recipe ID. So like the user, we're just going to so we can actually define the column also to join in there. So let's come here to say we're going to say user ID. So we can just say user ID. So which means when this table is being created, we're going to have the stars, the feedback, the user that give the rating, and the recipe that the user is rating. So these are the things we're going to have in the database. So now let's move back to the user to see. So right here, we are having here that this review is not stuff like that because we've not mapped it. But what we're going to do right here is that we don't want to save this collection directly to the user table, right? So we want to make it transient. We just want to hold it in the air so that if we want it, we just go to the air to pick it for the user. So there's a way we can do this. So we're going to use the transit keyword, the annotation right here. So this one takes this entity class, that's this user, that we are not actually, if we go to the user table, we're not going to see anything. The review is not going to be related to the user table. So we're not going to save this ID, this attribute to our user, right? So we just want to make it transient. So that's why we use this one right here to actually hold the reviews of the user so that we can actually access the review. We can also say user.getReviews, right? Later in the future if we want to do any operations like that. So now we have finished setting up this one right here and coming back to the reviews. Everything is basically set up. So moving on, we're going to, in our next video, we're going to move to the next class. All right, so now that we've done with the basic setup of the review, the user, and the recipe, so the next we're going to do right here, we're having a kind of error right here. This is the recipe. There's the review. Many to one, many review to one recipe. Let's go right here, and here we have one recipe. This recipe, right? So this one recipe to many review. So this one right here needs to be a list, right? So let's say this one is a list of reviews. Review, right? Yeah, so this one's a list of reviews. So now that we've done with this, now the next, let's go back to the review. Everything is okay. So the next thing we're going to do right here, let's go to the like. So let's implement the like. So the only thing we just need right here is the ID of the like, the recipe ID, and the user that is liking, right? So you have the private long. So this one I'm going to say ID. So I'm going to say private. This one I'm going to say recipe, right? Because we need the recipe that we're going to like, which is the recipe ID. So we're going to say recipe. And also we're going to need the user, private user, right? But for now, we're going to silent the user for now. We're going to come back to it later. So the next thing we're going to do right here is I'm just going to come here to grab some of these annotations because we're going to make use of it right there. So let me just dump this here. And also we're going to come right here to have exactly the same thing we have done, right? So we're just going to take this one right here and put it here. So again, this one means the primary key. We are trying to set the primary key, which is the ID, as the primary key. So any attribute that this annotation is added to is the primary key of the table when it's being created in a database. Okay, so now the recipe right here is going to be many to one, right? So have many likes to one recipe. So we'll have at many to one. And then there's another thing I want to tell you right here. So this one right here, we can come here to say adjoint column, right? So we can say we want to say adjoint column and say name right here. And then we just want to define the name of the column, which means when this table is being created, how do we want to name the column? So for example, if we say recipe right here, the column name is going to be recipe. So if we say recipe ID, the column name is going to be recipe ID, right? But another thing again, if we don't do this, if we just silent this out, when this application is run, this one also is going to be, being that we map it already as many to one. So when this one is run, we're still going to have this recipe right here as recipe ID. We're going to have the default column like this in this table right here called recipe ID. So for us to put this annotation right here, we're just trying to make it explicit so that it will be clear to the reader, right? Exactly. For example, for those people that are not too familiar with using JPA annotation, using Hibernate mapping like this. So now we just try to make it explicitly named. You're just going to show the name explicit, right? So now, having done this, now the next thing we're going to do, I think this is just all we need to do right here. This one is really simple to do. So the next thing we're going to do is to move on to the which one is remaining. So we have done this, we have done this, we have done this, we have done this. So let's move to the image table. So coming right here to the image table, we're just going to bring in the basic information or the basic attributes that we actually need from the image. So here I'm just going to say private. All right, so right here, this is the image entity class, and just what I did right here is just to define the basic attributes we actually need right here from the image. So right here we have the image ID, we have the file name, we have the type of the file, and there we have a variable that is actually holding the image byte, and right here we have another one that is the string to actually download to give us the URL to actually download the image after upload, and here we're having the recipe. Okay, so now if we go back right here, so this is the image. So if we go back to the recipe right here, we have the image, and we say that the image is one-on-one relationship with the recipe, right? So now we're going to go right here to bring in this annotation called one of one, which is one-to-one. So here we're going to say one-to-one, and this one right here we're going to use annotation called at large object binary, this one right here. So this is the annotation we need right here, and so I think this is the basic setup we need to do right here in this image class. So like I said, this one right here is optional, so we can decide to come here to specify the name of the column, right? We can just specify, just like I explained in our past video, so we can specify the name of the column. Maybe we can say recipe ID, right? Sorry. So we just say recipe ID. But if we don't specify this, as I said, if we just omit it, it's still going to create a column called recipe ID in this table when the table is created, because of this annotation we're having right here, like this one-to-one, right? But if this annotation is like many-to-many, it's going to create a default table, a separate table to actually join the ID of this entity with the other ID where the relationship is being mapped, right? So we're going to see all those later. But now just take it that if we don't put this annotation right here, as far as one-on-one or many-to-one, if we don't put this annotation, it's still going to appear as the ID, as the name right here. But for us to just define it, it means we just want to make it explicitly for the user that is actually going through our code. I think this is the basic setup we just need right here, right now. So I'll see you in the next video. All right, so now that I've done with the basic setup with all our entity classes, so let's take a quick look around before we run the application. So there is something, let's go back right here. So right here we have, the last time we did this cascade right here to .all, right? So that means when a recipe is being deleted, so we're just going to delete the image, because there shouldn't be any image without a recipe, right? So the image depends on the recipe. And the same way, this review right here. So this review also depends on this recipe right here. So when a recipe is being deleted, so all the reviews that are associated with that recipe should be deleted as well. So what I'm just going to do right here, I'm going to copy this cascade right here. I'm just going to copy this one and move that right here and just paste it there. Because this one here, they serve the same purpose. If there's no recipe, there shouldn't be any review. And if there's no recipe, there is no image. So when a recipe is being deleted, all these two should be deleted as well. But the user is remaining the same, right? Okay, so having done this right now, what I'm just going to do here is to, let's open up so we're going to run our project so that we see the structure of our entities in our database. So for that, now I'm going to come here. I'm going to click on, I'm going to open our property files so that we're going to bring in some configurations right here to actually map our database and create our tables when the project is run for the first time. So for that now, I'm just going to pull down right here and bring in some configurations, right? So here we have this the port, the server port we set to, let me close this. So this is the port we set to our project, which means when our project is run, it's going to be listening on this port right here, 9393. And right here is our database information, right? So here we have the driver we're using. So here we have the connection to our MySQL Workbench, or my SQL database. So here we have the username and the password. And coming down right here, we set the Hibernate DTO right here to update. But now I'm going to just make it create for now so that all our tables will be created from afresh. Though if you also leave it on this update there, it's also going to create the table. So if the table does not exist, it's going to create them right here. But the create right here means we're just going to create everything from afresh so that whenever we run our application, our database is our tables are going to be created again and again, right? But for the first time we're running our application, I just want to put it on create, right? So that after this, in our subsequent running, we're going to see what we can do. So now before we run our project, I'm going to copy the name right here. We're going to go to our SQL Workbench to actually create this schema, to make sure this schema is in existence in our database before we run our project. So for that now, I'm just going to switch over to SQL Workbench, MySQL Workbench, and here I'm going to create a new schema. So then I'm going to paste it right here. I'm going to come down right here to create on apply. And here I'm going to click on apply, and also here I'm going to click on finish. So now we have created our schema. Let's refresh right here. So we should be seeing here we have CooksDB right here, which is our database. So let me refresh again. So right here we see that our schema has been created, but there are no tables inside yet. So coming back right here to IntelliJ, so I'm just going to click on this play button right here to run our project for the first time. So let's run it and see what happens. So I'm going to enable annotation processing, annotation processing. So let's wait a while our project is running. So we see that all our tables have been created. Our project has started running. Let's zoom in a little bit. So we see that our application has started right here and tables have been created in the database. But right here we're having an error. There's an error here. This error is trying to have something to do with, let's scroll up. Okay, we have error up right here. Let me just grab this and scroll up. So right here we have our project running, but we have an error somewhere. What is the error? Foreign key where image. Okay, let's scroll down to actually see. Does exist a table cook? That image does not exist. Table like, okay. So I think we're having some problems right here. So let me quickly go offline and I'll come back to show you. All right, so now everything has been created, everything is working fine. And what actually happened was that, so it's this like right here, this our class right here. You know, we are trying to create a table called like in our database, but in our database there's a reserved keyword called like, right? You know, in SQL there's a keyword called like. So there was a conflict with this table we try to create with that keyword called like in my SQL database. So what I did was that I just have to rename. I have to rename this table. I have to specify the name of this table right here to be likes, right, instead of like. So that was what I did, and everything started running successfully. I think there's a problem right here. Okay, cool. So this is just what I did, and everything started running. So in case you have that problem, just remember that the like keyword is a reserved keyword in the database, right? So we cannot use it to create the name of a table. So we have to rename the table to give it another name right here. So now having done this right now, let's go to my SQL Workbench and see the structure of our table. So here we have my SQL Workbench and we have our schema right here. And see, we have tables being created. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 tables created. So now you can see that we have the recipe ingredients right here that we mapped last time. So we have the recipe ID and the ingredient. So this was the one we mapped with Hibernate annotation to actually get the collection of ingredients for recipe, because the recipe can have many ingredients, right? So we just have ingredients and the recipe ID that owns those ingredients. So what I'm going to do right here before we move forward, let's see the structure of our data, of our schema. So I'm going to go to database right here and I'm going to go to reverse engineer. And then we're just going to leave this as default right here. So let's move next and let's move next. So let's select our database. So here Cooks DB is our database. So let's move on next, next. And here we have 6 objects. So let's click on execute. And then let's click on next again and let's click on finish. So here is the structure of our database right now. So I'm going to let's arrange this. All right, so now this is the structure of our project, of our schema. This is the relationship between our project entities. So right here we have the recipe and here we have the user. So you can see that we have one user right here to many recipe and one user also to many reviews. And here we have one recipe here to many reviews, right? And here we have one recipe to one image right here. And then we have one recipe to many ingredients right here. And here we have one recipe also to many likes. So this is the structure of our project right now. So this is the structure of our database. So this is the relationship between the entity in our project. All right, so now that we have done with the setup with our entity classes and we have run our project and we have seen the basic structure of our project entities. So in this video and some of the upcoming ones, we're going to start working on the service layers. So now I'm just going to click on this one right here, and here we're going to come here and start working on this service layer. So the first one we're going to do is the recipe service. So I'm going to click right here and create a class. So this one I'm going to call it recipe service. Recipe service. And I'm going to hit enter. And also I'm going to, but meanwhile, what I just want to do right here, before we create a class, I'm going to right click on this package to create another directory right here. So this one I'm going to call it recipe. So I just want our services to be organized. So now I'm going to move this one. We're going to move this one right here inside this package. But meanwhile, before that, let's create the interface for this service. So I'm going to right click this one right here and create another interface, another class. So here I'm going to say I recipe service. I'm going to paste this one in here. So I'm going to say I recipe service. So this one is going to be an interface. So we're going to enter. So now I'm going to right click and just cut this one, come here and paste it. Yeah, so let's do refactor. All right, so right here we have our recipe services right here. So now to make this one clear, let's create another package. So here I'm going to right click on this one right here to create another package. So this one here, I'm just going to say user service. So meanwhile, I'm going to delete this one. This is not what I want to do. So here, let's right click on this one right here and create a new package. So now I'm going to remove it from here. And I'm going to say user. Okay, this is exactly what I want to do, just to separate it. So right here is our recipe. So here we have the recipe service and the service interface. So I'm going to make this white screen. So the first thing we're going to do right here is to come right here to the recipe service, which is the interface, and we're going to declare all the functions or all the methods we are going to be working with right here in this interface. So the first one we're going to register right here is the one to create a new recipe. So this one I'm going to say recipe. So I'm going to say create recipe. Create recipe. And then we're going to create a new class. So this one I'm going to call it create recipe request. Create recipe request, and so we're going to call it request. This is request. So now, before we move on, we're just going to create this class. So let's go right here to create this class. So I'm going to say create a class right here, and then I'm going to set the package here. So now we're going to create a new package right here called request. So I'm going to click on this one right here, and then I'm going to click on new package. So I'm going to call this one request. Request, and then I'm going to click on OK, and then we're going to click on OK. So here, this is the package we're going to create that class in. So we're going to click on OK, and then final OK. Okay, so this is how you're going to do. We're going to come back right here. We're going to come back to get this one to just we're going to come back to complete this one in a moment. So now let's come back right here to continue what we are doing. All right, so what I did right here is that I just tried to create some of the method we're going to be working with right here. So the first one we did right here was the one to create new recipe, and the second one right here was the one to get all recipes, and this one right here is the one to get a recipe by ID, and this one right here is one to edit recipe, right? That's to update recipe, and this one right here is the one to delete a recipe, and here this one is to get all categories, recipe categories for filtering, and this one is to get all recipe cuisines for filtering as well. So the next thing we're going to do right here, I'm going to create just like the way we create this class. So we're going to create this update request class. So here I'm just going to come right here to create this class, and I'm going to choose the same package we created last time. This one right here, the request package, and I'm going to click on enter and OK. So we're going to come back to complete this one in a moment. So now these are the basic method we're going to be working with in this recipe class, in the recipe service class, service layer. Okay, so having done this right now, the next we're going to do is to come right here. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to extend, or we're going to implement this interface. So here we're going to implement iRecipe service, and then we're going to bring all the method we've created in there. So let's implement all the methods and just click on OK. All right, so now we have finished. We have declared all the method we need right there, and we have bring them right here. So in our next video, we're going to start implementing all these methods one after the other. So see you there in the next video. All right, so back here, before we start implementing this method properly, we're going to come here to complete these classes we just created. So this one right here is the create recipe request. So we're going to come right here. So in here, we need the recipe entity, which is the recipe object. Right here, we need recipe. And also, we need the user. So we need user. So these are just the two things we need right here. So we're going to come right here to bring in the data annotation, the Lombok annotation. And I'm going to close this for now. So the next one right here is this update request. So right here, we're just going to have the title. So we're going to say private string title. And I'm going to pull this down a couple of times. Oh my gosh. So the next one going to be instructions. And the next one going to be prep time. I'm going to say prep time. And so I'm going to say cook time. So I'm going to have the category. And I'm going to have the description. I'm going to have cuisine. And the last one right here is the ingredients. So we're going to say ingredients. Remember that this ingredients is a list. It's a collection of strings, right? So we're going to say list. Then we're going to say list of ingredients, right? So here we're going to say list of string. Actually, we're going to say strings. And then we're going to remove these extra ones. And also we're going to come right here to bring in the data annotation. Yeah. So that's just all we need to do right here. So let's close this down. So now it's time for us to start implementing all these methods properly. So the first thing we're going to do right here is to come here to tell Spring that this one is a service class. It's a Spring Bean. And also we're going to come here to bring in the Lombok annotation for constructor injection. So we're going to say at require a constructor, this one right here. So the next one we're going to do right here is the one we're going to bring in. We're going to create the recipe repository to give us access to the database. We're going to say private. This recipe repository repository. So now we're going to ask Hibernate or IntelliJ to help us do this, to create this for us. So we're just going to create this one right here. And then we're going to choose the entity. So it's the recipe we are creating for, this recipe right here. So the name is recipe repository and the parent is JPA repository. And then we're going to choose the package where we're going to save this right here. So we're going to come here to choose the package. So now I'm going to click on our main package and create a new package for this. And I think we have a package. Yeah, so right here we have a repository package. So we're just going to choose this package right here and click on OK. And then we're going to click on OK. So that is done for us. Okay, so now I'm going to close this down. So right here, we're going to make this one finer. Now, the reason why we're making this one finer so that we can use this annotation to inject it through the constructor. So we can actually do constructor injection with this dependencies right here. Okay, so having done this right now, let's start implementation of these methods properly. All right, so as usual, the first one we're going to implement are the simple ones. So what I'm just going to do right here, I'm going to move this update close to the create because these two are going to be a little bit complex. So we're going to do them last. So the first one we're going to do are the easy ones right here. So this one is the one to get all recipes. So what we're just going to do right here is to remove this one, is the easiest one. So we're just going to say return repository.find all. So this one is out of the way. Then this one is the one to find the recipe by ID. So let's go right here. So here I'm just going to say repository.find find by ID. By the ID right here. So let's pass in the ID. So if this one is not found, we're just going to throw a message, right? So we're going to say .os thrown. So here we're going to say new entity not found exception. This one right here. And we're just going to say recipe not found. Recipe not found. So I'm going to break this down. So this one is out of the way. So the next one we're going to do right here is the one to delete the recipe by the ID, right? So this one is void. Here we're just going to call repository.delete. delete by ID. And I'm going to pass in the recipe ID, and that's out of the way. So the next one we're going to do right here is the one. So this one is the one to get all categories. So here we're just going to get all recipes and extract their categories, right? So you're going to say repository.find all .stream .map. And here we're just going to get the categories. So we're going to say recipe get categories, this one right here, and then we're going to collect them to set. I'm going to say collect to set. So I'm going to also break this down, break it down here. Yeah, so this one is out of the way, and this one also is exactly the same thing. So what I'm just going to do right here is I'm just going to take all this implementation, because it's exactly the same thing. So I'm just going to take this one right here and paste it here. So this one, instead of category, we're going to say get this one right here. So it's just the same implementation. So now we have done with this, with all these 4 implementations, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 implementations. So the next one we're going to do right here, the first one we're going to do is the one to actually create a new recipe. So in our next video, we're going to get it done. All right, so now we're going to start implementing this this create recipe method right here. So what I want to do is that, because this method is going to be a little bit complex, so what I want to do right here, I don't want to make this method to be too big, right? So I want to separate this method into 2 parts. So now I want to create a separate method that will actually take this recipe that is coming from which is the request coming from the front end, to extract all the information to a variable, and then we're going to call that variable right here to actually save for this method to actually save the information to the database. So for that, right now I want to go right here into the service to create a static method right here that we're going to use. So I'm going to say static recipe, create recipe. So we're going to have the user that is trying to create the recipe, right? So the first we're going to do right here is to create a new object of recipe. So we're going to say recipe equals new recipe. And then we're going to create another recipe that is going to take the object of recipe. Now remember here, if we click here, remember that the request coming from the front end, there is a recipe object. It contains the object of a recipe and the object of a user, right? So these are the information we want to extract from this request that is coming from the front end. So here I'm going to create another recipe. So this one I'm going to call request recipe. I'm going to call this one request. Or I'm going to say create request. Create request equals request.get recipe. So having done this right now, we're going to just come down right here to say recipe the set title. So now I'm going to put this down a couple of times to actually, so we're going to exchange all the properties that's coming from the front end with this. So we're going to exchange the properties, which is the attribute, the information we're getting from here. So we're going to key them inside here that we're going to save to the database. So I'm going to pull this down a couple of times. Okay, so what we just do right here is that we just try to extract the request, which is the information that is sent from the front end, and we just try to put them right here inside the new object of recipe we've created. So now we set the user right here, the user we got from the front end, which is this user right here, this one right here. So we just set it right here as the user that is creating this recipe, right? So now we just try to return this recipe to the caller. So the next we're going to do right here is to let me zoom this out a little bit. So let's go back right here to the implementer. So now we're going to check if we have a valid request from the front end. So we're going to say if request. equal none. Or request.get user. So we're going to throw new illegal. So just going to say invalid. Invalid request. So now we check right here if there is no valid request from the front end, we're going to throw this error right here. But if the request is valid, which means if there is information in there, then we're just going to continue. So now we remember last time we said that one user is one user to many recipe, which is one user can donate as many recipes as they can in our website. So the first we're going to do right here is that we're going to find the user, right? We're going to get the user that is brought from the front end, right? Now, if the user does exist, then we're going to get the list of recipe of that user. Then we're going to add the new recipe that is sent from the front end. But if the user does not exist, then we're going to create that user as a new user and set the recipe for that user, right? So now let's go here. Equals optional. Oh, sorry. So here we're going to have the user repository. So we have not created user repository before. So now I'm going to, IntelliJ is going to create this for us. So here we're just going to choose the package where we're going to store this interface, this repository we're going to create. So here I'm going to choose this repository package and click on OK, click on OK. So let's do this import before we move on. So remember to take this user from our own user from our project, right? Okay, so now let's have this one, user repository.find. We're going to find this by username. And then we're going to extract the username that is being sent from the front end. So we're going to say request .get user .get username. So we're going to say .map. So like we said, if the user is found, we're going to get the list of requests. Let me break this down. So .map. So here we're going to call this one existing user. Existing user. So we're going to say existing user dot get. Okay, so we are not getting what we're supposed to get. So now let's create this method first. So this one is a user. Yeah. So right here, we're going to get the list of recipe of that user, right? Dot get recipe. Then we're going to add the new recipe. Dot add. Then we're going to say request dot get recipe. Sorry. Get recipe. And then we're going to return the new user. Return, sorry, the existing user here. But if the user is not found, like I said, we're going to create a new entry for that user. So here we're going to say .ors get. Oh, sorry. Equals new user. So here I'm just going to say we're just going to get the username. So we're going to say request dot get user dot get username. So we're going to say user repository dot save. Then we're going to pass in the user. So we're going to say new user. What is the user? So I just want to change this one to a new user because we have one user somewhere. So yeah, so it's conflicting with this one right here. So I'm going to change this one to new user. Oh, sorry, new user. Yeah, what happened? Oh, I don't know what I was typing. So, what am I doing? This is new. What's wrong, man? Yeah, new user. Okay, so that's what we get right here. So now the next thing we're going to do right here is to return. So we're going to return new user. Yeah, return new user. So the next thing we're going to do here is to get the recipe, which is the recipe we've gotten from the front end. So we're going to say recipe, because iRecipe service dot create recipe. Then here we're going to have the request and the user. And then we're going to return. Let's bring this return up right here. Yeah. Man, I don't know what is happening this morning. I can't. Okay, so here we're going to return. Return recipe repository dot save. We're going to save the recipe. That's all. So the next thing we're going to do right now is to we're going to create this constructor in our user, right? So let's create this one. So we're going to say this dot username equals username. So you can see right here that the only thing we are getting from the user right now is the username, like I said. So here we just want to have the username of the user that is creating the recipe, right? So if we want to add other information, we will come back later to actually add that information. So now this one here, this is just the method we need to create to create the new recipe for the user. So a quick rundown of what we just did right here is that. So here we check if we have a valid request from the front end. If that is yes, then we created a new user object right here. Then we try to find the user if the user already exists in the database, which is the user that is sent from the front end, right? This one right here. So we try to find if this user already exists. Now, if the user does exist in the database, then here we just get the user and we get the list of recipe of that user. Then we added the new recipe that is sent from the front end. And then we return the existing user for us to be saved right here, which is to be saved right here. So remember that everything we are returning from inside here is coming here. There's the variable that is holding everything that we are returning inside here. So if this is done, we're going to return the existing user. But if the username is not already exist in our database, which means that user is a new user, right? So here we just use this get part right here to create a new user with that username in the database, and then we save the user alongside with the recipe, right? So we save the user right here. Actually, the recipe is not here. We first of all save the user, right? Then we return the user to this variable right here. Then here we call the extraction we did in our service, and then we just set the user right here to this request, and we save it together. So remember this one right here, we have already set the user right here, right? We've done this set right here already. So for every user we've gotten right now, we just set it right here. So that is what we did right here. So this recipe right now is going to belong to this user. So that is just all we need to do to create new recipe. So in our next video, this video is becoming too long. I don't know why I'm so slow in this method. But in our next video, we're going to implement this update. It's going to be similar to what we've just did right here. So I'm going to see you in the next video. All right, so now that I've done with the implementation of the method to create the new recipe, so in this video, we're going to implement the method to update the existing recipe, which is this one right here. So like I said last time, this method is going to be similar to what we've done before. So let's go back right here to the interface. So for that now, I'm going to create a similar method right here to actually update the recipe. So I'm just going to pull down here, and then I'm going to paste this in. So this one is exactly the same thing right here. We just created a method, a static method right here. And here we have the existing recipe, and then we have the requested update recipe, right? So that is what we just exchanged right here, similar to exactly the same thing with what we have done right here during the creating of the new recipe. So having done this right now, the next thing we're going to do here is to come right here to the implementer. So the first thing we're going to do is to find this recipe by ID. So let's go down right here to find the recipe by ID. So I'm going to say recipe equals recipe repository, this one right here. So we're going to say dot find recipe by ID. Actually, I think we have one right here, get recipe by ID. Okay, this one right here. So we're just going to make use of this one right here. So we're just going to say equals get recipe by ID, this one right here, and then we're going to pass in the recipe ID. And after that, now we're going to call the extract we've done right here in the service. So here we're just going to say recipe, the recipe equals iRecipe service dot update recipe, and then we're going to pass in the request and the ID, right? So here we're going to pass in the recipe, and then we're going to pass in the existing one, actually, not ID. So right here we have the request. This is the request, right? And this one is the existing one. So then we'll pass in the request. I hope you understand the concept of what we're doing right here. So this one is the update request, which is update request means the one that is coming from the front end, right? So which is this one right here, this update request that we've extracted. We have gotten the information sent from the front end inside the existing one right here that we've exchanged the update properties, right? So right here, we just call it. So first of all, we find the existing one right here, right? And we pass the two right here to actually fulfill what we've done right here in this service class. So having done this now, the next thing we're going to do is just to return the repository.save. So we're going to say repository.save. And then we're going to pass in the recipe. Yeah, so this is just all we need to do to update the existing recipe. So I think now we have completed the implementation of our recipe service class. We have done with all the implementation. So in our next video, we're going to move to the controller and complete the controller for this recipe. So after the completion of the controller, we're going to test this from Postman to see that everything works well before we move to the next task. So I'm going to see you there in the next video. All right, so now that we've done with the implementation of our service layer, so in this video, we're going to implement the controller. So I'm just going to right click on this and close all tabs. So let's keep our work area clean. So now I'm going to go right here to go to our controller. So we're going to create our first controller. So this one we're going to call it recipe controller. So we'll call this recipe controller. I'm just going to enter. And now for us to make this a controller, we just need a few annotations right here. So the first one right here, we're going to have at rest controller, this annotation right here. And then we're going to have at request mapping to actually define the mapping to this controller. So we're going to say at request mapping. And the last one we're going to have right here is the annotation that will help us to do constructor injection right here. So we're going to bring in the Lombok annotation. So we're going to say at required add constructor. So this annotation, just like we've used in our service class, is going to help us to inject our dependency. So the next thing we're going to do right here is to bring in our service class. So now I'm going to come right here to bring in, so we're going to say private. So we're going to be coded to interface. So coded to interface is good because it gives us the flexibility to change implementations, right? So right here we're going to code to interface. So we're going to call this one recipe service. And remember, for us to be able to inject this dependency through the constructor with this annotation right here, so we're going to make it final. So if this one is not final, if it's not made final, it cannot be injected by this annotation right here, because this annotation will only inject all dependency that are final during runtime, right? So if you are using this one annotation for your constructor injection, make sure that the dependency you are trying to inject is declared as final. Okay, so having said this right now, the next thing we're going to do, let's come here to define the request mapping right here. So now I'm just going to come here to say at API slash, I'm going to say recipe. And as the best practice, we're going to say recipes. So like I said, this one is straightforward. We're going to make it straightforward, and we're not going to make it too complex. Now the next thing we're going to do right here, we're going to create the first endpoint. So let's go down right here to create our first endpoint. So I'm going to say public response entity. And this one, we're going to call it recipe. And then we're going to call it create recipe. So we're going to have our create recipe request. Create recipe request, which is the one we used last time. And this one, we're going to call it request. So the next thing we're going to do right here is just to return our response. So let's say return. So here I'm going to say response entity. Oh, sorry. This is response entity. And this one, we're going to get the status. We're going to say dot status. And this code right here, we're just going to break in 200. So we're just going to make it easy. And then inside the body, we're going to call our service. So we're going to say recipe service dot create recipe, and I'll pass in the request. Yeah, so that's just all we need to do right here. Then the next thing we're going to do right here is to specify the HTTP method, which is at post. So we're going to say at post mapping, right? So this is just all we need to do right here to create our new recipe. All right, so the next one we're going to create right here is the one to get all recipes from the database. So we're going to say public response entity. And this one, we're going to say recipe. Get all recipes. All recipes. And also, we're just going to come here to return response entity, response entity.ok. And in here, we're also going to call the service dot get all recipes. This one right here. Okay, so let's terminate. Here we are having what happened right here. Okay, yeah, it's supposed to be a list, right? So here we're going to have a list of recipes. So we're going to have a list of recipes. Yeah, list of recipes. So this one is a get mapping. Let's quickly go up right here to make it get mapping. All right, so so this is just all we need to do to get all recipes from the database. So we can see that everything is very simple. So the next one we're going to do is the one to find a recipe by ID. So let's move down right here. All right, so the next one we're going to create is the one to get recipe by ID. So let's come here to say public. So also we're going to use response entity as usual. Then we're going to return a recipe. And I'm going to say get recipe by ID. Recipe by ID. And then we're going to pass in the recipe ID of type long. Then we're going to say recipe ID. But this one here, we're going to make it a path variable. Path variable means we're going to extract this this variable, or we're going to extract this ID from the URL. So we're going to say at path variable. So extracting a variable or extracting a parameter or a value, extracting a value from the URL, we use this annotation right here. And now we're just going to come down right here to return the same thing we've returned in the past. So we're going to say return response entity dot OK. Then here we're going to call the body, which is the service, recipe service. Dot get recipe by ID. We're going to pass in the recipe ID. And also we're going to say this one is a get request, right? So let's go right here to map this one as get request, get mapping. And this time around, we're going to see that this one is a get mapping, right? But we are getting all recipes. But this time around, we're just getting a single recipe with this ID right here, right? And we are using a parameter right here to actually extract this value from the URL. So now we are going to come here to declare the path variable right here. So we're going to say So we're going to say slash ID. So here we're going to bring in a curly braces. And then we're going to bring in this recipe ID right here, recipe ID, right? So this is just what we need to do to get this recipe by ID. So this is among the best practice, which is among the URL, REST API best practice while working with Spring Boot. So now we have done this. So the next one we're going to do here is the one to actually update the existing recipe. So the one to update the existing recipe is going to it's going to be similar to this one right here, right? So for that now, I'm going to copy this one right here and paste it below. So I'm going to paste this one below. So I'm going to change this one to update. I'm going to say update recipe. And now this one here, instead of create recipe request, we're going to get that update recipe request. Do we have some? Yeah, we have some, the recipe update request. This one right here, which is the one we used last time when we were creating the recipe, the one we were creating our service class. Now this one right here is going to take another shape, because this one now we are trying to update a recipe, right? So this one is the request to be updated, right? Now we're going to get the ID of the recipe to be updated. So here we're going to have the long right here. So we're going to say recipe ID here. And this one also we're going to get this ID from the URL. So which means we're going to use the same path variable right here to actually extract this value of the ID from the URL. So now we're going to say at path variable. Use this annotation right here. And you can see right here we're having a warning. So which means we're going to also come here to set up our mapping right here. So now we're going to come right here to set up the same thing. So we're going to say double quote and /. Then we're going to bring in our curly braces, and then we're going to bring the recipe ID right here, right? So now this one is an update request. So we're going to, this sort of post, so we're going to use the put HTTP method right here. So we're going to be put right here. So this one, put is for update, get is for getting, for retrieving, and post is for creating, right? Okay, so now we're going to come here to add in the recipe ID right here, and I'm going to change this one to update recipe. So that's just all we need to do. So the last one we're going to do here is the one to update. So you can see that everything right here actually looks the same, because it's just the same thing we want to do right here. So I'm going to come down right here to just dump this one in here. You can see here we're using the update, right? The delete mapping. So this one is used for deleting, for updating, put is for update, get is for retrieving, and post is for creating new item or new stuff, right? So here we're going to have, I'm just going to make it, I'm going to make the naming consistent. So I'm going to change this one to recipe ID, And then I'm going to come here to change this one to recipe ID right here. So that's just all we need to do. And here we're returning response entity.noContent, because when it's been deleted, we don't want to return anything to the front end, right? So we just want to make sure everything. So we're going to handle this one at the front end later. So this is just all we need to do. Now, if you look right here, what I'm going to show you right here now, I'm trying to, here, I put delete right here at the front of this one right here, right? So it's also a valid way of is considered, also is accepted in when we're talking about the best practice working with REST API. So now this one is telling us that so we're going to have the ID in the middle. So here we're going to have slash recipes slash ID slash delete, right? So now this one right here, I'm going to come here to actually make this one also. I'm just going to say update. This one is also a valid approach, right? And this one also getting one recipe. So I can also come here to just say recipe, right? It's also valid. So if you like, you can just leave it as the ID, the base root, which is just leave it at the ID. But if you like, you can just put it right here to indicate we'll update the delete and get the recipe. So this one's right here going to be showing right here at the URL on the URL later at the front end, right? So that's just all we need to do right here. And so the last two we're going to do is the one to get the cuisine and the category, which is getting recipe by category and getting recipe by the cuisine, right? So for that now, I'm just going to go right here to save our time. I'm going to dump these two right here, right? So this one is to get recipes by categories, and this one is to get recipes by the cuisines, right? So that is all we need to do right here. So this brings us to the conclusion of the controller. Well, before we round up, there's something I want to show you right here. So this one right here, if you look here, we see that we're actually returning the status of 200 right here, right? Specifically, that we are explicitly defining 200 status right here. But here we are defining OK, right? Now, we know that OK also, the status code of OK also is 200, right? So when the status is 200, it means everything is OK. So now, which means this one here is valid, OK, and this one here also is OK. But now, the reason why I did it like this deliberately, because I want to explain something. Now, it's better for us, or it's better for you when designing API, working with Spring Boot RESTful API, and working with status code, response entity status code, is better we choose one format and just follow that format so that our API looks uniform, right? So now we can either choose between using it like this or using it like this, right? But for shortness purpose, we want us to use it like this at the shortcut of OK. So if we want to use it like that, we can just come here to remove this one, and then we'll bring it OK. And in that case, you can see that here, OK right here is expecting the body, that inside the body, we have to define what we want, right? So now, which means we are going to remove this body right here, right? So this one is our body, right? So you see everything is uniform right now. So we're just going to make everything like this to be uniform. So here, I'm just going to say OK, and everything is very OK. And you see everything is OK, right? And now we see that this one here is getting this one is the endpoint to get all recipe by cuisines, and this one is the one to get all recipes by categories, right? So everything is OK, OK, OK. Now the delete one right here is we just try to return. We can also return OK, because when the delete is OK, we can just return OK, right? But now we just want to say OK, return nothing after the delete. So we're going to handle the string or the notification message at the front end when we get there. So this brings us to the end of the controller implementation. So in our next video, we're going to run our application and test this API to see anything we're going to correct. We're going to come back here to get it corrected before we move to the next API. All right. So just a quick one. If you want to go deeper in advanced concept or advanced knowledge of working with Spring Boot RESTful API in the best practice, the best industrial practice, and the advanced concept of developing Java full stack applications with Spring Boot, So last week I published a course on Udemy that actually teaches you a lot of things like that. So this course right here was published last week, and here you're going to work with Spring Boot and React, Stripe, and AWS. So here you're going to actually learn a lot of deep concept about Spring Boot, best practice in the industrial practice, and also you're going to learn deep concept about React, including managing React content with the Redux toolkit. And also, you're going to learn how to integrate your application with Stripe Payment Gateway to actually validate credit cards and make payment. And also, you're going to learn how to deploy your application to AWS. So you can see here is a complete 43 hours content that actually teaches you a lot of things. So when you finish this course, you're going to have a deeper concept, a very sound knowledge, and you're going to be a kind of a confident Java full stack developer. So you can follow the link below, check the link below this video to get the link to actually access this course, right? So also right here, I have another course here that was published a few months ago. So you can also access this course where we're going to build a kind of a very complex application on on how to a kind of a marketplace for pet owners and vet doctors to actually get them connected. It's a booking appointment booking system that actually teaches you a lot of deeper concept of working with Java and React. So just follow the link below to grab this course at a very cheaper rate, just a few coins, and you get this course in your bosom. So, and when you finish these courses, you're going to be a very confident Java full stack developer. So having said this right now, let's move back to IntelliJ. And so in our next video, we're going to run this application, and then we're going to test our APIs, and then we're going to move to the next task. So see you there in the next video. All right, so in this video, we're going to run our application to actually test out this API we've completed. So here, I'm just going to come here. Let's check our properties file. So let's check our properties. Okay, here we have everything is intact. So now let's run our project. So let's run it. So let's wait. Oh. Here we have this error. Let me make it big. So it said method get this is not, cannot find the symbols, right? This one right here. So it's talking about the get. So here we have the create recipe request, right? So let's go to the create recipe request. Okay, this one right here. Let's go to the create recipe. So now it's talking about get. So right here we have this one supposed to give us getter setters, and if we go right here to the recipe, we also have getter setters explicitly right here. So which means we're supposed to have all those things by Lombok. But now if you are using IntelliJ as I'm using right now, if you have that problem, where is the error? So if you have that problems, where is it? Here, yeah. So if you have this problem right here, so what you just need to do is a kind of setting error. So you go to IntelliJ, just come here, up right here. So you go to the settings, click on the settings right here, and then you go here, you see the settings right here, and you go to build, execution, and deployment, and then you go to compiler, right? This one right here, and you go to this annotation processor, you click on it here, and you come right here. So this is the name of our project. So in case you don't see this one, you can click on this one right here, and this one will show, right? So if you click on this one, you see that here. So let's look at this. So this is the name of our project, right? So if you see here, you see this one processor path is taken by default, right? So what you just need to do is to change this one. You choose the obtain processors from project path, because we have Lombok right there, right? So you choose this option right here, then you just apply and okay, right? You okay. So now you come back right here to run again. That should solve the problem. This one here, get title also. Let's go right there. It means it's not saved. Let's go back there. Again. Here, yeah, it's saved. Okay, Yes, it's saved. So this should be working. Let's click on OK again. And I think this should be working. So let's click on it and see how the outcome. Yeah, actually it works, right? So now it works. So our table has been created in our database as usual. Last time we've created our tables already. So let's refresh this one right here. So it's created. So let's go to our recipe table. This is our recipes, right? So it's created and everything is created. Let's go to our recipe ingredients. Okay, so how to do this right now? Let's go to Postman. So here is Postman, and I have created a collection called Cookshare right here. So now we're just going to, the first one we're going to test is the one to create a recipe, right? So now I'm going to, let's close this now. So let's go right here to add in a new request. So here we're going to say this one right here, API recipes. So we have 9393. So we're going to make this on post. So I'm going to go to the body right here and we're going to say raw JSON. So I'm just going to go in right here to paste in some pre-prepared data. I've already prepared some data right here. So right here we have the name of our recipe. This is pho bo. It's a Vietnamese cuisine. So here we have pho bo, and we have now the category of this one right here is breakfast. So the cuisine right here is Vietnamese. Pho bo is a popular, is a famous cuisine in Vietnam for breakfast. So I eat this a lot in Hanoi, in Vietnam. So here we have the cook time, we have the prep time, we have the title, and we have the descriptions, we have the instruction. So this one right here are just dummy data we just put right here because I don't actually do the recipe of pho bo, right? So I just put the dummy recipe right here, and here we define a username called user1, right? Which is baker1. That's the name of the user. So now let's hit on send and see what we get in return. So let's hit on send. So right here we have 500 eternal server error. What could that be? So let's go back to IntelliJ. So here, let's scroll down to see what the error is. Invalid request. So this one is showing invalid request because I think something is happening right there. Let's go to this invalid request right here. So this is where we are getting this invalid request, which means either the user is none or the request is not. Let's go right here. We have the user and we have the recipe. So why is it not? So one of the ways we can actually troubleshoot this one right here is to try to log the content of what we are actually sending, right? So let's go right there to actually log the content of our controller. So right here is our controller. So here is our create recipe. So what we're just going to do right here, we're going to come right here to log out. So let's just use a console log. So here we're going to set the request. The request, I'm going to put a kind of, the request. So let's go right here to say plus, let's say request. Sorry, request dot get user, and also we're going to come here. Sorry, we're going to say plus empty string. Then we're going to say request plus request dot get recipe. So let's see which of this is empty, right? So now let's run it again. Let's run it again. Let's wait for a while it runs. So now it's started running. So let's go back to here and let's click on send. So let's go back to IntelliJ to see what the error is. So here we have, okay, both of them are coming none and none. They are none, right? So let's find out what is happening. Our controller, this is what we're creating. Where is it? Okay, so we miss an annotation right here. So here we're supposed to request the body. So we're supposed to use annotation called at request body. Sorry guys. At request body. This one right here. So this one will help us to get the body of the request. And I just want to use this opportunity because I think we missed the same thing at the update. So yeah, right here. So I'm just going to use the same opportunity to put it here. So let's run this again and see what's up. And meanwhile, to easy our running time, I'm going to change this one to update. So I should be creating the tables again. So let's change this to update. So like I said, if you want to understand everything right here, like all these things, they create, all this hibernate, everything we did right here, if you take that my course, you're going to enjoy all these things there. So now this one is started running already. So let's go back right here to send. So let's hit on send. Okay, so now we have okay, and we have everything being returned. So we have, so let's go back to our MySQL workbench to actually check it out right there. So let's refresh. So right here we have the ingredients 1 to 5 with recipe ID number 1. So if we go to our recipe, we have it right here. Everything right here we have, so we have, but the instruction right here, the instruction is not submitted. You see there's a problem right there. Let's go back right here. So instruction, what is the instruction? Instruction. Let's go back to our here. Instruction, what is the instruction? Okay, right here we're having instructions instead of instruction, right? So now I'm going to change this one again to another one. Let's say pizza. Let's say brand pizza. Brand. I don't know if there's anything called brand pizza, but it's just for testing. So let's say brand pizza. And this one here, let's say this one is Italian. Let's say this one is Italian cuisine. And this one, let's say this one is for lunch, right? This is for lunch. And so let's say it's the same user that is creating this one right here. So let's send it again. So now we've changed our instruction. We've corrected this one right here. So let's send it again. So this one is sent. So let's go back to my MySQL workbench and let's refresh. So here, I think we have, okay, here we have our instruction right here. So far, so good. We see that our recipe has been created. So let's go back to here. So we'll see that we have recipe number 1, recipe number 2. With these their ingredients. And let's go to the user table. So we'll see that a user called Baker1 is created, is the owner of these 2 recipes, right? So you can see the user ID right here. User number 1 is the owner of these recipes. So right here we have every other thing is so every other thing has not been done. So here we just have our recipe created. So let's go back right here. So you can save this. You can save this endpoint. So if in case you don't know how to save in Postman, so now you can just come right here to save as, right? So here you check for your collection. This is our collection, and inside this collection we're going to create a new folder right here, and this folder we're going to call it recipe. So we're going to call this folder recipe, right? And we're going to create. So inside this recipe, we're going to create this. We're going to create this one as create. This one is create recipe. So we call this one create recipe. So we're going to save. So saving it means next time we come, we don't need to enter this information again. We're just going to click on save and all our data is saved. So here everything is saved. So now we can just close it, right? We can close it right now. So now that I've closed it, we can all just come back right here and click on open. Our data is there saved. So we don't need to enter over and over again. So this is how to save your request in Postman. So having done this right now, the last one we're going to do, I don't want us to waste too much time right here because we have a lot of things to do. So let's try to get a recipe by ID, right? So let's go right here. So you remember we have saved this. So let's go to get. So here we have API recipes /ID. So recipe with ID number 1. Then we're going to say recipe. This is our endpoint we created last time, remember? So this one is a get request. So let's get it. So right here, we can see that we're having Stack Overflow right here. So let's quickly go and stop our machine before we run into problem. So I'm going to stop this. Okay, so this is exactly what I wanted to show you. That's why I said we should test this one out so you know exactly what I'm trying to do. So right here we are having Stack Overflow, a kind of an infinite loop getting that single recipe. Now what happened? So right here we are trying to get a recipe with ID number 1, right? And now if we go right here, this recipe is getting here the ingredients. Now the recipe is getting the user right here. This is the user, right? Now getting the user, so the user right here is getting the recipe right here. And the recipe again is getting the user, these are getting the recipe. So this is how they'll be pulling each other until the kingdom come. So what we just want to do right here is to go back to IntelliJ and break this loop. So we're going to use a simple method to actually break that loop, right? So let's go back right here. So now let's go right here. This is the recipe, right? So the recipe is getting this user, right? And the user is getting the recipe. So for now, we have 2 ways to actually break this loop, right? So we can use here, we can just tell this guy to say, hey guy, wait here by using this annotation at JSON ignore, right? This one right here. So we can just tell this guy, this recipe, to ignore getting the user, right? And also we can just go to the user to ignore getting the recipe. So this one right here, we've clicked on this. Let's check our here. So here is update. So remember, if this one is on create, if it's on create like this, if you run this application again, all the data we have in our database is going to lost. So the tables are going to be recreated. So now that we have got some data in our table, we're going to put it on update so that the tables will not be recreated, right? So put this one on update. So now I'm going to close this one right here for now. And coming back right here to our recipe, so now we're trying to say, okay, when the recipe is coming, it should fetch the user, right? So let's run this again and go back to Postman and see what we got. So now we see that our tables are not recreated again. Our tables are not recreated again. So let's go back right here. So now let's try to get this recipe again. Let's get this recipe. So now we see that this recipe is gotten right here, but the owner of this recipe is not gotten. It's not here. So we only get the recipe, right? And another thing we can do, we can also go right here. We can go back to IntelliJ. So instead of breaking this one right here, we can just remove it, right? And we can simply go to the user to say, okay, if the recipe is calling you, please ignore the recipe. Don't bother to call the recipe because the recipe is the one calling you, right? So we can put this one right here. Now, again, if we run this again, we can see that when the user is coming, it's not going to come with the recipes, right? So now it's running. Let's go back right here. So let's get the same user again, the same recipe again. Let's put this recipe. So now we see that this recipe is gotten and the user of this recipe is also gotten, right? So this is the name of the user name right here. But this time around, the user is not pulling the recipe along, right? So it just comes alone. Now, this requirement right here, it might be, okay, this is our requirement, but this is not the standard way of doing things, right? Because basically, when we are getting a user, when a user is logging into the system, when the user logged in, we want the user to, all the recipe that belong to that user to be present in the dashboard of the user. But if we ignore the recipe right now, there's no way we're going to get the recipe, right? So which means we are not going to ignore the recipe. We want the user, when the user is coming, we want the user to get along the recipes, right? He holds. And also, sometimes when we are getting recipes in some of our requirements, when we're going to work in our front end, when we are getting the recipes, we also want to get the user of the recipe. So we're just going to, when we are going to display the recipe details, we're going to give the glory to the donor or the user that shared that recipe on the website. So getting the user will help us to get the name of the user that actually donate the recipe. And also when the user is logging in, we want the user to actually get the login, right? The recipes. So what do we do? That is where the concept of a DTO comes in. So let's go back to IntelliJ. All right, so coming back to IntelliJ, we're going to create a DTO so that we can select the information we want to return to the user. So like we said in our previous video, this one right here, we have put JSON ignore right here. But this one is, it has its own pros and cons, right? So this one cannot be used, it's not appropriate in every situation, in every cases. So in this our case, this one is not suitable right here, because when we are going to fetch the user later, we are still going to have the reviews, right? Like I said, when the user is logged in, we want to have at least the reviews of the user and the recipes of the user should be present in their dashboard. So we can use this one to ignore. So what we just want to do right here is to create a DTO so that we can actually select the pieces of information that we want to return to the front end. So right now we're going to go right here. So I'm going to go in here inside this DTO package right here. So we're going to right click and create a new DTO. So this one, I'm going to call it recipe DTO. Recipe DTO, and we're going to enter. So now what we just need to do here is to, let's go back to the recipe. Let's go back to the recipe model. Yeah, so this one is the recipe. So all we just need to do right here for now, we are going to copy everything right here because these are the information we're going to return to the front end. So let's go right here and dump them here. And also we're going to need the user as well. So now we're going to come right here. So I'm going to have the user. So let's do this import. Now, if we go back to the user right here, we see that just like the problem that we have already. So if we are fetching the user, so everything right here will be fetching. Okay, let's assume we remove this one from here. So we are going to fall back we're going to fall back to the previous problem we have in Postman. So now that we have removed that that annotation, what we're just going to do, we're going to create a DTO for the user so we can select the attribute we want to return, we want to include for the recipe to the front end. So now let's go back right here to create another DTO called user DTO. So here we have a user DTO. And this user DTO, the only thing we want right now is the username. So if we go right here back to the user, the only thing we need here right now, maybe we just need the username and the ID. So let's copy this one and go to the user DTO and let's paste it here. So let's have the data annotation. So right here we have the user DTO. So now let's go back to the recipe DTO. So instead of us to have the raw user right here, we have to have the user DTO right here. So let's include the user DTO. So by including the user DTO, so we are rest assured that only this information is what we're going to have when the user is coming. So as time goes on, we're going to come right here to include whatever we want to include to the user right here when the user is coming, right? So now that we have done this now, what is it? So now that we have this, now let's come here to have the annotation to give us the getter setters. So let's have the Lombok annotation. So I'm going to just I'm going to close this one so we can have some nice space. Close this and this one. Okay, this one. I'm going to close this one too, and I'm going to close this one. So these are the 4 components. Actually, I'm going to close this one. We don't need this one anymore. So the next thing we're going to do right here, let's go to the controller. So instead of returning this one right here, or this one is the create, right? So instead of returning this one right here or this one, so we're going to use the DTO to actually return data to the front end, right? So right here, let's have this as recipe DTO. recipe DTO. And now we see we're having error right here because now we are expected to return a DTO, right? So now we're going to work on this in a moment. So, but meanwhile, let me just copy this ones right here and also put it right here. So before we continue, let's go back. So we're going to convert this one right here that is coming, this return that is coming right here. So instead of returning the raw one, so we're going to convert the recipe to the DTO, so we can actually return the DTO back to the front end. So for us to do this conversion right here, we have two options. So the first thing we're going to do here, before talking about that options, we're going to bring, for us to convert the recipe entity, for us to convert it to a DTO like this, so we have to bring in a dependency called the model mapper. So now let's go to the browser. So coming back here to the browser, so this is the model mapper website. So you can just type this one on your Google search, on your URL, and you're going to be redirected to this website right here. So this one is a model mapper. So we just want to click on download, and then we're going to see the setup right here for Maven, right? So we're just going to copy this one right here. And let's go back to our project and actually paste it into our POM file. So here is our POM file. So let's scroll down. So right here, I'm just going to push down and add this dependency. So having added this one right here, we're going to refresh. We're going to reload our dependency by clicking this one right here. So we see that this dependency has been reloaded. So let's extract the property. So here we have extracted the property right here. If we scroll up, we're going to see that it's been included to the list of property, to the property section where the property okay, here. So here we have the property. So we have this one being extracted right here. You can see we're using Java 21 right here. So now that we have included this annotation or this dependency to our POM file, so let's go back right here. So the first thing we're going to do is to come right here to bring in that dependency. So now we're going to say private model mapper. I'm going to say model mapper. So now let's do this import. So here, here. So now we have got to the import right here. So we're going to actually inject this into our class. So let's make it final. And right now that we have made it final, so we see that could not auto wire, no bin of model mapper found, right? So now the next thing we're going to do is to create a bin of this dependency right here. So we're going to come right here into our project, and now I'm going to right click on our main package and create a new package. So this one I'm going to call it config, and let's click on enter. So inside this config, we're going to create a new class. So we're going to say app config, and we're going to enter. So the only thing we're going to do right here now is to create the bin of that model mapper. So let's come right here to create the bin. Let's say public. So remember that every bin must be public. No bin should be created private, right? So here I'm going to say private model. This one right here, model mapper. So here we're just going to return new model mapper, this one right here. So just all we need to do right here. Now the next thing we're going to do to make this one a bin, we're going to use the bin annotation right here. We use add bin, and then the other thing we're going to signify that this class is a configuration class by using the annotation called @configuration. So this is just all we need to do. So this annotation right here tells Spring that this class, it should look inside this class to search for bean, right? So any class that is being annotated with at configuration means there are declarations of bean, of Spring Bean inside that class. So Spring is going to look inside this class to actually make use of the beans that they were declared right here at runtime, or at compilation time actually. So now that we have created a bean right here, let's go back to the recipe. So we can see that this error has gone away. Now the next thing we're going to do is to come down right here to create a method to actually convert the recipe to the DTO before returning back to the controller. So the first thing we're going to do right here is to create a method. So we're going to say public DTO, recipe DTO. So we're going to have recipe DTO, and we're going to call this one convert to DTO. Convert to DTO. So we're going to have recipe. So this one here, we're going to have map. And now we're going to take this object of recipe right here and convert it to the DTO class. So here we're going to have recipe. And now we're going to have recipe DTO.class. So having done this right now, the next we're going to do is to get the user that is associated with this DTO, with this recipe. Because if you look right here, we actually try to return the user alongside with the recipe we are returning to the front end. So for that now, we're going to come here to get the user DTO we just created. So we're going to have to say user DTO equals model mapper dot map. Then now we're going to have the recipe dot get user, and then we're going to convert it to the user DTO dot class, user DTO dot class. Right? So having done this right now, we're going to come right here to get the recipe DTO dot set the user. Right, so you can see right here that we are actually expecting the user DTO right here. Then now we're going to just bring in the user DTO, and when after this is done, then we're going to return the recipe DTO. So that's just all we need to do to convert a recipe to a DTO. Now also we're going to convert a list of recipe to the recipe DTO, because this one right here is a single DTO. So in a case where we are supposed to return a single DTO, we're just going to return this one right here. And in a case we're going to return a list of recipes, we're going to return the list that we're going to convert right here. So now let's come here. So say public list of recipe DTO. So we're going to say get converted recipes. And here we're going to pass in the list of recipes DTO. List of recipes. So we're just going to return recipes dot string dot map, and then we're going to bring in this method we just created right here. So I'm going to let's go steadily, remove this one right here. So the next we're going to do right here is to just say this Then we're going to get the convert to DTO we just created, and then we're going to collect them to a list, right? We're just going to say to list. So just all we need to do to convert a list of DTOs. So now let's pull up this method so we can get access to it from the interface. Let's pull it to the interface. So let's pull it up, and also let's pull this up. Okay, so now that we've done this, now let's go back to the controller. And so here, we're going to, let's first of all come right here. So instead of returning this one directly here, before then, we're going to come here to actually get the convert these DTOs before we return them back to the front end, right? So what we're just going to do right here is to get the list of recipes and get the convert them to a DTO before we send them to the front end. So now we're going to come here to get list. So you're going to say recipes. Equals our recipe service. But get all recipes, right? So we've gotten all this now. Now we're going to come right here to. So we're going to come right here to get this converted. So here we're going to have the list of recipe DTOs. Recipe DTO. So now we're going to say recipe DTOs, right? And then we're going to say equals recipe service. Then we're going to get converted recipes, right? You can see that it's actually expecting a list of recipes right here. So we're going to push it in and take the list of recipes we have gotten from the back end. And then we're going to come here to actually return the converted recipes. So we're going to get recipe DTO to return to the front end, right? So so for example, right now, the same thing we want to do right here. So this one is getting a single recipe by ID, right? So now we're going to come right here to actually return the recipe DTO here. And we're going to do the same thing we did right here. But meanwhile, this one is going to be a single recipe. So remove this one, and then we're going to say get recipe by ID. I'm going to pass in the recipe ID. And then we're going to also remove this one right here and return the recipe. So this one actually is a recipe. Sorry. Here let's just go here straight. So this recipe DTO, right? Recipe, and then we're just going to let's remove this one. Let's get convert to DTO. So inside here, we're just going to call the recipe service to get the recipe by ID. Get recipe by ID. Then we're going to pass in the recipe ID, right? So then we're just going to return the converted recipe to the front end. And now that we have done with this one right now, the next thing we're going to do is this one to update. So we're just going to do the same thing that we've done, the same conversion we've did, is the same thing we're going to do right here, right? So I'm just going to highlight this one right here and replace with the method I've prepared before. And now I'm going to change this one. I'm just going to cut it from here and paste it here to actually change the positioning. So this is just all we need to do right here to actually return the update, the converted recipe after update. So now that I've done with this, we're going to come right here, and I'm going to remove this because we're going to be doing the same thing right here after the recipe has been created, right? So for that now, I'm just going to actually go right here to, so let's go here. So I have the recipe. equals recipe service dot create recipe. We'll pass in the request. And after that, now we're just going to come right here to get the converted recipe. So they convert to DTO, and then we're going to pass in the recipe that was created, right? So this is just all we need to do right here. So now we have done with the conversion of our recipe. And here in our service class, take note of how we got this converted and how we got this being created, right? The model mapper being created. So for a deeper knowledge on how to do this in more industrial standard ways, because there are different options to get our entity converted. So if you want to go more in advanced concept, you can check out my courses on Udemy from the link below to actually know more about what we are doing right here. So having done this right now, we're going to run our application to actually test this out one more time. But meanwhile, let's make sure our property is in order. So let's go back to our property file and let's make sure this one remains update, right? So now we are going to, let's run our project. So now our project has started running. So let's go back to Postman, and so we still have recipes in our database. So this one, before we go ahead, I just want to, like I showed you last time, we want to save this one. We have not saved it yet, so we want to save this one as, let's go here, save as. Now take note, if you click on this save right here, it's going to override this one. Remember, this one is to create new recipe, but if you click on this one right here, it's going to change the configuration in there. So now we're going to save this one as, because it's a separate request. So in here, we're going to say get recipe by ID. We'll say get recipe by ID, and then we're going to save. So now we've gotten right here. So let's actually get the recipe by ID, so that you can see that we have the user right here, because we have removed the annotation. Now we have the user right here. And if you take note right here, what we are getting right here is now short. We are no longer getting the reviews and the likes, because we have not included we have not included them to be returned. So here we're just returning the DTO that contains the basic attribute right here and the user. So coming back right here, we're going to so let's move down to the next video where we're going to be talking about something else to do. So see you there in the next video. In this video, we're going to start working on the image service layer. So here, I'm going to click on the service layer, this one right here, and I'm going to right click and create a new package. So we're going to call this package image, and we're going to create a new class called image service. And as usual, I'm just going to copy this one, enter. Yeah, always do this. And the next thing we're going to do, we're going to create an interface for this service. So I'm going to say image service as my custom naming of interface. So here we have the interface, and here we have the implementer, right? Okay, so now let's go right here. So here we're going to, as usual, we're going to register all the methods we're going to be working with in this section. So the first one right here is the one to get image by ID. Get image by ID. So this one we're going to have the image ID. So we're going to have, so we're going to have the one to delete image. Delete image, and also we're going to have the image ID. Now the next one we're going to have is the one to update image. So we're going to have the multipath file, and this one we're going to call it file. sorry. So we'll call this one image ID. And the last one here is the one to actually save the new image. So here we're going to say image. And just as straight ahead, I'm going to call this one image DTO because we're going to be using the DTO to actually save the image, right? So we're going to create a DTO class for the image. So this one I'm going to say image DTO. We're going to say save image. And here we're going to have the recipe ID for which the image is going to be saved. Recipe ID. And then we're going to have the image itself, multipath file. All right, so these are the four methods we're going to be working with in this section. So now, before we move ahead, let's just create this class right here, the DTO. So here we're going to the destination package. We're going to come here to say the DTO package. And let's click on OK. Oh, there's an error, typo. Oh, this one is DTO. Oh, sorry. Image DTO. All right, so this is just all we need to do for now. So let's go right here straight ahead to actually implement. Let's go to the implementer to implement the interface. So we'll say implement iImage service. So let's bring in all the methods we declare over there. All right, so the next thing we're going to do right here is let's bring in an annotation. So it's a service class. And also let's bring in the Lombok annotation for constructor injection. So we'll say at require a constructor, right? And now let's bring in the repository as the dependency. So we'll say private image repository. So go call this one image repository. And let's ask IntelliJ to create this for us because it's not been created before. So let's just put it right here and get it created for us. So this one right here, we're going to select the image class, which is the image entity class. And the destination package is going to be the repository. All right, so this is just all we need. Let's close it down. And also, let's just come right here. We're going to close this one for now. Let's close this. Okay. So the first one we're going to do right here is we're going to first implement the one to find the image by ID. So first, we're going to first do the simple ones, right? So this one, find image by ID, is just straightforward. So right here, we're just going to say image repository. Dot find by ID, and I'm going to pass the image ID. We'll say dot .os throw, and in here we're just going to have the entity not found exception. So we're going to say new entity not found exception. This one is an inbuilt exception class in Spring. So just right here, we're going to say image not found. Image not found. So in this section, in this course, in this project we are building, we are not going to go into exception handling, right? Like building global exception handling, like the best way, the industrial standard of handling exception. We are not going to go into exception handling. But like I said, I have a course on Udemy that actually teaches you everything about that, which is the course I showed earlier on this project. So you can actually access my course on Udemy through the link below to actually learn more deeply on advanced concept on working with Java, right? So having said that, now we're going to, this one is out of the way. So now we're going to come here to the delete image. So here, the first thing we're going to do right here is to check if this image actually exists, right? So now I'm just going to come here to say image repository.find. We're going to say find by ID, find by ID. Then we're going to pass in the image ID. Now, if the image is present, we're going to delete it, but if not present, we're going to throw exception. So here we're going to say dot if present or else. We're going to use this one right here. And then the first condition we're going to check right here is that if it is present, we're going to delete. So if it is present, we're just going to call the image repository. We'll have method reference and call the delete here. And meanwhile, this one is or else because we're going to throw exception if the image is not found. So here we're going to bring in again the or else right here. And that one will enables us to bring in a callback function to actually delete, to actually throw the error if the image is not found. So here we're just going to say or else throw. We'll say throw new. Entity not found. Exception. Image not found. Image not found. So now, having done this right now, the next step we're going to do is the one to actually update the image. So let's go in here. So as usual, the first thing we're going to do is to get the image. So we're going to say image, that will get the image to be updated, right? So we'll say image, I just call this one image equals get image by ID. We're just going to use the function, which is the method we completed up right here. We won't use it right now. And then we'll just pass in the image ID. So now we're just going to exchange. We're going to say try and catch. Try catch. So here we're just going to say image.set. I'm going to set the file name. .set file name. And then we're going to get file. File.get original file name, right? So I'm going to put this down a couple of times. All right, so this is just all we need to do right here. So what I did right here is that, so we just try to get the image. We get the image that is sent, we get the image ID, we get the ID, the image ID that is sent from the front end. So we fetch the image to make sure the image does exist. So then we just come here to exchange the properties to be updated. And here, after, if you look at this line right here, what we did is just that we are trying to convert the image byte we got from the database. We're going to convert it to blob right here. So we get, which is the byte we get from the front end. We're going to convert it to blob right here, because if we go here to our image, it's actually expecting a blob. This one right here, right? So it's expecting blob. So that is what we just try to convert right here to the blob. And then we save it, and then we handle the exception if anyone is thrown. So that's just all we did right here. So now that I've completed these three implementation, the next thing we're going to do is to come here to implement this save. This one is a little bit complex. So in our next video, we're going to start implementation of this save method. So see you there. So in this video, we're going to implement the save image service. So the first thing we're going to do right here, just like we did right here, the first thing we're going to do is to, find the recipe that we're going to upload the image for. So here, I'm just going to say recipe. I'm going to say recipe. And then we're going to call, so for that now, we're going to need the recipe service, right? Which is the recipe repository right here. So I'm going to say private, final, recipe repository. Actually, we just going to need the service instead of the repository. So we're going to use the service so we can have some we can make use of some of the declaration or some of the logic we have put in place right there. So for that now, I'm going to just say I recipe service, this one. So we're going to call it recipe service. So I just want to use this opportunity to finalize, to put final keyword on this so that it can be injected through this construct, through this annotation. So here, let's go back right here to get the service, recipe service. So we're going to say dot get recipe by ID, right? This one right here. And I'm going to pass in the recipe ID. And after that, now we're just going to come down right here to get the try and cache. I just want to remove this for now. We're going to wrap it later. So we're going to come right here to have the image. Equals new image. So we're going to say image. Though what we're just doing right here is the same thing with what we did up here. I'm just going to grab these 3 lines of code because it's the same thing we're doing here. So I'm going to paste it here. And after that, now we're going to set the recipe. We're going to say image.set recipe. And then we're going to pass in the recipe we've gotten up there. So after this one is done, we're going to create the URL, which is the download URL for the image to be downloaded after saving, right? So now we're going to come here. I'm just going to say string. So I'm going to call this one download URL equals, here we're going to have API / images. So we're going to create this endpoint in a moment. When we're going to work in the controller, we're going to create this endpoint right here. So now we're just going to say image, then we're going to say /download. And we just slash right here, and then we end it. So here we're going to have another variable. We're going to say string. This one, we're just going to call this one build. Build. Build download. So I'm going to call this one build download URL. Then this one I'm going to call download. String download. I'm really confused. Download URL. So we're going to say equals build URL. Then we're going to plus the image ID, right? Plus image dot get ID dot get image dot get ID, this one right here. So we just want to append the ID of the image to the downloads, right? And because the reason why we're doing this one, because this one is going to be it's going to be dynamic, but also we can just come here to append it right here, right? We can just come here to say plus. So it's the same thing. So we can just come up right here to say plus, and we just get the image.getID right here. So this one is also the same thing. So instead of writing 2 lines of code, we'll just put it right here. But I just want to break it down into 2 lines of code so that it will be clearer for us, right? So having done this right now, we're going to set the image to the download. So we're going to say image.set download URL. Then we're going to set it to download URL, right? Okay, so having done this right now, we're going to scroll down here. Then we're going to save the image to the database so that we can, after saving the image, then we're going to get it back to actually convert it to the DTO. So here we're just going to say image. So we'll call this one saved image. Equals image repository dot save image. And then we're going to come here to say saved image, saved image dot set download URL. Then we're going to come here to say build URL plus that we're going to have the saved image. That's the ID of the image that has been saved. We're going to bring it to actually update the URL again, so that we'll make sure we're actually downloading the correct image for the correct ID, right? So you're going to say .get ID, get ID, this one right here. So this is just all we need to do right here to set our image, to our download URL. Then after this, now we're going to save the image again. So here we're going to say image repository dot save again. So we're going to update the saved image. So the first one we did, we built the URL, right? So then we saved the image, and we grabbed the image that was saved. Then we updated the URL for that so that we can download that image for the recipe or through the ID, right? So now that we have done this, now we're going to convert this saved image, because we're going to return it alongside with the recipe. So for us to return it with the recipe, we're going to convert it to DTO, so that we can actually return the image DTO with the recipe. So now let's go down right here to convert this image to the DTO. So we'll say image DTO. We'll say equals new image DTO. Then now we're going to just come here we're going to grab the ID of the image, the name of the image, and the download URL. So these are the three attributes we want to return alongside the recipe. So here we're just going to say image DTO dot set image ID. Actually, I think this one is ID. Do we have set ID? Do we have ID? Let's go to the image DTO. Okay, we have not put anything right here. So before we continue, we're going to specify the attribute we're going to put right here in the image DTO. So like I said, the only thing we need to return with the recipe is the image ID, the file name, and the download URL. So we're just going to paste these three in right here. And then we're going to bring in the annotation to get the getter setter. That's all we need to do. So I'm going to close this. And having done this right now, we're going to go back to continue what we are doing. So now we're going to come right here and we're going to set the ID. And then we're going to just get the saved image ID, right? So we're going to say saved image dot get ID. Then after that, now we're going to get the file name dot set file name. Then we're going to have saved image dot get file name, and the last one is the download URL, right? Image DTO dot set download URL. Then we're going to get the saved image dot get download URL. So this is just all we need to do right here. So after this, right now, we're going to return the DTO. So we'll say return image DTO. Okay, so this is just all we need to do right here. So you can see that this one is a little bit complex. So having done this right now, I'm going to wrap this in try and catch, so that we can actually catch this exception that might be thrown. So I'm going to highlight this one, highlight all right here, and scroll up. Yeah, I'm going to highlight everything right here, and right. I'm going to say here, I'm going to say surround with try and catch. So the short way to actually surround our method with try and catch. So coming right here, we're going to have this one be thrown, right? Well, because right here we're trying to catch both this SQL exception and input-output exception. So, but we want to collapse it into one single line. So if we put our cursor right here, we're going to see a suggestion that says we should collapse it. So let's collapse. So right here, we just try to collapse this into one line. Then whatever exception that is thrown, that is just what we want to return right here at the as a message. But meanwhile, we're going to actually get the message that is returned. So we're going to say e.getMessage. e.getMessage. So this is just the exception we want to throw if anything happens, right? All right, so in this course, we're not going to spend too much time talking about exception handling right here. So we're just going to have the basic exception handling right here, but we're not going to go into details of talking about industrial standard of how to handle exception in Spring Boot. But meanwhile, the course I showed you earlier on Udemy, the course I published last week on Udemy right here, here there's a section right here where we actually spent a lot of time talking about exception handling. So you can see right here, we're talking about exception handling right here in Spring Boot. So if you go right here, we actually go in details on talking about exception handling. Even right here, we talk about the global exception handling with the standard way on how to handle exception gracefully while working with Spring Boot application. So if you come here, take this course, if you follow the link below, you're going to have a discount coupon code, right? For like 70% discount. Just a little token, you get this course in your bosom. So having said that, right now, let's go back to VS Code. Let's go back to IntelliJ. So now that we have done with this, now in our next video, we're going to move to creating the controller so that we can actually test this API as usual before we move to the next task. So I'm going to see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to start working on the image controller. So just going to go, let's go into our project and let's open the controller. So right here, we have the recipe controller. So let's create another controller right here. So here we have image controller. I'm just going to go here and I'm going to grab all these ones, the annotations right here, because the same thing we're going to use here. So I'm just going to paste them here, and then we're going to change the URL, which is the endpoint right here, to images. So always remember to pluralize the base URL right here, right? Okay, so having done this right now, we're going to bring in the image service as a dependency. Here we're going to say private. I think, yeah, this image service, we're going to say image service. And as usual, we're going to make use of Finder. Yeah. So the first endpoint we're going to create is the one to actually upload image to the data for a recipe in the database. So we're going to say public response entity. And this one, we're just going to say image DTO because we're going to be returning the image DTO directly after the upload, right? So here we're going to say upload image, and then we're going to have the file, the recipe, and the recipe ID. So here we're just going to we're going to have the multipath file. So we're going to say multipath file. We're going to call this one file, and then we're going to have the recipe ID. Recipe ID. So before we move on, we're just going to come here to bring in the annotation. So this file here is going to be a request param, and also the recipe ID also is going to be a request param. So now we're going to use a new annotation called @request param. Request param, this one, and I'm going to specify the file right in there. So the next one we're going to do right here is this one. This one also is going to be a request param, right? So I'm just going to say at request param. So let's break this down. And I'm going to push it in. Let's push it in. All right. So what we just need to do right here is to get the image DTO. Image DTO. Then we're going to call this one saved image, right? Saved image equals image service dot upload image, and I'm going to pass in the file and the recipe ID. Um, required void, provided void. Really? Okay, I think this one is a position issue. I think so. Okay, I think there's something happening. Let's go back to the service. Okay, the service is here. Let's go back to the image service. So here, this is the one that is update image, uploaded image, right? What are we doing here? Oh, sorry. This one is upload. Supposed to be upload. What is the name? Was it upload or I think it was save image. Okay, saved image. Yeah. So this is the name. Then we're just going to return the response entity. Response. So we return response entity, right? Response entity dot OK. We're just going to say dot OK. And in the body, we're going to bring in the saved image. So this is just all we need to do. Quickly, we're going to say this one is a post. It's a post method. We'll say post mapping. And I just want to come here to preface to define something right here, a kind of string. I'm just going to say upload, right? So this is still okay. So the next one we're going to do is the one, let's finish with the simple ones because the one to retrieve the image is going to be a little bit complex. So now the next one we're going to do, let's implement the one to update the image, right? So it's a kind of a little bit similar. So I'm just going to go right here to pull this in. So here we have, well, shall we try to return a string? So when the image is uploaded, we just want to return a message that says image uploaded successfully. So this one we just define here this one right here, just to get the body of the file we are uploading, right? And we have the path variable as the image ID. So we just call the service we created already, and we just return the string message when this image is uploaded successfully. And the same thing goes to the delete. The same thing goes to the delete. So I'm just going to go right here to bring this in as a delete. So here we're just going to say this one is delete image, right? So here is the same thing. Notice strange right here. The same is the same like every other controller we have been implementing, right? Just the same thing. So here we also return a string message if the image is deleted successfully. So having done this now, the next thing we're going to do, we're going to move down to actually implement the one to get the image by ID, which is the one to download the image for the recipe. So let's go down right here. So I'm just going to push down right here to say public response entity. So this one I'm going to say resource coming from Spring. This resource is coming from Spring. Coming from the Spring core. And you're going to say download. Download image. And then we're going to have the image ID we want to download. So we're going to say long image ID. And now we're just going to come before forget because we're going to be extracting. We're going to extract this image ID from the URL. So for that now we're going to say add path variable. So we're going to have image equals image service dot get image by ID. We're going to pass in the image ID. And here we're going to say byte array of resource coming from Spring core, this one right here. So we'll call this one resource. So here we're going to have image dot get image. So we're going to say image dot get bytes. So we'll try just to get the bytes right here. And inside here we're going to have here, I'm going to explain to you what I'm doing right here. So we're going to have image dot get image dot length. And this one here, we're going to cast to int. And also, we're going to add in I'm going to add in the exception. I'm going to throw the exception right here. So after this, now I'm going to explain everything later. So I'm just going to return response entity dot OK. And now we're going to come right here to say content media type, which is content type. We're going to come here to say media type dot pass media. This one, yeah, we media type dot pass media type. Then in here we're going to pass the name of the image in there. So we're going to say image. Image dot get file name. Get file name. Dot header, and inside the header we're going to pass the HTTP header right in there. I'm going to break this down. Let's break this down. So I'm going to say HTTP headers dot content disposition dot content disposition, this one right here. And then we're going to the next thing we're going to do right here is to pass in the attachment. We're going to say attachment. Then we're going to have the file name, file name, and then we're going to have another quote right there to close it up. Then in there we're going to just come here to have the image. So we're going to say image. So now we're going to have the image, the name of the image that we're going to append to the we're going to append the name of the file that we are trying to get, right? So now we're going to say image dot file name. So I'm going to break this down. So we'll say plus. So here I'm going to have backslash, and let's escape it. Okay. And then we're going to have dot body. Then inside the body we're going to pass in the resource, which is the one we have built. Okay, so this is just what we need to do. So let's take a little explanation of what we did here. So now this one is the image, is the endpoint to actually download the image, right here. And so now the first thing we did right here is to we tried to fetch the image with the ID, right? So now after getting the image, then we create a wrapper. This one is just like a kind of a resource wrapper. We just try to this one is a byte array of resource, right? So what we did right here was that, so we retrieve the image bytes here. So after retrieving the image byte from the database, then we try to convert the image. We try to convert the image the byte of the image we retrieved, right? Starting from the position of number 1, which is the first position 1, down to the length of the byte that we retrieved. So we try to convert this image right here to array of bytes, right? To a byte array. Now, after converting this one right here, we just put it inside a wrapper. This byte array resource is a kind of a wrapper, so that we can actually return this one to the front end. But I noticed a mistake right here. It's supposed to be get file type. It's not supposed to be a file type, which is the media type, right? So this is just all we did right here. So we get the image, and we get the byte of the image, and we convert the byte of the image to a byte of array starting from position 1 to the end. Then we put it in a wrapper, in a resource wrapper that we can return to the front end. So here we just try to return everything we converted right here. We try to return it right here. So we just set the header right here, right? And then we try to return the image, the resource that which is the image with the converted image byte back to the front end. So that's just what we did right here. So this one now we just want to say is a get mapping. So I'm just going to come here quickly to say at get mapping, this one right here. And being that it's a get mapping, so we're going to have the ID. So we're going to define the ID of the image right here because it's a path variable, right? So here now we're going to come here to actually define the path right here. So we have slash images, then we're going to have slash ID, right? So this one is going to be the image ID, and also I'm just going to come right here to just say image. So this pattern is also accepted. It's accepted while working with the best practice. We're talking about best practice of REST API, Spring Boot REST API best practice. So this one is accepted too. Okay, so now that we have done this now, in our next video, we're going to run our application to actually test this API to fix anything we want to fix before we move to the next task. So I'm going to see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to test our image API. So for that now, we're going to run our application, but meanwhile, let's make sure that we are not going to lose the data we've already gotten in our database. So make sure that this one is remaining, is left on update permanently so that we don't lose the data we have in our database anytime we run our application. So now I'm just going to close it. And what I'm going to do right here, let's run our application and go to Postman to test out this image API to see how it works. So let's wait for a while it runs. The same thing right here, we have the same problem. Let's go back right here. You remember this problem last time about an annotation processor, right? So anytime you have something like this, just remember that it has to do with the annotation processor, right? So this constructor was not generated. So now let's go back to our settings, like what we did last time. Here, so here, okay, let's click on our project. Okay, so you see that this annotation is not there, so it's not selected anymore. So let's select it again, and so let's apply and okay. So let's run it again. All right, so now we see that our application has started running. So let's go back to Postman. And before then, let's go back to MySQL Workbench to make sure of the data we have there. So now if I refresh, so right here we have two recipes. We have a recipe with ID number 1 and ID number 2, right? So now we're going to add image to, let's say, okay, we want to add image to a recipe with ID number 1. So let's go to Postman. So now we're going to have a post request. So we have saved this already, right? We've saved it. So let's modify this to a post request. And this one now, we're going to change it to from recipes to images, right? Images, then we're going to have upload. We have upload right here. And after the upload, we have, was that correct? Let's go back to IntelliJ. So here we have the upload, okay? Upload. Yeah, okay, we have these ones are request params, right? So we are correct. So here we have the upload. So let's remove this one right here. Now let's go to the body to set up the request param. So inside here, so this is the request, this is the params, right? So right here, let's go to the body and we're going to have form data. And now we're going to have the first one here is file, right? And the second one is was it recipe ID? Yeah, just recipe ID. Yeah, so the second one is recipe ID here. So here we have the recipe, the file, and the recipe ID. But meanwhile, we didn't set this. Let's just make sure. So let's make sure to set this explicitly. So we're going to say recipe ID. So because these two are request params. So now let's run it again. And so let's go back to Postman. So right here we have the recipe ID and the file. So now let's say the recipe ID is ID number 1. So we're going to upload this file to a recipe with ID number 1. So let's come here to say this one is a file. Let's select file right here. And let's come here to select the file. So the recipe with ID number 1, what is the name of the food? This one is breakfast. And this is Vietnamese cuisine, is pho bo, right? So let's go to select pho bo So here I got pho right here. What is it? So here I got pho right here. Pho is a Vietnamese cuisine that is used for breakfast. It's popularly used for breakfast. So now let's send and see what happens. Let's send it. So here we have okay, we have 100 okay. So now we have here, we have the ID. So we have the image ID, we have the name of the image, and we have the downloads, the download URL. So let's click on it and see what happens. So now it's a download. So let's send it. So here we have not found. We have not found. What happens? Let's go back to IntelliJ. So right here, this okay, we made a mistake. Let's go back to this service. So this was the endpoint we created last time. So we're going to take these two parts right here. This is the two part we're going to take. Let's copy this. Let's just copy everything. Actually, let's copy everything right here because this is the endpoint we created. So let's go right here and let's put this here. Let's put it here. But now we're going to remove these two steps. We're going to remove this one because this one is the base. So here we have the API/images. So here we have /image. They will have the ID download and we have the ID at the end right here. So now we're going to bring in the curly braces and just bring in the image ID, this one. So because this was the endpoint we created here, this was the one we constructed here last time. So that's the same thing we should be doing right here, right? It was my mistake. So let's run it again and let's go back to Postman to see if we can actually download the image that we have submitted for that recipe. So now let's go here. Let's go to Postman. So let's click on send again. Okay, so now we are able to download this food right here. So this is pho. Pho means noodle and bo means cow meat, right? Which is beef. So pho means noodle. Pho means noodle beef, which is beef noodle, right? It's a Vietnamese cuisine that is used for breakfast. And now let's go back to my SQL Workbench and refresh. So right here, let's go to our images. So this is the image table. So right here, we can see that we have one image right here for a recipe with ID number 1, right? So so far so good. We have been able to submit image, which is to upload image for our recipe. So what I'm just going to do right here, as usual, I've shown you how to save the request already. So you can just go ahead and save this request so that next time you don't need to enter this anymore, right? So now we're just going to go back here to IntelliJ. So you can test every other endpoints right here. You can test all of them right here. So we move to the next video. So I'm going to see you in the next video where we're going to be talking about other things to do. So see you there. All right, so in this video, we're going to start working on our like service layer. So I'm just going to open up our project and then we're going to come to our service class, our service package. So I'm going to right click on our service package and create a new package. So this one, we're just going to call it like. And as usual, I'm going to right click and create the like service. So have the like service. So I'm just going to copy this one as usual and then hit on enter. Then we're going to create the interface for it. So this one is an interface. All right. So what we just need to do, we just need 3 methods to work with in this service. So we need a method to like, we need another one to unlike, then we need another one to get all the like counts for every recipe. So here we're going to have this one, we're going to say like recipe, and we're going to have the ID of the recipe to be liked. Recipe ID. So I'm just going to pull this down 3 times, and this one we're going to say unlike, and this one we're going to say get likes count. All right, so these are the 3 methods we're going to be working with in this section. So now we're just going to move down to the implementer. Then we're going to implement the interface. Oh, sorry, this implement. All right, so I'm just going to, let's set to the compiler. Let's let the compiler know that this one is actually some long values here. So the next we're going to do right here is to bring in the annotation, the service annotation, and also the Lombok annotation for injection, for constructor injection, right? So now we're going to bring in our repository as a dependency. Though I think this repository is not be created, but we are going to ask IntelliJ to create it for us. So we're going to say like repository. So we're going to ask IntelliJ to do it for us. So let's go there. So here, let's select the like, and let's choose the destination package. And I'm just going to say this one, and let's click on it and click on OK. All right. So the first one we're going to do, this one is the easiest one. The one to get all like is the easiest one. So this is the first one we're going to do. So now we're just going to come here. So I'm going to say return recipe repository. I think we don't have this one right here. Okay, it's auto imported right now. So this one I'm going to say .find by ID. .map. Let's break this down. Like repository dot count. So we're going to say dot count by recipe ID. So this one is recipe ID. So this one is a JPA custom finder method that we're creating right here. So here we're just going to pass in the recipe ID. Recipe ID. This one here. Yeah, recipe. Yeah, dot get ID. This one. Okay, so let's quickly create this one inside our repository class. And this one we're going to say is so now we're just going to create this method inside our repository, and this one actually is going to be a long value, right? Let's make this one explicit. Let's say recipe ID to be more clear, right? Okay. Okay. Wait. Let me. Yeah. So this one here, we're going to throw an error, right? So if the recipe is not found, we're just going to, sorry, if the recipe has no like, so we're just going to return 0, right? So here we're just going to, I think, yeah, we're just going to come here to return 0. So we're going to say .ors return 0. So which means if there is no like, now what we're doing right here is that we're just trying to get all the like counts. So here we get the recipe ID, and we find the recipe from the recipe repository, and we pass it right here to the like repository to actually find all likes for this recipe ID. That's find the way is count by ID, right? So we just count the total like for the recipe. So that's what we just did right here. So if this recipe has no count, has no likes, then we're going to return 0. So there's it. Now the next one we're going to do right here is the one to actually like. So let's go right here to implement this. So right now we're going to implement the one to actually like the recipe. So here we're just going to say recipe repository dot find by ID. Find by ID. We're going to pass in the recipe ID. dot map recipe. So here we're going to check if the recipe is not already in existence, right? So what we just try to do right here is that we grab the recipe, we find the recipe. So after getting the recipe, so we're going to check the like repository if this recipe has already gotten some likes. So if the recipe has gotten some like before, then we're just going to take the likes and add one to it. But if this recipe has not been registered, as it has not gotten any like before, so we're going to register it as a new entry inside the like repository. So you're going to say if like repository, if not like repository dot exist by, so this one I'm going to say by recipe ID dot get ID. Then what we're just going to do here is to make it a new entry. So we'll say like equals new like, and then we're going to pass in the recipe, and then we're going to save it like repository dot save. Save the like. Save. So before we move on, let's quickly create this one inside our repository. So these ones are JPA finder method that we are creating right here. So we just try to combine. In case you're not familiar with JPA finder method, I think I have a course, I have a video in this channel that actually where I actually talked about where we actually teach how to create JPA finder methods. One of my old videos, I think, is there. I will try to find it and leave the link below if possible, so you can read more about JPA finder methods. So having done this right now, we're just going to come down right here to say recipe dot set like count. Then here we're going to say recipe recipe dot get like count. Then we're going to +1 to it. Then we're going to say recipe recipe repository dot save. So we're going to say dot save, and then we're going to save in the recipe, right? Okay, so having done this right now, we're going to say okay, sorry, we are not adding it here. So if the recipe is not found, then we're going to just throw a kind of exception, right? So here we're just going to say dot os throw, this one right here. So this one I'm going to say new entity not found exception. I think we're having some problems right there. We're going to find out. So here we're just going to say recipe not found. Recipe not found. Okay, so let's check out what is happening right here. Add return. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So here we need to return. We need to return the value that is. We need to update the total count. That's return the total count as a long value, right? So here just going to say return. Sorry. So I'm going to say return. Or better still, we can just come here to say return. We can just return this one right here. Return this, right? Dot get like counts. So we can just make it a straight line. Okay, so that is just all we need to do to like recipe. So now we're going to move right here to implement the one to unlike. So now we're going to implement the one to actually unlike a recipe. So here I'm going to say like repository dot find first. Find first by by recipe ID. So this one here is another JPA finder method that we're using right here. And so we're just going to say pass in the ID. I'm going to map. Okay, let's create this method right first, so we can get access to the properties inside. So this one here, I'm just going to make this one a kind of optional line. So now let's go here to get access to it. So I'm going to say map. So I'm going to say recipe. I'm going to explain to you when I'm done. I'm going to say recipe. I'm going to say equals recipe repository dot find by ID. So here we'll pass in the recipe ID dot os through. So right here we have a typo. So I'm just going to come right here to say like repository dot delete like. So after that, now we're going to make some checks right here. So we're going to say if recipe dot get likes count greater than 0, then we're going to reduce. We're going to -1 from it. We're going to say set. This one is actually set. Set like counts. Recipe dot get like count. Then we're going to subtract 1 from it. Then we're going to say recipe repository dot save recipe. Then after this, now we're just going to come to the S part. S throw new illegal. Already set. Oh, it's already 0. So we're just trying to do a kind of defensive stuff right here, because I don't think this check right here is not necessary, because definitely when the button when the thumbs up is clicked, it's going to be active for like. When it's clicked again, it's going to be deactivated. It's going to off. It's going to be inactive. So on +1, off -1, right? So after this, now we're just going to return recipe repository dot save recipe dot get count. So we just want to return the counts of the recipe, of the updated recipe, right? And so if that is not the case, we're just going to say .ls through errors. So if there is no like found, so we're going to say a new so this one actually is a kind of illegal exception, because we're just going to say no like found for this recipe. So we're going to say no likes found for this recipe. So like I said, let's quickly run down what we've done here so far. So what we did here was that, so this unlike, so here we just try to, the first thing we did is to, when the unlike is sent, so we're going to check if that, this is why we're using find first right here, because remember that one recipe is to many likes, right? So the ID, we're going to have a lot of, so if we go here to our SQL workbench, so this one right here is our like table, right? Now here we have the like ID and we have the recipe ID. So this recipe ID is going to be duplicated because recipe can have many likes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just as many likes as possible. So when we are querying, when we are finding a like with the recipe ID, so there's a possibility that we're going to have more than one result to be returned, right? And if we don't find first, we're going to run into a problem. So this is why we're finding first. Find first means we're just going to get the first occurrence, the first result. We're going to return the first result and ignore every other one there, because we have many of this ID that attached to many likes right there. So we'll find the first one and ignore every other one. So that is the meaning of this find first right here we are using. So now if that like is found, then we're going to come here to find the recipe to make sure the recipe is intact. Then if the recipe is intact, then we're going to delete the like. We're going to delete one entry from the like table with this recipe ID. So we remove one like from the recipe, right? And after that, now we're going to come down right here, just do a kind of check. This one is optional. So we're just going to do a kind of check. Then after that, we just subtract. The major thing right here, we're just going to subtract 1 from the like after deleting the entry from the like table. So we're going to come to the like, remember that the recipe table right here also has the like count, the total like count right here. So for example, this one is 0 right now. So when a like is entered, so it's going to be 1. But when we unlike, we're going to update it again back to 0, right? So that's what we're doing right there. So that is what we did right here. So we're just going to get the like count, then we're going to update it to minus. So remember that here we are increasing it by 1, here we are minusing it by 1, right? So then we're going to save it back after the update. So if that is not the case, we're just going to return this exception right here. As I told you, it's a kind of optional. Then after that, now we're going to return the total like count back to the caller, right? So that's what we just did right here. So now we have done with our implementation. This one is going to be final. It's final. So now we have done with the implementation of our like service. So in the next video, we're going to move to the controller. So we're just going to create the controller. Then after that, we're going to test the like API before we move to the next task. So I'm going to see you in the next video. So in this video, we're going to start implementing the like controller. So I'm going to right click on this and close every tabs. So we're going to go to the controller and we're going to create a new controller called like controller. So right here, we're just going to go up right here to bring in the annotations. At request mapping. So right here, we're going to define our base route, which is our base API, our base URL, and we're going to say likes. Like service. Okay, so now the first endpoint we're going to create is the one to actually like the recipe. So here we're going to have the recipe ID to be liked. So we're going to have the like service. response.like recipe, and we're going to pass in the recipe ID. So then we're going to return response entity.ok, and then we're going to just return the like. So we're going to say this one is a post request. So here we're going to have the recipe, and we're going to have the ID, and then we're going to have /like. So this is just all we need to do right here to like the recipe. So let's move down to create the one to unlike. So as you can see, this one is exactly the same, just that the name is the difference. So what I'm just going to do right here is to copy this one and paste it here, and I'm going to say unlike. Oh, sorry, because it's exactly the same thing. And this one I'm going to say unlike. And here we're going to put, because this one is update, right? Because we are actually updating. So we're going to say put. So let's do the import. All right, so have we done this right now? The last one we're going to do is the one to get the count. So here is exactly the same thing. Also, I'm going to just push this down. So here I'm going to say count. Counts. I'm sorry. This counts. But meanwhile, here I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove this one right here. Anyways, I'm going to leave it. So we're going to have a single recipe. Then we'll have the recipe ID. Then we're going to say count, right? We're just going to say like count, for example. Just say like count. Yeah. So here we're just going to say count, get like count. Get likes count. Yeah. And also we're just going to have the recipe ID from the URL. So here we're just going to say this one is a count. Let's change the variable so it will be clear for us. I saw a mistake I made already. So here we're going to say get like count. Yeah, I saw the mistake right here. So we're going to say unlike. Yeah. Okay, so this is just all we need to do. So this one actually is a get request. Yeah, get request. So let's do the import. Okay, single T. All right, so this is just all we need to do right here to complete our the like controller. So in the next video, we're going to run this project, and again, then we're going to test the like API before we move to the next task. So I'm going to see you there. All right, so now we're going to run our application so that we can actually test our like API. But before then, we're going to include some of the newly implemented services to our recipe DTO. So now I'm going to open up our recipe DTO, this one right here. So remember last time we've done with the image. So let's bring in the image. I think we have created the image DTO, right? Yes, we've created the image DTO. So now we're going to return the image alongside with the recipe, right? So here let's have private image DTO. So we're just going to say image DTO. And also we're going to have the like count we just implemented. So we're going to say private like count. Yeah, this one. So and now we're going to update. We're going to go to our recipe service to actually update our service. So here, so we're going to update what we are returning to the front end right here. So here we have the recipe. We converted the recipe to DTO, and we converted the user. So now we're going to convert the image. So the thing we'll do right here is just we're going to find all the image we're going to find all the images that are associated with with a recipe, right? So which means we're going to find image by recipe ID. So here I'm going to say optional. So I'm going to say optional image. Image. Is that image? Yeah, image. Let me quickly do this this import. So here we're just going to say image. We're going to say equals optional. Sorry. Sorry. What am I doing? Sorry, guys. So this one is optional. Optional of nullable, and then we're just going to call the image repository right here. Image repository dot find. So this one now we're going to create another. JPA finder method. So here we're going to say find by recipe ID. So it's only going to be recipe ID. It's a sorry, my keyboard has changed. Okay, find by. So we're going to say find by recipe ID, and we're just going to pass in. We're going to pass in the recipe ID, right? So we're going to say recipe. Yeah, recipe.get ID. Get ID, this one. So let's quickly. So this one here is a JPA finder method to actually get all the images by recipe ID, right? So here we're going to create this one inside our repository. We're just going to, let's make the name, let's make it clear. So have recipe ID, right? So we'll find it image by recipe ID. So coming back right here. So after this one right now, we're just going to come down right here to convert the image to the image DTO. So I'm going to say image.map. And here we're going to call the model mapper to actually convert the image. And then the next we're going to do right here is just to call the image, and then we're going to call the image DTO. So we'll call image, then we're going to call image DTO dot class. Then we're going to just set it. We're going to set it to the recipe. So we're going to check first if actually there's a converted image. Then we're just going to say recipe DTO, this one right here. Then we're going to have the method reference. Then we're going to say set image DTO right here. So this is just all we need to do right here to convert our image to the image DTO to be returned alongside with the recipe. Okay, so having done this right now, the next thing we're going to do is to actually run our application so that we're going to go to Postman to test it out. So let's run it. All right, so coming back here to Postman, we're just going to, the first thing we're going to do right here, let's get this recipe. Remember last time we have uploaded image to this recipe right here with ID number 1. So let's get the recipe. So right here we get the recipe. So right here you can see right now we have the like count to 0. So here we also have the image that we uploaded to this recipe the other time, and also we still have the user right here. So now let's like this recipe. So what I'm just going to do, I'm going to update. I'm going to edit this request. So this one is going to be post, and this one is going to be likes, right? Likes / recipe / ID then / like. So what I'm just going to do here is I'm going to save this as. So here I'm going to come here. So we're going to create a new folder called like. and let's create a new folder. And here we're just going to say like recipe, and let's save. Okay, so now that we have done this now, so let's actually like this recipe. So I think we don't need anything in the body, right? We don't actually need anything right here. So let's just like and see what happens. So here we see not found okay, S. The URL is not correct, it's incorrect. So we have likes, recipe, ID, and like. Okay, so here we have one like, and let's hit on it again. So we have 2, we have 3, right? So now let's go here. Okay, so let's go back right here to actually, let's get this again. Okay, this is what I will try to do. So let's get this recipe again. So now we have a total likes of 3 right here. So let's unlike. Yeah, let's try to unlike. Here I'm going to come right here. So I'm going to edit this to put, and here I'm going to say unlike. Yeah, unlike this what we did last time. So now I'm going to save this one as unlike very fast. So we're going to say unlike and save. Okay, so now let's unlike. So right here we have 2. So let's unlike one more time. Here we have error. So what is the error right here? Let's go here and recipe. Okay, like not found. Let's go to our, something's happening right here. Let's refresh. So right here we have 2 likes right here, but it said like not found. Let's go here. Okay, I think we made some error in our logic, in our coding. Here we have 2 likes, so we're supposed to still have the ID is supposed to be here. So let's go back to our logic and see what happens. And see what happened actually. So right here is our like report, like service, and this is the unlike, right? So we said if a like is found, this one delete. Okay. we're not supposed to delete this entry right here. So we just suppose, so if the like is found and the recipe is found, we're just going to get the like. We're going to check if it's lesser than 0, then we're going to minus, right? And then we're just going to return this one right here. So what we're just going to do right here is that remember, I think I did something offline. I make some correction right here. Last time I made a mistake by saving. We saved here. If you go back to our videos, you see that we saved here, and I made another mistake of saving here. But I corrected this, but I forgot if this is in the video. But in case it's not in the video, just take note that I corrected this. So we are not saving twice. We save once here, and here we return. Right? This is what we did right here under the unlike. So now that I've done this, now let's run it again. So let's quickly run this again and see what happens. Okay, so now okay, so now it started. Let's go back to Postman. So if we go back right here, the ID is not, the recipe ID is not here, but this recipe has 2 likes count. So now let's go back to Postman. So now let's find a way to re-register that like. So now this is unlike, so this is like. Let's go back to get the like. So let's like the recipe. So now this recipe with ID number 1, so I'm just going to like again. So let's like it. Damn, what happened? Okay, likes actually. Yeah, so let's like it again. Okay, good. So now we have, let's go back to my SQL Workbench. So now we have 3 likes, and let's go back right here. So now the ID has been registered again. So let's go back right here and unlike. So now let's go right here to unlike. So let's unlike, yes, unlike, yes, unlike, yes. So now we are able to like it to 0, right? So now let's like again. So now we have this error right here. We're going to take, we're going to see how we're going to return, we're going to cache the error catch exception later. But for now, let's just see that now it's lesser than 0. That is why we have this error. So let's go back right here. So let's see. So now the ID is still here, but if we go to the recipe count, now is 0. So there's no likes. There are no likes right here, but the ID is found, but there are no likes. So that is the exception. That is the message, or the yeah, that is the check we did right here. So no likes found for O. Man, I made a mistake right here. I just saw it. No likes found for this recipe. So that was the message we're supposed to get. So if we go right here, if we go to post to our console right here, we're going to see the message. Like is already 0, right? So that is why we cannot like anymore. Already 0, so we cannot like anymore. So which means this one we need to remove this. It was my bad. I made a mistake here. So let's move it. So now we can see that our API has been tested, so which means our like API has been tested and everything is working very fine. So let's move to the next video where we're going to be working on the review API. So I'm going to see you there. All right, so in this video, we're going to start working on our review services. So I'm going to come right here. Let's go back to our recipe. So here, if we look at our recipe right here, we're going to see that we have a property right here called average rating, right? So we have the total rate count and we have the average rating. So the average rating in stars is a kind of, so when you open a recipe, you're going to see that this recipe has 3.5 rating or 2.5 rating. So the average, the total rating, which is the average rating of that recipe. So now for us to update this average rating, we're going to create a convenient method right here that will help us calculate the average rating whenever a user drops a new review for a recipe. So that's what we want to do right here before we move down to the recipe or to the review service. So here I'm going to create a method. So here I'm going to say return reviews. Actually, this one I'm going to call this one reviews because it's an array. It's a list. So let's make it reviews. So here I'm going to say reviews.stream .map to int, and in here we're just going to call review. Sorry. Get stars, and then we're going to calculate the average. Average .ors 0. So here, if the recipe does not have any review, then we're just going to return 0. So we're going to return 0.0. Okay, let me break this down. All right, so this is the method we're going to be calling to calculate the average reviews, which is based on the number of stars given. So we're going to, because here, if you see the star right here, this one is, where are these? Okay, if we go to the reviews, let's go to the reviews right here. Here. So if we go here, we're going to see that we have stars right here. So the stars is going to be represented by numbers, right? So that is what we just try to get right here. We're going to get the total number of stars and get the average. Then we're going to go to our front end and represent that number with stars, right? So now that I've done this right now, I'm going to close this down and also close this. So let's go to our review service. So right here, what is the service? So here is the service directory, the service package. So we're going to right click on this and create a new package called reviews. Review. Review service. I review service. This one is an interface. So in here, we're just going to have three methods. So the first one is add review. So here we're going to have the recipe ID to be reviewed. And then we're going to have the review request. We're going to create a class we're going to call review request. So this one I'm just going to say review. I'm going to call request. We're going to create this class in a moment. So you're going to have delete review, delete review, and this one we don't need this one right here. So what we just need here is the review ID and the recipe ID, right? So this one we're going to have recipe ID, and this one we're going to have review ID. So say long. I don't like this review ID. What plugin that is making this? I don't like this highlight. How can I stop this? I'll check later. And the last one here is to get the total count, just like what we did. Get total reviews. And this one here, we're just gonna what we just need right here is the recipe ID. So getting a total reviews for the recipe ID, which is the number of people that have reviewed, just like we have the number of counts. So we get the number of people that have reviewed, right? So this one here, let's quickly go right here to create this class before we move on. So this one is going to be the destination package is going to be the request. So let's click on OK. So here we just need the ID of the user that is doing the review. User ID. Then we're going to have the number of stars given. Stars. Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh. And then we're going to have the feedback, which is a string. All right, so this just all we need right here. So let's go back here. So now we're going to implement I review service. So we're going to bring in the repository as a dependency. Review repository. So we're going to ask IntelliJ to create this for us. I think there's a mistake. Repository. There's no mistake. So what happened? Review repository. Okay, let's create it ourselves. So here I'm just going to go right here. Let's go to, I hope that I will not make a mistake somewhere. So here we have, let's right click on this and actually create the repository manually. Review repository. What happened? Oh, this one we have, let's refactor, have a typo right here. repository. I've not created this for a while. IntelliJ has been helping me to create this STJPA repository. I almost forgot how to create a repository manually. So this one is review, and I think this one was the ID, right? Yeah, we're correct. For a very long time, I've not created repository manually. I always hope on IntelliJ to do it, and I'm almost forgetting how to create this. For real? All right, just kidding anyway. So now we have gotten our repository right here. So let's go back here to actually do this import. But why is it not creating? I think something has changed because this highlights, I don't know, maybe a plugin has been activated. I will check it later. So now that I've done this right now, in our next video, we're going to start implementing these three methods right here. So I'm going to see you in the next video. All right, so the first one we're going to do right here is the one to return the total reviews. So we're just going to say return, actually this one right here that will return total reviews supposed not to be void, but supposed to be int. I think I made a mistake over there. Let's check it out. Yeah, because I copied and pasted. Supposed to be int because we're actually returning a number, right? So here we're just going to come here and say return review repository. This one actually is count. We're going to say dot count all by recipe ID. By recipe ID. This one again is another custom JPA finder method. So here we're going to pass in the recipe ID. So here we just find reviews. All reviews, we find them we count them by the recipe ID. So we're going to return the number. For example, when 2 people or 3 people review, so we're just going to return the number of people that have reviewed this recipe. Okay, so now let's create this method inside our repository. Yeah. So the next one we're going to do is the one to delete, because this one here is very complex. This one here, we're going to use the same method to either add a new review or update a review, right? So that's what we want to do here. So now what we're just going to do here is we're going to do it as last because it's going to be complex. So we're going to do this first one to delete review first. So here we have the recipe ID, we have the review ID. So the first we're going to do, we are going to make sure that this review and the recipe actually exist, right? So the first thing, we're going to find the review. So here we're going to say return. We're not returning. We're going to say review repository dot find by ID. So pass in review ID. Now, if present, so if the review is present, then we're just going to take it and then we're going to find the recipe, right? So here we're going to say, we'll just pass in review right here. Do we have it? Okay. Oh, sorry. So here we're just going to find the recipe. Equals recipe repository. So we're going to find this we're going to bring recipe repository right here as a dependency. So we're just going to auto import right here. And after that, now we're going to just say, okay, we're going to also find the recipe by ID. But if this recipe is not found, we're just going to throw an error, right? So we're going to say recipe ID .ors error .ors through an error. Okay, so let's complete this part. New entity not found exception. And here we're just going to say recipe not found. So let's break this down so we can see what we're doing clearly right here. And also, I'm just going to pull this in a little bit. So now, having done this right now, the next thing we're going to do, if this what we did, the first thing we did right here is to find this review by ID, right? We get it right here, and then after that, now we find the recipe. Now, if recipe is not found, we're just going to return. We're just going to return and make an earlier exit that okay, this one is not found. We're going to throw an exception. But if this one is found, we're going to go ahead to actually remove this recipe from the review, or remove the review that we want to delete, right? So we're just going to say recipe dot get reviews dot remove. Dot remove, and then we're going to remove this review from the list of reviews of this recipe. Then after that, we're going to save back the recipe, which is the updated recipe. So we're going to say recipe repository. Actually, it is recipe. Dot save. Then we're going to pass in the recipe after removing after the review has been removed. Then after that, now we're going to come down right here to actually delete the review, right? So here we're going to say review dot delete. Then we're going to pass in the review, and after that, now we're going to what we just need to do right here, we're going to throw an error because right here we're having all else. What is it? So here we are having all else. So which means if this one is not found, then we're going to throw an error. So here we're going to come here to have not actually here. So now we're going to come in here to pass in a function that will actually throw the message when the review is not found, right? So here we're just going to say throw new entity not found exception. So we're just going to say review not found. All right. So what we did right here, the first thing we did was to find the review by ID. So we're using this if present or else. So if present, we're going to perform this operation, right? But if not present, we're just going to come here to throw this error. That is what it means. So now we have done this right now. The next thing we're going to do is to come here to implement this function to add a review. So this function, like I said, this method is going to do two jobs. So either adding a new review or updating the existing review. So we just want to use one method to do that job. So it's going to be a little bit complex. So let's move down and get it done. All right, so the first thing we're going to do here is to come down to create a method to actually extract the existing review. So here we're going to say private void, so it's going to be void update. We're going to call this one update. So this one we're going to say update review. And we're going to have review. So this one we're going to call this one the existing review. So we're going to have the existing, existing review. This is review, existing review. And then we're going to have the review request. Yeah, this one, right? We created last time. Request. So here we're just going to say existing reviews dot set. That we'll set the stars, because that's what we're going to. Actually, when you're editing a review, either you are editing your rating stars or you are editing your feedback, right? Your comment. So we're going to set the stars right here. Then to the request dot get stars. And the second one is the feedback. Existing review dot set feedback. Then we're going to say request dot get feedback. And after that, now we're going to call the review repository to actually save the review. So we're going to say save existing reviews. That's just all we need to do. So this one is the one coming from the front end, and this one is the one we brought from the database, which is the existing one. So actually, when a user is existing their rating or their review, these are the two things they are existing, they are editing, right? So either you are changing the number of stars you gave to that item, or you are changing the comments or the feedback you gave for that item. So these are the two things to be updated when updating a review. Then after that, now we're going to create another private method that we're going to extract the recipe, that we're going to get the recipe that we're about to review, right? So here, let's have another private. So let's say private, this one also is going to be void. Create new review. Here we're going to have the review request, this one. And then we're going to have the recipe for which the review is about to be created for. So the first thing we're going to do right here, we're going to find the user that is trying to give this review, right? Because there's a user trying to review this item. So we're going to, and now this user is going to be, we can get this user from the review, right? Because if the review that is coming from the front end, the username is there. So we can just get the username from the review that is coming from the front end. Because if we go right here, you see that we are actually having the user ID right here, right? So we're going to get the user ID right here and use that user ID to find the user in the database. So let's go back here. Let's go back here. So we're going to say equals user repository dot find by ID, find by. So this one is going to be find by ID, right? Find by ID. Then we're going to pass in the request. Request dot get user ID. Yeah, this one right here. That's correct. Then if the user is not found, we're just going to throw OS throw. So here we're just going to have a new response entity. Entity not found exception. So we're going to say user not found. So let's quickly break this down. Let's break it down. So now, I haven't done this right now. If the user is not found, we're going to throw this exception. But if the user is found, we're just going to go ahead. So now we're going to create a new review. So we're going to say review. This review, yes. New review equals new review. So we're going to say new review. New review.set. So now we're going to extract what is being sent from the front end. So we're going to say set user. The user we've just found from the database. Set it right there. And now I'm going to pull this down a couple of times. All right, so what I just did right here was that, so we just create a new object of review, right? And then we extract the items, which is the attribute, the information from the front end. We just try to set them to the new review. And also we set the recipe right here to the review, right? Which is the recipe that's been reviewed. And also we set the user that we found in the database also to the user that is dropping this review. Then after that, we save the review, right? So now that I've finished these two helper methods, so now it's time for us to go right here to actually start the implementation of the main method. All right, so like I said, we're going to use this method to update or add recipe, right? Not recipe, actually to update or add a review. So the first thing we're going to do here is to actually find the review, to find the recipe to make sure the recipe exists. So here I'm just going to pull in this one right here to actually find the recipe here. So we find the recipe. If the recipe does not exist, we're going to throw a message that says the recipe does not exist. And after that, now the next one we're going to find is the user. So let's find the user right here. Sorry, this one is request. So after that, now we're going to find the user, right? So if the user is not found, we're going to throw an exception. Now, after this, now we're going to create a JPA finder method. So we're going to find the recipe, or we're going to find the review using the recipe ID and the user ID inside the review. So if there's a review that has this user ID and this recipe ID all together, then which means that user has already dropped a rating or a review for that recipe, then we're going to update that review. But if it's not found, if there's no review found for this user ID, then we're going to create it as a new review, right? So that is just what we want to do right here. So now, for us to do that now, we're going to use our review repository to create a joint JPA finder method. So here, I'm just going to call the review repository. Now we're going to create a join find method with a JPA finder method that joins both the recipe ID and the user ID. So now I'm going to say find by. Now remember, when you are writing JPA finder method, this find by, this is the naming convention of the method to show that you are using the JPA finder method, right, to construct your own query. So here we have find by recipe ID and user ID, right? Then we're going to come right here. So we're going to pass in the recipe ID and the user that we just found. So we're going to say recipe ID, this one, and then we're going to pass the user dot get ID here. You understand? So I hope this one is clear. So here we're actually finding a review by the recipe ID and the user ID. So if this review is found, which means this user has already dropped a review for this recipe, right? So we're going to update the review that the user has dropped for this recipe previously. But if no review is found for this user ID, but if this user ID does not exist in this review for this recipe, which means this user is a new user that is trying to review this recipe, then we're going to create it as a new recipe, as a new review, right? So now we're going to come here to make use of this if present. But meanwhile, we need to create this one so that we can get access to the property inside. So let's create this one right here. So this one, we're going to say optional rating. Review actually. And now we're having a kind of a message right here that says method not return value of this one was never used. So we're going to actually make use of it, right? So now let's go back right here to finish what we're doing. So now we're going to use the .if present, .if present or else, this one right here. So using this one right here, it means the first part to be executed is this one. So if present, we are going to execute something here immediately. But if it's not present or else, then at the end of everything, we're going to execute this part right here. So now, if present, what do we do? So if present, we're going to update the review, right? So here we're going to call this one existing review. Existing review. Now we're going to call the update review we created down there. Let me break this one down. So we're going to call the update review. This one is arrow. We're going to call the function. This one we created up here, down here. Then we're going to pass in the existing reviews. And then we're going to pass in the new review that was sent from the front end, which is the request, right? Let's remove this. So now this is the part of the if present here, right here. So if present, we're going to update the existing review, right? Update the existing review. But if not present, then we're going to come here to say, if not present, then we're going to create it as a new review. Then we're going to create a new review. Then we're just going to pass in the review, right? The request and the recipe. Let me also break this one down. Let's break it down somewhere. Maybe here. Let's break it down here. Okay, so right here. If present, update. If not present, create it as a new one. So that is what we did right here. Now, after all this is done, then we're going to calculate the average. We're going to return the number of reviews that have been, the number and the average reviews that has been given to this recipe. So here we're going to come down right here to say double. So this one we're going to call it average review. Oh, sorry. Average review. I'm just going to call this one average rating because this one sounds more, makes sense. So we're going to say average ratings, then we're going to say recipe equals recipe dot calculate. We're going to make use of, okay, calculate average ratings, right? Which is the method we created last time. Then after that, now we're going to get the recipe to set the average rating we have over there, which is this one right here. Let's go back right here to make sure what we're doing. So what we're doing right here is this one. So we have the average rating, right? So we have, so this average rating is what we've calculated right here. Is what we have calculated. Well, it is what we've called right here to calculate, right? So after that, now after the calculation, then we're going to set the result to this average rating right here. So we can actually return it to the front end, right? So I'm going to say dot set average ratings. Then we're going to pass in the average rating we've done right there. And having done this right now, we also want to get the total rate count, which is from the recipe right here. So right here we have the total rate count. So we also want to get the number of people that have rated or that have reviewed this recipe. So now we're going to come back right here to create another variable that gets the total rate count. So we're going to say int total rate count. This is rate count. So equals get rate reviewed count that we did down there, right? Then, and this one I'm going to pass in the recipe ID because that one actually need the recipe ID to get the job done. This one right here, this one. So you need the recipe ID to actually count all the reviews in the database based on the recipe ID, right? So this is the method we call it right here to actually get the total review counts for us. Now, after that, now we're going to call the recipe to set the results to the total rate count we have in our entity, in the entity, right? So we're going to say this one does set the total, this one right here, total rate count, and then we're going to set this to the total rate counts. So after this, now we're going to save the review, that is the updated review. So we're going to say, not review actually, the recipe. So the updated recipe. So we're going to say recipe repository.save. Then we're going to pass in the recipe. Yeah, so now we are done. We can see that this method is actually a little bit complex, right? So we are using this method, one method, to either update or review. That is the essence of what we're doing right here, instead of creating two methods. Okay, so now that we have done this right now, let's keep our figure crossed. So we're going to, okay, here we need to make this one final to be picked up by the annotation. So now that I've done this right now, in our next video, we're going to create the controller that we're going to run and go to Postman to test the API as usual before we move on. So I'm going to see you in the next video. All right, so in this video, we're going to create our review controller. So right here we have review controller. REST controller, request mapping, so here we're going to set our base URL. So we're going to say API, and this one is going to be reviews. And here we'll bring in our dependency. So we're going to have, oh sorry, review service, review service. So this is a controller, and it's the same thing with what we have been doing all along. So to save our time here, I'm just going to paste in some things, right? So here I'm just going to pull down and paste in the first endpoint. So this, let's make this import. So this one is the endpoint that we actually rate the recipe, right? So which is to add a recipe, a review to our recipe. And now the second one we're going to bring in right here is the one to actually get all reviews count for. So this one is getting all the count for recipe, the count of reviews for recipe, just like we have defined in our service. And the last one is the one to delete a review. So these are the three endpoints we're going to have in our controller. So this one is deleting. So this one is getting the review count, which is the total review count. And this one is adding a review, which is both the add and update that this one is doing, just like we've seen in our service. So now we're going to make this one final for constructor injection by this annotation. So now that we have done all this right now, the next thing we're going to do, we're going to go back to our recipe service. So here, before then, we're going to go to our recipe DTO, this one right here. So right here, we're going to include the review. We're going to include the review we've just created to this recipe DTO, so that as we are getting the recipe, so we're just going to get all the reviews properties that we have added. So for that now, we're going to come here to add a review. So we're going to say private. So right here, we're going to create a review DTO. We're going to create a DTO for this review, right? We're going to say review DTO. I'm going to call it review DTO. So now let's create this review DTO. So we're going to say, okay, yeah. So this one is going to the DTO package as usual. So now we're going to just click on OK. And now the things we just need here are the ID, the stars, the feedback, and the user that is doing the review, right? So now we're just going to come here to bring in add data. So this is just all we need to do right here. So having done this right now, we're going to go back to the recipe service to actually include the reviews to the service. So here, if we scroll down right here, so here, this is where we are converting the recipe to the DTO. So which means this is where we are assembling the recipe that we actually send to the front end. So here we have the recipe, we have the user, we have the image. So now we're going to bring in the review right here. So I'm just going to pull down. Now, what actually do we need in that review? What do we need to take with the recipe? So just like in our in here, what is it? So in here we have taken the review DTO, right? So right here, what we're just going to have here is the total count of reviews and the average, right? So now we're going to come here to have a double. So I'm going to say double. So this one we're going to call it average reviews. Average reviews. Then here we're going to have recipe dot so this one right here is what we're going to have, right? And then we're going to just come down right here to call this recipe DTO. So we're going to say dot set average. Okay, so here we need to go back to the DTO to actually add this average. So right here, what is it? So this recipe DTO right here, we're going to, let's go back to the recipe entity so that we can see what we're going to add. Right here, this is the recipe. So right here we have the average, this one right here. So we're going to add this this attribute to our recipe DTO. So here this is the total like count and this is the average. So I'm just going to put it right here. And now we're going to come here to actually set it. So we're going to say dot set average, yeah, and then we're going to pass in the average. And also we can just come here to set, if we go right here, we have the total review count. So here we can just go right here also to set it here. So now we're going to have, let's go back right here, total count, this one, yeah. So here, let me go down right here. So we're going to have int total review count. So this one I'm going to say equals recipe dot get review count. Do we have review count right here? Got total review count. Yeah, this one right here. And then we're just going to come right here to set the DTO, recipe DTO dot set. And again, we're going to come here, we're going to come to the recipe DTO to add this total like count, this one right here. So we're going to come here, this one, and we're going to just pull down and put it here. So we're going to set total like count. Yeah, this is rate count actually, not like count. So we're going to set it to total. Okay, so this is just all we need to add right here to get everything we need to move, we need to take forward, we need to take to the front end with the review. So now that we have done this now, the next thing we're going to do is to run our application so that we're going to the Postman to test it. But meanwhile, let's go back to our here to make sure this ones remain on update so we don't lose what we have in our database. Okay, so now let's run our project and see what we got. All right, so now our application has started. So let's go to Postman. So right here in Postman, what we're just going to do here is to find a recipe with ID number 1. So let's so recipe with ID number 1. So let's send this. Okay, so here we have Fobo, right? And here we have the image we uploaded. So right now we have one like count of which we like before, and now we have the total rating. The average rating is 0.0, and the total rate count is 0 because we have not rated. So what we're just going to do right here, we're going to so let's go and drop a review for this recipe. So here I'm going to open another request. Here I'm going to say post a review. So we have, I think we have some caches. Okay, we have some caches right here. So I'm going to say we're going to like a review with ID number 1, and let's go to the body raw. And here let's bring in some pre-prepared data I've gotten. So here I'm just going to say the user with ID number 1 is going to rate this review, right? Sorry, it's going to review this recipe. So here I'm just going to say this one is user with ID number 1, right? So we're just going to say this is another rating, or this is the first rating. So we're just going to say this is the first rating. The first, rating. This is the first rating on this recipe from a user with ID number 1 for testing the update. Actually, this is for testing. Okay, so having done this right now, we're going to let's click on this and see. So here we have OK, right, which means everything is successful. So now let's go right here, get the recipe again, and let's send it again. So this time around, we see that we have one rate count already. We have one rate count, but here we have not, this one is not working yet because the average rating is supposed to show here because we have 4 stars. So we're supposed to have 4 stars right here. We're going to work on it later. So now let's take a look at what is happening right here. So now we can see that our total rate count is 1, but here we have the average rating 0.0, which means this average rating is not working, right? And also here we have the review DTO right here is coming out none. So let's go back to IntelliJ to find out why this one is happening like this. So right here on IntelliJ, let's go back to, so right here we try to set our total count of review, total review count right here. And let's go back to our recipe DTO. So right here we have review DTO, and meanwhile one recipe is supposed to have many reviews, right? So we're supposed to have here a list of reviews DTO, right? Which is a list of reviews. So here we're just going to have list of review DTO right here. And haven't gotten this now, there is something else we need to look at. So let's go back to check. Let's go back to our recipe. So here we have stars, right? Let's go back to the review. I think that should be in the review. Okay, here we have stars, right? And so now let's go back here to Postman. So right here, what is the review? So here, this is the add review. So here we have star. So we made a mistake here. We're supposed to be, this was supposed to be stars, right? So now this one is stars. So also we need to go back. Let's go back to IntelliJ. All right. So haven't done this right now. The next thing we're going to do, let's go back to the recipe service. So right here is the service. This is the method where we're actually converting everything that belongs to the recipe and sending it to the front end, right? So now we're going to include the list of reviews. So now I'm just going to come up right here and say the list of reviews. List of reviews, review. This is actually review. I'm not very comfortable with this position. So here, so now what we're going to do right here is that we are going to use the review repository to find all reviews that belongs to this, all reviews that belong to this very recipe right here using the recipe ID. So I'm going to say review repository.find all. So we're going to create a custom JPA finder method, find all by recipe ID, this one right here. So if we go back here, we're going to see that this one has been generated for us automatically. So here we have list of review, finding reviews by the recipe ID. So that is the list of reviews we're going to find right here. So now let's bring in the recipe ID, recipe.get ID actually, .get ID, this one. So having done this right now, we're going to convert this one. Let's create a separate converter to actually convert this to the DTO. So we're going to say review DTO. We can also use a functional chain method like we'll be using to actually get this converted. But I just want to do this separately. So let's say review DTOs equals reviews dot stream. So we're going to stream this and then we're going to map. So for each review, we're going to call the model mapper to map them to the DTO, right? So let's come here to say this one is review DTO.class. Oh yeah. Let's zoom this out. So now we're going to, so if we put our cursor right here, we'll see we required list, but we provided stream, right? Because this one is a list, but now we are converting them to a stream. So now we're going to convert them back to the list. So we're going to say dot to list. And we terminate. Let's break this down so it should be going too long. Break this down and also let's break this down. So just all we need to do to convert our review list of reviews to our review DTO. So having done this right now, we're going to set it. So let's come down right here. So I'm going to say recipe DTO.set review DTO. Then we're going to pass in the review DTOs we've converted. All right, so this is just all we need to do. So having done this right now, and I think we have corrected the S, right, in our Postman. So having done this right now, the next thing we're going to do, let's run our project and go back to Postman. So back here in Postman, we're just going to come here to find this recipe again. So let's hit on this again. So this time around, we have, you see here now, so now we have the list of reviews, right, converted to review DTO. So now we have the feedback right here. So this one is the ID and this one is the star, right? And this one right here is the, now inside the review, we have the user that actually dropped this review, right? This is the user. So now we can have enough information at the front end to actually decorate our homepage, our review card later at the front end that everyone will see. So now that we have done this now, here we're having star, right? So let's go back here. Let's go back to the review. So here we've corrected this to stars. So let's say a user, we're going to rate a recipe with ID number 2. So let's send this. So now it's been sent. So now let's get a recipe with ID number 2 here. So this time around, we see that we have gotten our average rating to 4.0 because we just have one, right? So so what I want to do here, I want to drop another review to this recipe with a user with ID number 2. So let's see how it goes. So this time around, I want to set this one to 3. So let's send it. Here we having error. So let's go back to IntelliJ to see what happened. So here, user not found. Okay, we don't have a user with ID number 2, right? User, yeah, we don't have a user with ID number 2. So user not found. So we can, just like I explained last time about exception handling, we can just, we're going to look at it later. So now we don't have a user with ID number 2. But now if I resend this one, is going to update, because last time we said that that function, that service we created at the back end is either is doing two functions, is creating a new review or updating the existing review. So let's just say the update. So let's say the update test. Let's see how it goes. So this is the same user that I've rated before. So let's go and see what happens. But right now, this one is a kind of review with recipe number 1, right? So let's go there. Let's send it. So right here we have OK, which means everything works fine. So let's go back right here to resend this again. So let's send it again. Here we have, I think this, okay, this one is recipe with ID number 1. So let's change it to number 1. Let's send it again. Okay, so I think some changes. So right here we have the total rating right here is 0.3 because we edited our review. So now if we go back right here, we see that the feedback has come to the update test. So which means our review API is working as expected. All right, so now that we have done with our review API testing and we see that everything is working fine, so we're going to, in this video, we're going to do the general testing of all the APIs we have created in our back end. So, but before then, I'm going to let's revisit this class right here. So if we scroll down, we see that, so this is the recipe service. So we see that this is the method that is actually taking our recipe to the front end with all its belongings, right? But right here, we have a lot of repetition right here in writing our code. So I just want us to fine tune this method a little bit because it is a little bit too big, right? So what I just want to do right here, we can, for example, we can make this code, these 4 lines of code right here, a single line, like 2 lines of code. So for example, this average reviews right here, we can just cut this one from here. We can just take it from here. And we just remove this one, right? And we just set it directly. And also we can do the same thing with this one right here. So we don't have to repeat those code. Remove this one and paste it here. So then we can clear this off, right? And another one is that now we can see here we are having 2 lines of code right here. We're having 2 lines. So we can also simplify this line of code, this lines of code right here. So we can just push this one right down. So we can just take this one right and put it here directly, right? So having done this now, we can just come here to stream it directly from here. So we can just say the stream, and then we can just map it. So let me break this down. Let me try to break it down. So now we can just map it. So we can just get the review. And for each review, we can just get the model mapper to map it directly from here. So we just say .map, right? And I'll bring in the review. And then we'll bring in review DTO.class, right? And so then we can just convert it from the stream again, because right here we are converted this to stream. So we're going to return it from stream to the list. So for that, now we're just going to say .to list. So we can just do this one and everything will work fine. So we can just remove this one right here. So there's no point of writing two codes, right? So 2 lines of code. So now we can just copy this one and replace it here. So that actually solves that problem as well. All right. So now we see that we have reduced the size of this method, right? So now let's run this project again. I'm going to create this project from the scratch. So for that now, not the project, I'm going to create our tables from the scratch. So for that now, I'm going to just come here to say create. So I'm going to say create, then we're going to create everything from the scratch. So now, I think that's just all we need to do. So let's run the project and actually go back to Postman to do our general test. So here we see that all our tables have been recreated. So let's go back to my SQL Workbench. So now we see everything is gone. Everything is gone. Okay, so now let's go back to Postman to actually do our test afresh. So this one here, I'm just going to save this and okay, this one, I'm going to save this and so now let's add a recipe. Let's create a new recipe. So here we still have our, you see the beauty of saving our request, right? So now we still have everything intact. So what we just want to do right here is to, so this user number 1, so we're just going to hit this one to create, right? We have API recipes. So right here, we see we're having some problems right here. And we have eternal server error 500. So let's go back to IntelliJ and see what is happening over there. Okay, so right here we have cannot invoke list of stream. You cannot invoke this because this one is none, review is none, so it cannot be invoked. Okay, let's go here. All right, so we're actually trying to calculate the average reviews, but now our reviews is none because we have created everything from the scratch. We don't have any data right there to be calculated. So now this variable is none, right? Right here the variable is none. So what we can do is that we can just try to initialize this one to an empty list. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So we can just say we'll initialize this one to an empty array list, so that in this manner, if this review if there is no data right here, instead of returning none, it's going to return an empty list, right? Which is better. So now that I've done this, now let's run it again. Let's run it again. And meanwhile, I'm going to go right here. Let me quickly go right here. I'm going to change this one from create to update. Okay, so we don't forget. So let's close this. So now we see that our project has started running, right? All our tables have been recreated. So let's go back to the Postman. So now let's just hit this again and see what we got. Okay, good. So now we got it right. So now instead of null, we have empty list returned by the reviews right here. So the next we're going to do here, let's see, this recipe is ID number 1, right? So now let's upload an image for this recipe. So let's go right here to image uploader. So let's upload image. So the recipe is ID number 1. So what we did was pizza, right? So let's upload pizza image. Let's look for pizza. Okay, here we have some pizza right here last time, right? Okay, we have pizza. So I'm just going to open and let's send it. Okay, good. So right here we have the pizza be inserted. So now let's just go directly to like. So let's go here or like recipe. I'm sorry, like recipe. So now actually we don't really need all this one right here. Let's remove all these ones so that we don't need anything here. So now I'm going to save it. So actually, like this recipe is ID number 1. So let's just hit on like. Okay, so now we have 1 like. Let's like again. We have 2. Let's like again. We have 3, right? So now we have 3 likes. So the next thing we're going to do is let's add a review. So let's go right here. So let's add the review. So right here, I'm going to say we're going to have 4 stars. So we're going to change this one to review test. So we're going to say the test review, right? So now let's hit on send. Good. So now we have it. So now that everything, let's save this, remove it. This one, let's just save it and remove. So here we have create. Let's remove the create as well. So now let's get this by ID and see all we have right there. Okay, so now we have gotten this recipe by ID. So let's see everything we got. So this one, the recipe information. So this is the image we uploaded. Now we have 3 likes and we have the average rating is 4.0. The total rate count is 1, which is only 1 person rated. And now this is the user that rated the recipe, right? And now let's go to the comment. So this review also has 1 comment, 0 stars. Actually, we are not bringing this one right here. So we have 0 star. We have the comment right here, and we also have the user that rated this recipe. So right here, you can see that we actually got enough information for our recipe. So before we finish this test, let's go and unlike. Right here, we have 3 likes count. So let's go right here to unlike. Let's open this. So let's unlike this recipe with ID number 1, unlike. Okay, so let's go back here again to send. So now we have the total like count as 2 because 1 person has unlike. So now it's 2. So far so good. Right now we have tested all the APIs we created at the back end and everything is working fine. And like I said, let's go back to the user. So in future, we're going to come back to add more attributes to the user if we want to implement security, right? So we're going to come back here if we want to do that. But for now, I think this brings us to the end part of this back end, which is to the end of our back end development. So in our next video and beyond, we're going to start working on our front end. So I will be glad to see you there. Congratulations for coming this far. So see you in the next section. All right, you're welcome to the front end. So from now henceforth, we're going to be working on our front end, creating a component to actually consume the back end we have just completed. So make sure you have your text editor ready, such as VS Code or WebStorm or any text editor you are using. So this one is VS Code, and this is what I'll be using. And this one here is WebStorm. This one is a sibling to IntelliJ, which is owned by JetBrains. It's a very smart IDE for creating JavaScript applications, right? So you can just, it's free, it's free. So WebStorm right now is free. So you can download this one and install if you want to use it, or if you want to stick to VS Code, you can also use this. Now, in case you want to download WebStorm, you can just go to JetBrains website, this one right here. Just go to jetbrains.com and you're going to be brought here. And when you scroll down, you're going to see here, you can just download WebStorm, right? It's a very smart IDE for JavaScript. You can see right here. And also it's free for not commercial use. So you can use it for free. So if you have gotten your text editor installed and you've installed your Node.js in your system and your system is ready for JavaScript development. So in our next video, we're going to start our project properly. So I'm going to see you there in the next video. All right, so coming back here in my system, I have created an empty folder right here called FE. So you can just choose any directory of your system to create an empty folder where you're going to create your project. So now I'm going to right click on this empty folder and I'm going to open with code here. So right here, our empty folder has opened, which is our empty project. So now in our terminal, we're going to generate a new project. So make sure you have installed, for you to have come to this level means you have installed Node.js in your computer, right? So, and since you've installed Node.js in your computer, which means you've gotten npm installed in your computer. So right here, we're going to run npm create. So we're going to create Vite because we're going to be using a tool called Vite to create our project, right? So we're going to say npm create Vite at latest. So by using at latest, which means we're going to use the latest version of Vite to create our project. So now I'm going to enter. So now let's just say here we say create the latest version right here. So okay to proceed. So now we're just going to click on enter. And here we're going to specify the name of our project. So here I'm going to say the name of our project is Cookshare. Cookshare. So this is the name of our project. And then we're going to hit on enter. So let's select the technology we'll be using. We're going to be using React. So we're going to select React and enter. Then we're going to be using JavaScript. So we're going to choose the JavaScript right here and click on enter. So the next thing we're going to do is to follow the instructions that are given right here. So the first thing we're going to do is to cd to our project directory. So let's cd to Cookshare, enter. Then the next one is to run npm install. So we'll say npm install. And this command is going to install all the dependencies, or it's going to install the dependencies for our system, which is the initial dependencies for our project. Is going to be installed right here in our project. So run npm install and enter. So let's wait for a while while the dependencies is being installed. So here we see that our project, our dependencies has finished installing. So let's go to the third command right here. So here we're going to run npm run dev to actually start our project. So here I'm going to say npm run dev and let's hit on enter. So here we see that our project has started running and it's listening at this port right here. So we're just going to come here to follow this link to view our project on the browser. So now we have generated a brand new project. So coming back here to VS Code, this is our project. So let's open up our project and do some cleanup. I'm going to remove this for now. So here is our project and let's open up the source code. Now we're not going to spend time talking about the packages. I believe by now, if you have gotten the basic working knowledge with JavaScript and React or creating JavaScript project, you must have gotten some knowledge about all this, right? So we're not going to spend time talking about this. But meanwhile, this one is the package.json where all our dependencies are being installed. So if you go right here, you're going to see that we have a section called dependencies right here. So this section is going to hold every dependencies we are installing for that the project depends on for running is going to be installed here. But for here, the dev dependencies section right here is going to hold every dependencies that the project relies on during development. So that is the dependencies that will be coming here. But the one here are the dependencies that the project relies on while running on production. So these are the two sections right here. Then up here are the script for us to actually run our project. So here is the name of our project and here's the version. And so here is our script to actually run command. That's why we can run npm run dev and so on and so forth. So now, having done this right now, we're going to quickly, and the only one we're going to talk about right now is this one, this HTML template right here. So this one is the template, or is the master template that is where all our components are going to be rendered, right? So for example, if you look right here, you're going to see Vite plus React, and if we go to the browser, you're going to see that this is the title we have up here, Vite plus React, right? So going back here, we can just remove this one right here to, I'm just going to say cook share. So we're going to say cook share, right? And if we go to our browser, we're going to see that it's going to change to cook share. So that is the template that is rendering everything we have right here. So now take note of this script right here, right? And take note of this main.js right here. So this is the entry point of our application. So that is the main.js coming from the source package, right? So if you go here, this is the source package right here, and this is the main.js right here. So this is the component, or this is the script or the file that is being rendered inside here. That is what is being rendered inside here. So this main here is the entry point of our project. You can see that we are actually getting this one right here with a raw JavaScript syntax, document.getElement by ID. So we try to get this element by ID, and then inside that element, we're going to render this component right here, which is our app component. Now, this is the element by ID we are getting right here. So this is the element, the div is the element we are trying to find. Then the element that has this ID called root. Then inside this element, we're going to render all our templates. So this is where all our templates are going to be rendered, which means that is what we have right here as the script tag rendering the main.jsx right here. So which is this file right here. And now coming to this app component right here that is being imported right here from app. So this is the app. So this is the app component. So everything that is being displayed on our browser right now is being gotten from here. So which means every component, everything we put in here, for the fact that we are placing this app right here, as long as this app is here, so whatever component, whatever element we put right here is going to be rendered right here, and is going to be displayed right here on the browser. So for example, if I just come right here to clear up all these, remove everything, and we just leave the fragment right here. So if I just come here to say, I bring in an h2 tag, for example, and I'm just going to say welcome. So if I say welcome to Cookshare, right? So now I'm going to save this one. And now let's go back to the browser and see what we got. So right here in our browser, we have welcome to Cookshare, right? So which means everything that we have in here is what we are going to be having in our browser through this component we render it right here. So this one, take note that this main.js is the entry point of our React application. So now I'm going to close this, and also I'm going to close this HTML. And coming here, what I'm just going to do right here, this is the app.js folder. So this app.js, you can see right here, if we go to this app component, we're going to see that this, not app.js. So we're going to see that this app.css is being imported right here. So now every CSS, this one is the CSS that is powering this component right here. You can see that they have the same name, right? So we have the app.jsx and the app.css. So this app.css component is every CSS that is in here inside this component is going to affect every element that is inside here, inside this app, right? So that is what is happening here. Now, if we come here, we have another file called index.css. Now, the index.css is a global CSS file, right? So every element or every style sheet, every CSS class we declare inside this index is going to affect the whole of the project, right? But anything we put in here is going to affect only element we have inside this app.css. So why this one here is responsible for the whole of the project, so every class we put here is affecting the whole project. Anything we put right here is affecting only the element that is found inside this app.jsx right here, right? So as long as we have been having all our components placed inside this app.jsx, which means every style we declare right here is also going to indirectly affect everything right here, every component right here, except that component or except that class is being customized separately inside the component, because anything we done inside a component is going to override what we have right here, right? But what we're just going to do, we are not going to be working with this one right here. We just want to have one centralized CSS file that we're going to be working with, which is the index. So before we move on, I'm just going to come here to delete this app.css file because we're not going to be working with it. So I'm going to delete it. And here, I'm going to come to this index.css. I'm going to highlight everything right here and clear them off. So we're going to place in our own CSS file, right? Our own CSS classes right here. So now we have this one empty, being deleted. So we're going to come here to remove the import from here because it's no longer in existence. And also all these things we have deleted from the app component right here, we're going to remove all the import because we are not using them anymore. And also we're going to remove this state variable right here. Okay, so now we have cleaned up our app component. And here is our asset. So this is where we're going to create a folder where all our images, our static images, are going to be residing. So I'm just going to come here to create a new file, a new package, which is a new folder, and I'm going to call this one images. So we'll call this one images, and we're just going to click on enter. So all our static image for sliding and other things are going to be residing in here, right? And so now we have cleaned up our project. We have generated a new project, and we have cleaned up our project. And so before we round up here, I'm going to just bring in the CSS classes I've prepared before. So we're going to be using Bootstrap. But if you want to use Tailwind, you can. If you want a more dynamic and a more modern front-end design or styling, you can just, if you know about Tailwind, you can just use that. But in our project, we're going to be working with our raw CSS and Bootstrap support, right? So now I'm going to just pull in some classes I have prepared before. So right here is the CSS I have already prepared. So I'm going to leave a link down below for you to get the CSS as the starter file, so that you just put this in your index.css file so that to actually work with. So as we go along the project, you're going to be understanding all the CSS from class to class. So now I'm going to close this, and I'm going to also close this, and also I'm going to close this. So now if we go back to our browser, we see that our page has changed, right? Because we have removed all the default CSS right there. So in our next video, we're going to install some necessary dependencies initially that we're going to be working with, such as Bootstrap and some other ones. So I'm going to see you in our next video. All right, so in this video, we're going to install our initial dependencies that we're going to be working with. And now let's open up our package.json. So if you look here, let me zoom this in a little bit. Now, this is the section of our dependencies, right? Like I said, so every dependencies that this project depends on production are going to be installed right here by default. When we install, it's going to come here. But every dependencies that the project depends on for production purpose are going to be installed here. And there's something I want to show you here. If you look here, we see that we are using React version 19, which is the new version of React that was just released maybe a few weeks ago or maybe a few months ago, right? But now, the reason why we have this, remember last time we used Vite to create our project, right? And yeah, where is Vite? This Vite right here is what we use. Now, when we run, for example, let me go back to the console, to our terminal actually. So this is our terminal right here. Let me open another one. So let me cd to cook share. Yeah. So the last time we run this project, this one right here, to create Vite latest, this one right here, so we're actually creating the latest version of React. So the latest version of Vite is actually creating the latest version of React, right? So that is how we got this latest version of React right here that we created. Actually, what I'm trying to say right here is that we have React version 19 right here, but we are not actually going to delve deep into React version 19 this time because I have not taken the time to study the new changes in React version 19. So we just maybe as we go along the project, we just pick some hooks or some things we think we actually help us better our project. We just pick them up, but we are not going to go deeply, like directly developing with React version 19. So that's just what I want to point out right here. So now, having said this right now, we are going to install a couple of dependencies that we are going to be working with initially. So I'm going to open up our terminal. And so here we're going to remove this one right here. So now we're going to install, the first one we're going to install is Bootstrap and React Bootstrap. So we're going to say npm install Bootstrap. So we have Bootstrap, and also we're going to have React Bootstrap. React Bootstrap. And also we're going to install the React router because we are going to set up our router in this video. So I'm just going to say React router DOM. So we're going to install Bootstrap, React Bootstrap, and React router DOM. So let's click on enter. So let's wait a moment while all these dependencies are being installed. So right here, our dependencies are being installed. So I'm going to just remove this. So now if we go here, we see that we are using, here we have the router is version 7. And every other one right here, this version 19. React Bootstrap is this version, and Bootstrap is this version, right? So that is just all these are the dependencies we need to install right here in this video. So of course, as we move on this project, there are a lot of dependencies that we're going to be installing as per need. So now that we have installed this right now, I'm going to close this down, and then let's go right here. So now I'm going to go here to our app.js. Then we're going to import Bootstrap right here. So here I'm going to say Bootstrap. And here we're going to have distribution, and we're going to have the CSS. And then we're going to have the Bootstrap. But meanwhile, I'm going to take the minify version right here of Bootstrap. So now Bootstrap has been brought here, and the next thing we're going to do here, because now we're going to set up our router, the skeleton of our router, of our route right here in the app.js. So the next thing we're going to do right here is to bring in some of the module we're going to be using. So I'm going to say import. So the first one we're going to bring in is routes. And then we're going to bring in router provider. And we're going to bring in create browser module. Use the create. This browser, sorry. So it's create browser router. And the last we're going to bring right now is the create routes from elements. Create routes from elements. Okay, so these are the let's push this down, and so this one is actually coming from React router DOM, this one right here. So let's save. All right. So now we have bring in the route. So these are the modules or the classes we need, or the components we need to actually create to set up our route. So having done this right now, the next thing we're going to do is to come here. So now we are going to go to our source folder. So this is our source directory. So now we're going to create a package right here, or a folder, or a directory right here called component. So I'm going to call this one components, right? And inside here, we're going to create another folder called layout. So inside this layout, I'm going to create here. Let's close this. So inside this layout, we're going to create so we're going to create our first component, and this one we're going to call root layout. So we're going to call this one root layout, and we're going to say .jsx, right? And now we're going to let's generate our component. So in case you're wondering how I generate this component, so you can here, if you go to your plugins right here, there's something you need to install. So let me say ES7 maybe. I forgot the name of this plugin. Okay, something right here. So if you go here, look at this snippet right. This how will I call it? This plugins right here. So make sure you have these plugins being installed. You can just have this 1, 2, 3 be installed or be activated on the IntelliJ, right? So if you have these ones being activated, you are going to be able to generate this snippet just the way I generated it, right? So having done this right now, I'm going to just come here. I'm going to change this to main, and inside the main, I'm going to have another div. So inside this div, I'm going to bring in a React component called Atlet. This one right here, and I'm just going to close it. So now this Atlet, you see that it's coming from the router DOM we just installed, right? So this where all our components are going to be. This is the component that is going to be controlling the outputs or the display of all the other components we're going to be creating. So for now, we are going to explain more of this later, but for now, just make sure it's set up the way it's been here. So now let's go back to the app.js. So right here, we're going to set up the basic route for our application. So I'm going to come here to say const. And right here we have some suggestions, but meanwhile, let's go step by step. So I'm going to say const router equals this one right here. Then inside this browser module, we're going to come in here to say create routes from element. This one. So inside this one right here, we're going to bring in our first route, which is the route we created last time, which is the root layout, right? So here we're just going to say route. And I'm going to, let me just close this, move it down. So in here, we're going to have the path. We're going to set it to none, which is to empty. And here we're going to have the element. So now the element we're going to set to the root layout we've created. So we'll say root layout, this one. Let's close it. So now this is the basic structure of our routes. So now every route we'll be creating is going to be coming inside here. So we try to wrap all our route with the layout right here, right? So now the next thing we're going to do is to come in here. So we're going to come here to bring in the provider. So we're going to say return router provider. Actually, I'm just going to remove all this one right here because we don't actually need it. So I'm just going to say return router provider. Then we're just going to set that route in there like we see right here. But meanwhile, We don't need this one because we don't need to render this app right here. We just have to close this one here, right? So let's save it. So this is just all we need right here, because now this app is being rendered inside our main. Remember last time? So the app is being rendered right here, right? So now everything we are doing right here, so every route we're going to create right here are going to be rendered here indirectly, and they are going to be displayed in our index.html, which is what we saw last time. So everything is going to be displaying right here through this root layout we have created. All right, so now let me close this down and also close this, and then I'm going to close this too. Also, I'm going to close this. So now we have set up the basic route for our project. So now let's move to the next video where we're going to be talking about some other things to do. So see you in the next video. All right, so coming back here, the next thing we're going to do here is we are going to go into our components and we're going to create some other folders. So right here, we've created the layout already. So now we're going to create another folder called hero. So here we're going to create the hero, and also we're going to create another one, home. We're going to create home. And another one, we're going to create common. And so now that I've got to these ones, so the next thing we're going to do right here, I'm going to go inside the layout here. So we're going to create the footer and the header as components. So I'm going to say footer.jsx. And also we're going to create another one called header. Header.jsx. I see something right here. This is layout. Yeah, this root layout is supposed to be inside this layout. Let's try to move it inside. Okay, I think it's inside already. Yeah, so this is what I want to do. So this layout is here, the header, the footer is here. And now the next thing we're going to do here is I'm going to go inside this home folder to create a component called home. So I'm going to say home.jsx. So what we do right here, we're just trying to create some of the basic components we're going to be working with immediately. So right here we have the home, and now inside this hero folder, I'm going to create a component called hero. .jsx. And also in here, I'm going to create another component called hero image slider. Hero image slider.jsx. I'm going to remove this one so we can see clearly. So right here we have the hero, we have all this created already, all right? Okay, so the next thing we're going to do right here, we're going to go inside our home folder, then we're going to go inside our home component right here, then we're going to generate our component. Now here we have, if you have activated those plugins or those extensions on VS Code, so we're just going to say ROFA or ROAFC. So this one is to generate a functional component. You see right here. So now let's just click on enter, and here our component is going to be generated. So I'm going to make this white screen. So what I'm just going to do right here is I'm going to return. So I'm going to change this one to maybe main. Let me just say main. And after that, inside the main, I'm going to have a div. The reason why I'm doing this, I don't want this brackets to go away, because if I didn't put this like 2, the bracket is going to go away. So here I'm just going to say welcome. Just welcome. Welcome from the home page. I'm just from the home component. Yeah. So let me zoom this out a little bit. So let's save. So now the reason why I did this is that if I didn't put this one, as I save, it's going to go away. Now there's something else I forgot to show you. So you notice that when I saved, everything became very nicely formatted, right? That is because there's another extension right here I didn't show you. So if we go back here to extension, so if you type here prettier, there's an extension called prettier, right? This prettier right here. So you just try to enable this extension right here, prettier. So if you enable this, for example, if I click on this right now, you see here, you can go here to do some settings, right? So so if you install this prettier, that's enable it, and if you go to the settings of prettier right here, so you're going to see some of the things you can actually customize. So you can just customize the save format at save, right? So just scroll down some of the options and make sure you get them set up. So for example, if I say save, let me remove this one right here and let me just say save, right? So if I say this is save delay, right? So this is format on save. So make sure this one is enabled, is ticked, right? So that is the extension you need to install to get your code formatted anytime you save. So having said that, right now we're going to come back right here. So now we'll go to the home page. So what I just want to do, I'm going to so we're going to close this for now. Then the next thing we're going to do here is our nav bar. So the first thing we're going to do here is our nav bar. So let's go to the header to actually create our nav bar so that we can actually test out the router we have set up. So open here, and I'm going to generate our component as usual. So inside here, you might as well name your own as navbar, because this is where we're going to put the navbar. But I just want to call it header because I want to make reuse of React Bootstrap navbar so that the name will not conflict with the name. That's why I say header. Or maybe you can just say customize navbar or something like that. Now to save our time, I'm just going to remove this one right here and bring the return body. A very simple navbar. So here is, let me close this. So here is a very simple navbar right here. So we have the navbar component from React Bootstrap that is wrapping everything right here. So in here, we just bring the brand and we'll bring everything that we just need to use. It's just a very simple navbar with just two links, right? It just has two or maybe three links right there. So now what we just need to do right here is to import this navbar component from React Bootstrap. So now let's go right here. So I'm going to say import. Then I'm going to say navbar. Import navbar, right? Yeah, this one right here from, I'm just going to choose this one right here. I'm going to say from React Bootstrap. And also we're going to import this nav right here. So let's put comma and bring in the nav. Yeah. So these are the two things we just need to import from React Bootstrap. So this one is the simple navigation navbar we're going to use. So right here we just have the link to show about us and the link to actually allow a user to go in and share their recipe, right? And the link just to show the home. These are the three links we just have right here. It's a very simple one. And here I just made a kind of customization right here about the body, right? Just the font size of the body and the color of the body for the nav brand. So that's just all we did right here. So you can just you can pause this video and actually take this down one after the other, right? It's just very simple. So having done this right now, I'm just going to close this. I'm going to close this right now. And the next thing I'm going to do, we're going to go to the footer and do the same thing. So right here, we're going to generate our footer component. And also right here in the footer component, I'm just going to bring in a simple footer return body right here. So right here, we just have a footer. This one is an HTML tag, right? So inside here, we just have one paragraph to just put in a little bit, just a little bit right up, just a paragraph. So it's just a simple footer. So this is just all we need in the footer, right? Nothing more than this. So having done this right now, I'm going to go here. Let's go back right here. So let's go to our layout, our root layout component. So now that we have gotten our header and footer, so I'm going to come here to bring in the header component. So I'm going to say header. This header component, I think, yeah, this is the one we've created, right? So I'm just going to, let's close this. But meanwhile, we need to get it imported. Let me open it. Where is the header? So I'm going to open it right here. And then we're going to go right here. So let's do this again. I want it auto imported. Okay, so we got it right here. And let's close it. And also, I want to do the same thing with the footer. So I want to come right here to open up the footer. So I'm going to import the footer. And let's close it. Now, you can see right here that this outlet is inside a div, right? But now the footer and the header are outside the div. That is because we want this header and the footer to appear in every page across all our project, right? So here is just to render specific components when a link is clicked, right? But this one right here is going to be permanent throughout the project. On every page we have on our project, we're going to have the header and the footer. So that's why I put it outside this div right here, right? So that is what we just did right here. So the next thing we're going to do, let me just close this right now. And remember, we have already gotten this one right here, right? Now, the next thing we're going to do here is to, we have created a home component. Let me close this for a moment. So right here we have a home component, right? So for us to see the attribute of the home component, I want us to go right here to actually bring in the home as our first route. So here I'm going to say route. And let's just say the path of the route. So the path right here, we're going to say, this one we're not going to have the path because now we've already gotten this path right here. So which means when this path is empty, empty like this, we're going to go to the home page. So now let's bring in the home page as a default element when this path right here is empty. So now I'm going to say element. So the element right here is going to be home. Let's say home component. This one is actually a component. So let's bring it in and close it. And also we're going to close it here. And let's save. So what we did right here was that when here, we are actually trying to wrap all our routes inside this root layout so that all our routes are going to be displayed inside the root layout, just like we've seen here. So this is the component that is going to be responsible for rendering all our component when a link has been clicked. So right now we wrap here our first route, which is the home page, our home component inside here. So when the URL is empty, when the path is empty like this, we're going to render the home page as the default page, right? So that's what we just did right here. So now that we have done this, I want us to go to the browser to actually see. But meanwhile, before we go there, I just want us to go right here to see this header. Now, if you see our header right here, we have the cook share, and also we have this one right here, which means when this one is empty, it's going to go to the home page, right, by default. So now that I've done this, now I want us to actually go to the browser to test out what we've done so far. So now for us to go to our browser to test what we've done so far, let's open up our terminal and make sure our application is running. So let's go right here. So now our application is not running. So let's run it again. So I'm just going to say cd to cook share. And then we're going to run dev right here. So let's run dev. So now our application has started running. So let's go back to our browser and refresh. So right here we have, so this is the so right here you can see here we have our footer right here, and we have the nav bar right here, right? So which means if you go to our style sheet, which is the index.css, that is where you see all these styles we've did right here, like I said last time. So you can just follow the link below and just take that style sheet, and you're going to get this design we've did right here. So now, so far so good, our footer and header has appeared right here. So let's move to the next video where we're going to be doing something else. All right, so in our previous video, we've been able to render the header, which is the navbar, and the footer. But right here, the home page is not showing, right? So let's go back to VS Code to see why it's not showing. So right here on VS Code, there's something I want to show you right here in this element, this app, this our router we set up last time. So right here we have the home component, which is supposed to be shown when this one here is when the URL is none, is empty, right? But now it's not showing. That is because we have not made this one the index. So we have to bring in here the index, this one right here. So just like our index page, right? So this one here is going to be serving like as the index page. So when there is nothing, when there is no URL specified, by default, the base URL is going to be this one right here. So now that I've done this now, let's go back to the browser to check it out. So let's refresh. Okay, so now we can see that we have welcome from the home component. So right here we have our navbar, and here we have our footer, right? And here the home component is actually displaying between, which is on our main page, right? So having done this right now, the next thing we're going to do, I'm going to close this this app.js right now, and also I'm going to close this footer and also the header because we are done with that. Now the next thing we're going to do now is to also, I'm going to close this one. So now the next thing we're going to be creating right now is the hero component. So let's generate our hero component. I'm going to say RAFC and just enter, and here is our hero component. So this hero component, we're just going to have a few things right here that we're going to display on the home page, including the photos, right? That is the sliding photos, images. So the first we're going to do right here, in this return body, I'm going to bring in another div right here. So right here inside this div, I'm going to say this one here, this div is going to be a class of hero. We're going to set some Bootstrap classes for this. So I'm going to say class name. Then I'm going to say this one is the hero. Now, this hero right here is this one is the customized style sheet we included. So if you want to find out the definition of all these, so you just have to copy this class. You go up right here and search for the CSS file, which is this index right here. So when you come here, just click on it and go to Control F for find and just paste in the name of the class. So right here, you're going to see the class, the definition of this class, right? So now let's go right here. So we have 13 occurrence of this hero right here. So let's actually scroll up to see where the main hero is being defined. So here we have, let's go to the hero. Let's just use this one right here. So here we have the hero, right? So here we can see where I comment right here, start the hero component. So if you come to this section of start the hero component, you're going to see everything we defined about our hero component. So this everything you can actually find right here. So it's everyone right here. So every classes you want to find out as we walk along, just copy the class name, go to the CSS and find the class so that you can actually customize that CSS according to your liking, right? All right. So having said that right now, so the second one right here, I'm going to set this one to hero content. So I'm going to say class name. This one I'm going to say hero content. So hero content. And inside this hero content, we're going to have some paragraphs. So let's put this one right here. So I'm going to have the h1, which is I'm going to have a tag. So this h1 right here is suggesting for us like welcome to Cookshare, and that is exactly what I wanted to do. So I'm just going to tap in. But now this one here, I'm going to set the class name. So this class name I'm going to set to hero title. Hero title, right? And now I'm going to save. So now below this paragraph, below this h1 tag, we're going to have a paragraph. We're going to have P here, and inside this P, we're just going to have some write up, right? But meanwhile, we're going to have a class right here called hero subtitle. So the class name, we're going to say hero. So we're going to say subtitle. Hero subtitle, right? So now I'm just going to break this down and bring in some write-up right here. So I'm going to say your go-to platform, for sharing and discovering delicious sorry, let me break this down. Let me put this in. So here we're going to say delicious delicious recipes, right? So this is just all we need to do right in here. So let's save. So now, like I said, if you want to see the definition of this type of these classes right here, just copy any class, go to the index and search for the definition so you can customize it according to your want, right? So I haven't done this right now. I'm going to go below this one right here, below this one. So we're going to bring in a link. So this one I'm going to say link. So this one is coming from the React router. Sorry, this one is a component actually. Sorry, it's a link component. Right. So it's coming from the React router DOM. So let's just come here to bring it in. So I'm going to say import link. This one is from React router DOM. So we'll put it from here. So inside this link now, I'm just going to give some classes. Actually, not class. I'm going to give a write-up right here. So we're just going to say explore recipes for your next meal. For your next meal. So we're going to say explore recipes for your next meal. And now we're going to just leave this like this for now. And so the next thing we're going to do, let's go back to, so this is the hero component. So we're going to make use of this one in the home page. So let's go back right here to the home page and let's put this one right here. So I'm just going to come here to import the hero. Use the hero component and let's close it. So now let's go back to the browser and see what we got. So now we can see that our hero component is shown right here. So we have welcome to Cookshare and we have this, we have that, right? So let's go back to VS Code and do some customization. So right here, we're going to set the class name for this link. I'm sorry. So here we're going to set a class name, and this one we're going to say hero button. So this one is hero button. So let's go back and check it out. So right here we have the hero button right here that is showing. So the next thing we're going to do, let's go back to VS Code. So now that I've gotten this right here, the next thing we're going to do here is let's go back right here. So right here we have the hero. So we have the hero image slider, right? So now let's implement this component so that we can actually display on the hero component on the home page. So now let's generate our component. So right here is our hero image slider. So this slider right here, as you can see, the name implies which means we are going to be sliding some images on our homepage, right? And we are going to use a library called React Slideshow Image, right? So now we're going to install that library as a dependency before we move on. So I'm just going to come here to open up our terminal, and I'm going to leave this one open running. So let's move to the other terminal where we do installation. So now I'm going to cd to cook share. Okay. So right here we're going to install that dependency. So we'll say npm install and just bring in this one. So I'm going to say npm install React slideshow image. So let's hit on enter. So right now we'll say that this the dependency has been installed. So let's close this down. And let's verify this from our package.json. So right here, we say that it has been installed. Now, if you take note, all the dependency we have been installing is coming to this section right here that I said that every dependency we find in here are the dependency that the project actually depends on to run on production. So you can see that everything is actually coming here, right? So now let's go back. Let's close this down. Since we have installed this right now, so let's go and do the importation. So let's close this. So right here, we are going to come here to actually install the component we're going to use. So here we're going to say import. Import. So here we're going to say fade. We're going to import a component called fade from the library we've just installed, which is React slide show image. This one right there. I'm just going to click on enter. And also we're going to bring in the CSS version of that so that we can actually shape in our component, right? So I'm just going to go here and bring in the CSS version of it. Actually this one is import, right? Import. Okay, so let's save. So now that I've done this, now the next thing we're going to do, I don't really want this to happen. Let's bring in back this bracket. So let's go inside the body. So right here, we're going to define some settings for our image slider, right? So here, let's say const. So we're going to have const, we're going to call this one settings. Then we're going to have some definitions right here, some objects. Then we're going to say duration. So many suggestion is right here. So I'll be tempted to tab this in so that we just modify it as we need it. So let's tab this in. So the only thing I need here, I need the duration. I need this transition duration. Then I need the infinite so that it should be going continuously, right? So we need the indicator and we need this arrow right here, right? And also we're going to bring in another property right here called autoplay. So it will be play automatically, right? So I'm going to say auto. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So this is auto. What am I thinking? So we're going to have autoplay. This autoplay actually. Then we're going to say true. We're going to set this one to true, right? So here we have autoplay to true and everything. So I'm just going to leave, there are some things we don't need right here, but I'm going to leave them so that you can actually see how they work. Then when we see how they work, then we're going to come back right here to customize. So I just want to leave everything so that you can actually see how it works before we remove them. I'm going to come inside the body. Now this div right here, we're just going to come here to set the class. So we're going to say class name. And this one we're going to say slide container. So we'll say slide container. And here we're going to, inside the slide container, we're going to bring in the fade component we imported up there. So we're going to say fade. And I'm just going to close this. So now we're going to set here the settings for this feed. So we're going to just bring in the object of settings we have up there. So we're going to say settings. Okay, so for now, the next thing we're going to do before we come back here, we're going to go into our project. So if we go to our asset, because we said we want to slide images right here. So last time we created a folder called images right here. So now I have included some images I have prepared before, right in here. So let me just show you inside my project. These are the images I have prepared before to actually slide on our hero component on the home page. So these are the images I have copied to that directory. So you can just prepare some images as well and copy them to that directory. Coming back right here, we're going to import all these images down here to this component, right? So we're going to do the image importation right here so that we can actually slide them one by one right here. So now I'm going to push down right here to just bring in the importation. So this one will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just like we have right here. So these are the images I brought in right now. So we have cover 1. You can see right here we have the cover 1, cover 2, cover 3, 4, and 5. So here we have cover 1 to 5, right? So that is what we have right in here. Okay, so if you have done this, so the next thing we're going to do is to declare a variable array that is going to hold these images. So here, let's say const. So this one I'm going to call this one images. And here we're going to set this one to array. And here we're going to bring in the C1 to C5, right? So here we have C1 to C2. We still want to bring in the C4 and the C5. Right. So these just the images we want to slide across our hero component. So now that I've gotten our images ready right here, let's go here to continue our implementation. So in here, we're just going to map over all the images, right? So we're just going to come here to say images.map images.map. So here we're going to have the image and the index. And in here, we're just going to come here to, for every image, we're going to create a div for that image, right? So just like we've seen right in there, I'm going to have here, I'm just going to say div. I'm going to have a div right in here. And inside the div, we're going to bring in our image object, right? Let me push this down. So now we're going to bring in our image element, so to speak, not object. Now this one, I'm going to set the source. So the source of this is going to be the image we have up there, right? So we're going to say image. Then we're going to come here to bring the alternate text as usual. So the alternate text is, which means if the image is not available, we're going to display something right here. So this one, we're going to just come here and bring in a backtick. So we're going to say slide. Oh, sorry, not this one. I mean, this one right here. Yeah. So we're going to say slide. Oh my gosh, these long vehicles. So I'm just going to say slide, and so we're going to have the index of the image that was sliding. So we're just going to say index right here. And meanwhile, we're going to say +1. Right? Please, guys, don't be offended for the noise. I'm doing this in my friend's house. So I'm sitting near the roadside where we have long vehicles passing. So let me save. So right here, we have the image right here. So this alternate text means when there is no image, when the image is not available, we're just going to display the index of the image that was supposed to slide. So what the next thing we're going to do right here is to set some classes for these things we have done. So let's go right here. But meanwhile, we're going to go here to have another div. And this div, I'm going to take this one to wrap this one here. So this one here, we're going to set the key. So here we're going to set the key. And so the key is going to be the index as usual, right? I'm going to say index. And then after this, now I'm going to set the class name. And here we're going to say each fade. Like I said, you can go to our style sheet to actually see the definition of all this. So say a fade. And after this one right here, we're going to come here to set another class name for this one. So this one I'm going to say image container. Image container. So now that I've done with this, the next thing we're going to do is to go back to the hero component, and we are going to bring in the image slider. So I'm going to say hero image slider. This one right here. Just going to take this. I'm going to close it. Right. So let's save this. I think, and we have our hero right here. So let's go back to our browser and see how it works. Okay. So right here we have the image right here. And so we actually have the image, our hero component right here. And we have the home component, which is this one is actually the text that is being displayed from the home component. And this one is our hero component. All right, so now our hero component is displayed right here. So what we're just going to do, let's go back to VS Code to actually, I really want us to see this image working, right? So let's go back to VS Code. So what I'm just going to do right here, I want to shorten the duration of this. So let's make it maybe 1000, right? So let's go back to the browser and see if this works. Okay, so we see now that it's working. Actually, it's fading as expected. It's working. Okay, so now that it's working, let's go back. You can just explore other options. That is to just make it, you could to customize the fade as you wanted. But as it is right now, this is what we want, right? So let's go right here to, I'm just going to take it back to 10,000, right? Milliseconds. So let's leave it right here. So now, so far so good. We have done with our hero component. So let's move on to the next video. In this video, we're going to start working on our home page. So right here, you see in our previous video, we have been able to create our hero component and everything is working fine. And you can see here that we are actually having plain text being displayed from the home page component. So what we're going to be doing in this video is to create the recipe card with which we are going to use to fetch every recipes we have in our database and display it right here on the home page. So right here is a sample of this recipe card we're going to be creating. So you can see that the recipe card contains many different segments that are holding different data for our recipe from the database. So here we have the image section, we have the like section, we have the stars, the links, and so on and so forth. So which means we are going to be creating a separate component for the image and a separate component for the stars and another component for the custom link we have below right there. Then we have the like component, and also we're going to have the preparation component, and also the category right there is another component we're going to be creating. So which means on VS Code we're going to create different like 6 different components that we're going to create that we're going to assemble together to make up the recipe card. So let's go back to VS Code and get it done. All right, so coming back here to VS Code, what we're just going to do right here, we are going to go into the command package, which is the command folder right here, to create some components. So the first one we're going to create right here is the like. So we're going to create like.jsx. And the next one we're going to create is the star rating, or maybe the rating star. Rating stars. .jsx. And the next one we're going to create, then the next one we're going to create right here is the recipe image. So I'm going to say recipe image. .jsx. Then the next one here, we're going to create the category selector. Category selector. Selector.jsx. And then we're going to create the custom link. Custom link. .gsx. So now we have gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so the last one we're going to create is the preparation, is the prep details, right? So for that now, we're just going to create it inside the common folder as well. So we're going to say prep details, and .gsx. Yeah, so these are the ones we're just going to make use for now. So now in our next video, we're going to start implementing all these ones one after the other. So see you in the next video. So now we're going to start implementing all these components one after the other. So I'm just going to come here to close all for now. I'm going to close all. So the first one we're going to do right here is this prep details. So here we're going to generate our component as usual. So up here, we're going to destructure some properties. So we're going to have prep time. Then we're going to have cook time. And then we're going to have category. So the next we're going to do, we're just going to come in here. I'm going to change this auto section. Now, the reason why we are passing these props right here is because we are going to use this component somewhere else. So because we are not managing our application with content management library such as context or readers, so we just want to pass in props alongside with this component that we are creating to the caller, right? So the next thing we're going to do right here, I'm going to change this div to a section. So having done this right now, the next thing we're going to do is to bring in a card. So I'm going to just, but before we move on, I'm going to come here to actually get this card imported. So this card is coming from React Bootstrap. So let's say import card, right? So this one is coming from React Bootstrap. So now this one actually, I'm just going to say card.text. Let's say text. And inside here, we're going to have, we're just going to have strong, so that we're just going to want to make this text look bold, right? So we're just going to have to say strong. And so inside the first one, we're going to have the prep time. So we're going to say prep. Let's say prep time. And again, we're going to come here to take the prep time we have up there. So we're going to say prep time, this one. And so we are going to save to have a good format. So we're going to copy this one a couple of times. So remember, we are trying to design this one according to the card we presented in our presentation, in our previous video, where we are doing the presentation of how the recipe card is going to look like. So right here we have the prep time and we have the cook time, right? So here we say this one is the cook time, and then we have the category. And then right here we have the category. Yeah. So now this is just all we need right here. So the next thing we're going to do is to let's close. Now we've done with these, so let's close this for now. All right. So the next one we're going to do here is the like component. So now we're just going to come here to generate our components. And this component is going to be different because now we're going to render a thumb a thumbs up as our like, right? Just like we saw at the presentation. So we're going to what in here, this component, we're going to fetch a recipe by ID, right? Then from that recipe, we're going to get the likes of that recipe to actually render with this thumb. We're going to do right here. So for that, now we're going to get the ID of the recipe we're going to fetch. We're going to extract the like from, right? So here we're going to say we need the recipe ID right here. And after that, now we're going to have two state variables. So we're going to have const. So we're going to say likes, set likes, equal use state. So the initial state is going to be 0. And the next one here, we're going to, because now the thumbs up is that when you click the first time, it's going to be activated, right? Which means you've liked. Then if you clicked it, when you click on it again, it's going to be empty, which means you've unliked. So 1 is going to be subtracted from the total likes, just like what we did last time at the back end, right? So now we're going to check. We're going to have a state variable that is going to manage the state of the thumbs up. So here we're going to have has like. I'm going to say set has like, and this one we're going to set to false at the initial state. We're going to set it to false. So here we're just going to say false. Actually, just going to say this one is liked, has liked, and the set has liked. Now, the next thing we're going to do right here is to actually fetch. We're going to fetch the recipe that we're going to be liking. We're going to fetch it from the database. So we're just going to create the function right here. Then later we're going to go to the service to actually make the API call, right? So for now, let's come here. So we're going to call the use effect. So here we're going to say const fetch likes equals async So in here, we're just going to get the recipe by ID that from which we're going to extract the likes. So here I'm just going to say try a catch. Cost response equals await. So we're going to say get recipe by ID, and then we're going to pass in the recipe ID of there. So now we're going to set likes to response. So we're going to just come here to say response.data.likes. And after that, we're just going to come down right here to actually catch the error. So we just want to, so for now, we just want to console log the error if there are any. But we're going to fine tune this later. But for now, we're just going to create this function right here. Then later, we're going to actually create this one in our service because now we've not running our project yet, right? So now what we just need to do right here is to, I'm going to go down right here. Now, before we move on, we're going to install because we're going to be using the icon, the thumbs up icon, right? So now we're going to install the React icons library from which we're going to get the icon that we're going to make use of, which is the thumbs up. So now I'm going to open our terminal and let's cd into our project. So now I'm just going to say npm install. So this one I'm going to say React icons. Install React icons. That one is correct. So let's install it. Okay, so now it has been installed. So let's go right here. So we're going to import the thumbs up from React icons. So let's say import. So we are going to be taking this from the font awesome, right? So here we're going to say font awesome thumbs up. Thumbs up. Right? Yeah, this one right here, thumbs up. I think so, it's correct. So we're going to say we're getting this one from the React icons. React icons / font awesome. So this is just all we need to do right here. So this is the icons we're going to be using. And now we've gotten the icon. So let's go here to create a function that is going to handle the toggle of the icons. So just like we see right there, let's take this name. It's a nice suggestion. So let's close it. So here we're going to say handle like clicked. So right here, the first thing we're going to do here is to check if the user has previously liked, right? So if the user has liked, then we're just going to like recipe. This one is a very good catch. So we're just going to like the recipe. Then if the user has not liked, then we're going to unlike, because we're going to be using one function to actually toggle this like this thumbs up. So let's tab this in. So the first thing we're going to do right here, when the like is clicked, we're going to check if the user has not liked, that we're going to like, right? And when we send this to the back end, then we're going to set this like right here to +1, right? Then we're going to set likes has like to true, right? Then the X part right here, before we go down to the catch, we're going to have the X to actually unlike. So we'll say else. So else we're going to unlike, right? So remember, in our back end, we have the like and the unlike. So when that thumb is clicked, right? When that thumbs up is clicked, we're going to check if the user has not liked before. So if the user has not liked, then we're going to like it, right? But if the user has currently liked, if this one is currently set to true, then we're going to come here to unlike it and set it to false. So that's what we're just going to do right here. So having done this right now, so this one right here, we can actually, there's another way we can actually get rid of these two lines right here, this one right here. So we can just use one line to actually toggle the off and on of the thumbs up. So right here, we can just say set has like. So we'll say set has like. So actually, we're not going to say false, but meanwhile, we're going to just check the state for us to, we're going to check the state, right? We're going to flip it. So if it was on, we're going to off it, just like that. So for that, now we're just going to come right here to have the previous like. So we're going to say prev like. Then we're going to say not equal prev like. So what we did right here is just a kind of a shortcut for us to toggle, right? So which means if this one, if the has like was liked before, then we're going to set it off. We are having error somewhere. Okay. Okay, I think we are having extra. Okay, yeah. So let's save this. So having done this right now, I'm going to just let's get rid of these lines right here. We don't need this anymore. We just want to make the code short. So let's save. So now this is just all we need to do right here to actually off and on our like. So we might come back later to fine tune this method, but for now, let's just take it like this. Now, having done this right now, so the next thing we're going to do, we are going to go into the return body to actually get it completed. So I'm just going to bring in the bracket right here. So as we're going on, if you don't understand, as you are going along this project, anywhere you don't understand, don't forget to reach me on Facebook, right? Daily Code Work 15 on Facebook, right? So the link is going to be under this video. So just follow the link to check me on Facebook and ask me any questions for any clarification for any part of what we are doing that you do not understand, right? So having done this right now, we're going to go in here to actually start building the body. So coming in here, I'm going to change this one to card. So we're going to take this card from React Bootstrap. Then I'm just going to go up right here to make sure this card is imported. So let's say import card. From React Bootstrap. So having done this now, we're going to go down right here because I save. This one is gone. So let's bring it back. So actually this one, I'm just going to say text because what we just need right here is the text, not right? So now we're just going to say cat.text. And inside here, we're going to bring in the component we imported right there, which is the light. So now we're just going to say far thumbs up, this one. So let's just close it for now. So we're going to open right here. So now we're going to bind it with the event listener, with the on-click listener, right? So we're going to say on click. When this one is clicked, we're going to handle the function we've declared up there. We're just going to say handle like click. And then we're going to set a kind of style. So here we're going to set color. So the color here, we're going to, meanwhile, we're going to a kind of, if this one is liked, we're going to set it to blue, which is the active color. But if it's not light, we're going to set it to gray, right? That is off and on. So for that now, we're going to ask, we're going to first ask first. So if, we'll say color, we're going to say has light, has liked. Now we're going to use the ternary operator to actually check the status. So if it has liked, then here we're going to set this color to blue. Else we're going to set it to gray. Then we're just going to say gray. And so after this, I think we're having error somewhere. This one. Yeah. Then after this, now we're going to set the pointer. So we're going to set console. We're going to set this auto pointer. Let's go here to, we have two, we're supposed to have two here. Yeah. Have excess. Then after that, now let's try to close this gap. Let me just save to have a good format. Okay. So now what we just did right here is that we try to, when it's clicked, we handle the on-clicked event right here. So when this thumbs up is clicked, we're going to handle the function we declare up there. Then we're going to set the style. So the style, the color of the style is going to depend on the state of this like. So if this thumbs up is being clicked, it means if has like is true, then we're going to set the color to blue, which is going to be active. Else we're going to set the color to gray, which means it's not be clicked. Then here we just set the cursor to pointer. So now after that, now we're going to come down right here to bring in a span that is going to actually handle, that's going to hold the count, right? So in here we're just going to say we're just going to pass in the updated likes right here as a number just to display the like. So this is just all we need to do. Let's save. So this is just all we need to do for now to get our like component done. So before we round up this like component, we're just going to, for now, we're just going to create this service so that we can actually create this this function right here to actually call the likes. But I forgot something. I just noticed something here right now. So this method we didn't complete it, right? So here we're going to call this function right here, fetch. Sorry. So we're going to fetch likes right here, and then we're going to pass the recipe ID here as a dependency. I almost forget this. So let's say recipe ID. Yeah. Okay, so this is all we need to do right here. All right, so now that we have done with the implementation of the like component, so the next thing we're going to do before we move from here is to actually implement these three functions right there at the service, right? So for that now, let's go right here. And I'm going to come here to create, I'm going to come to this component to create a new folder called service. So I'm going to call this one service. I'm just going to call it services. And inside the services folder, we're going to create a new file called recipe service. Recipe. So we're going to call this one recipe service.javascript.js. So now that I've created this file right now, the next thing we're going to do, we're going to install a library called Isios. So because we're going to be making a REST call back to our back end, right? So before we come back here, let's open our terminal to actually get that installed. So here, I'm just going to say npm install Isios. So Isios has been installed. So let's close this terminal and let's get this confirmed in our package.json. So right here, we have Isios being installed right here. So now let's remove this. So the next thing I'm going to do right here is to create another file where we're going to create the instance of our Isios. So I'm going to say api.js. So here now we're just going to import Isios right here. We're going to say import Isios from Isios here. And so the next thing we're going to do here is to actually just come down to what happened here. Yeah. So let's come down right here to actually create the instance of the Isios that we're going to import to different files where Isios is needed. So now let's just come here to say export const API equals Isios dot create Isios dot create, right? So in here we're going to bring in our base URL. So I'm just going to tab this in and do the modifications. So we don't actually need authorization right here for now. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to go to Postman to bring our this one right here. Let's copy this one right here. And now I'm going to replace this one. Yeah. So let's remove the recipe. We just need, all we need is just the base. We just need the base endpoint, right? This is just what we need. So I think this is just all we need for now. So let's actually save this. So what we did right here is that, so instead of first importing this one everywhere and recreating Isios, using Isios everywhere, so we just want to create the instance of Isios separately. So anywhere Isios is needed for any REST API call, we're just going to import it from here. So now that I've done this right now, I'm going to close this for a moment. So let's go here and get this imported. So let's import API from API. So now that I've done this right now, the first method or the first function we're going to create is the one to like. So let's say export const like recipe equals async. Yeah, a sink, and here we're going to take the recipe ID that we're going to like. So in here, there's a nice catch. I'm just going to tab it in. But meanwhile, we're going to change this one to post, because when we are liking, it means we are actually posting, we are creating something, right? So when we are unliking, then we're going to be put, we're going to be updating. So right here, we just send this request to the back end, and then we get the response, and we'll throw the error if anyone exists. We're going to come back to fine-tune errors later, as we said. So now let's confirm this URL if actually is correct. So let's go to Postman to actually confirm this URL. So let's go here to our collection and go to likes. So this one is like. So here we have API. So we have likes, recipe ID, and like. So let's go here. So here we have likes slash recipe, the recipe ID, and we have like. So this is our URL. So the next one we're going to do is on like. So this one is just the same thing, right? Just the name that is different. So here, let's paste this in and say on like. So everything is the same thing, but this one here is going to be put because we are trying to update the like status. So everything is the same thing, but right here is on like. So this is just all we need to do right here. So the next one we're going to do is the one to fetch the recipe by ID. I think it's just the same thing. We just need to take this one right here and change the name, right? Welcome to copy and paste. So here we're just going to say get recipe by ID. Recipe by ID. So also we're going to pass this one right here, but this time around this one is going to be recipes, right? Recipes, let's go right here to actually check it out. So get recipe by ID, we have recipes ID recipe. Is that correct? So right here is our function to actually get recipe by ID. I made a mistake right here. Typo. So here we have get recipe by ID. So this one, I think this one is recipes. I don't think this one is here. Let's remove this. So have recipes ID. Oh, sorry. This one, let's go back to here. So this one is get recipe by ID, right? We'll have recipes. Is this correct? Let's go back right here. So our cook share and get recipe by ID, right? So have recipes, ID, and recipe. So here we have recipes, ID, recipe. So this is the endpoint we've created in our back end. So now that we have created all this, now we're going to go right here to actually do the import. So let's import all three functions. So we're going to say import. We're going to say like recipe, on like recipe, and get recipe by ID. I think this one of them is not active here. Okay, this one. So this one is camel casing, right? Let's camel case it. So they're all highlighted, which means they all have catch up with their usage right here. So which means we have done with our like implementation for now. So when we are going to run our project later, if there is any problem, we're going to come back to actually get them fixed. But for now, we are done with our recipe component. So let's move to the next component. In this video, we're going to start working on our rating stars component. So here, we're just going to open it up, and then we're going to generate our component. So here we'll pass the rating as the props. So now we're going to declare a variable right here that will actually hold the star, right? So here we're going to declare the total number of stars we need. So we're going to say total stars equals 5. So right here we declare that with the total number of stars we're going to use for our rating is 5, right? And now we just declare an empty array right here that we're going to be holding each stars for us. Now the first function we're going to put right here is the one to push in full stars for us. So let's go right here. So we're going to say for let I equals 1 and I is lesser or equal dot math dot floor rating. This is rating actually. Or what? And then here we're going to increase I plus 1 at every iteration. So right here we're going to push. This is a nice suggestion right here, but it's not what we need exactly. So here we're just going to say stars. Stars dot push. I'm going to say push. Then we're going to push. Now remember last time we installed a library called React icons, right? So now we're going to pull out some stars right there. So now we're going to say import. Then we're going to pull out 3 stars from that React library. So here we're going to have the star. So the next one is going to have the half star. Star half ALT. And the next one we're going to have the regular star for. So these are the 3 stars, the 3 icons we're going to take from here. So these 3 are coming from the React icon library. Oh, sorry. React icon / fat awesome. So here we have the star, the star. We have the half star, and we have the regular star, maybe like the empty star, right? So now the next thing we're going to do right here is to come down to actually start implementing the functions to push stars to our array, to this array right here. So now what we did right here is that we take the total number of rating. Remember that when a user clicks on the rating stars, we are actually representing those things as numbers. What we are getting at the back end is number, right? So for example, when the user clicks on 3 stars, so we're going to have 3 inside. So we're going to have 3 right inside this rating right here. So now coming here, now we're going to check if that number is a whole number. So by passing the number, by using this math function to actually round up the number to the nearest whole number, right? Now when those numbers we get from here is rounded up to the nearest whole number, then we set this condition. So as long as I is lesser or equal to that number, that we're going to be increasing. We're going to be increasing I plus 1. Then after that, now we're going to come here to push in a star to this star array we have right there. So now we're going to have stars. We're going to not actually stars, fast star, right? And then we're going to come here to set the key. So the key is the index. Then we're going to come here to set the color. So we're just going to say the color. We're going to have hatch FFC1 0. It's 10, right? 107. And then we're going to close it. So what we did right here is that we just try to iterate through the stars, right? Through the number. So the first thing we did is to round up the number to a whole number, right? So when it's being rounded up, and then we're going to iterate through. So as long as this condition is true, right, Then we're going to keep increasing the index +1, and then we're going to push one full star right in here. Now the next one is to push half star. So now we're going to check if that number is not a whole number, right? So for that, we're going to say if rating modulus 1 not equals 0, which means it's not a whole number, right? So if this one is not equal 0, that means rating is not a whole number, which means there's half right there. So in that case, we're going to push half star, right? So just like we see right there, I'm going to take this one. So we're pushing the half star because now rating is, there's a half right there, right? So we're just going to, we don't really need this one. We're just going to bring in a kind of ID, or maybe this thing right here. What I'm doing is half, right? But now we're going to go down right here to check for empty stars, right? So there is a suggestion right here of which I'll be tempted to push in. This one is a very nice catch. Now what right here we're doing is that, so now we set the last one right here, we just set I to be length of the star +1, which is the length of this array right here +1, right? So now we iterate, we set through this condition right here. So as long as this condition is met, we're going to be pushing empty stars right here, right? So this one check for empty stars. So this one check for half stars, and this one check for full stars, right? But meanwhile, we're going to set this color as the same. So we're going to set these colors as the same. Then after that, now we're just going to come here to return. So we're going to take this one to span. Then we're going to return the stars in between. So we'll say return stars. No need of join. So let's save this, and also just going to give some class name. So let's have margin start to 2 and margin end to 2, just to make sure it's be centered. Okay, so this is just all we need to do to get our our star ratings component to be converted. So we'll try to convert the number that is given here. We'll try to convert them to stars that we're going to display on our home page. So now let's move on to the next components. In this video, we're going to start working on the components that will download the recipe image for every recipe. So here we're just going to come here to open up our component, which is the recipe image. And then we're going to generate our component. So in here, we're going to pass in the recipe ID, which is a prop that will be provided to the color of this component. So have the recipe ID, and here we're going to have a state variable that we take care of the image that we're going to fetch from the database, right? So you have recipe image. So we're going to set recipe image, the use state, and we're going to set the initial state of this image to none. So then we're going to go in here to actually make a REST call to the back end to fetch the image. So we're going to say use effect. So we'll say fetch recipe image equals async so we'll say cost response equals await fetch. And in here, we're going to pass in, we're going to go to, let's go to Postman. So here is here's the request to actually upload image or to download image, right? Get image by ID. So now we're going to come here to copy this endpoint, which is this URL. So in here, we're going to just come here to pass it in. So here we are using the backtick because we're going to include this ID right here. So now let's remove this one to actually bring in the ID. They're going to pass in the ID. So this is the endpoint to actually download the image. So we have the API, the images, then image, we have download, right, and the ID. That was what we defined last time at the back end. So having done this now, the next thing we're going to do is to come here to convert, to get the conversion of the image we got back to blob, right? So we're going to say const blob image equals await response dot blob. So this one we're going to say dot blob, not response dot blob. So after this, now we're going to say come here. So we'll say const read equals new file reader. So here we're going to say reader.unloaded. Then we're just going to, let's just type this in. So then after that, now we're going to come down right here. Reader.read as data URL, right? Then we're going to pass in the blob image. Then I'm going to explain what I did here. So let's go back, let's go inside the cache. So for now, we're just going to, if there's any error, we're just going to log to the console for now. So let's just pass this in, right? All right, so a quick rundown of what we did right here is that, so the first thing we did is to, we send a request to the back end to actually fetch this image by the ID of the image we're going to provide, right? And right here, we come here to actually, we want to receive the image as a blob, okay? There's typo error right here. So this was supposed to be parentheses. So now we try to retrieve the image, the response we got right here, convert it to blob, right? So then we created a new file reader object, and then we trigger this event reader.onloadEnd, which means when this reader is, when the file is finished reading, when this reader is ended, then we're going to set the content we read from the content we read. We're just going to set it inside here, which is reader.result, right? So we'll set it in as the recipe image we got right here. And after that, now we call the reader to actually read the data as a URL. So this is the URL. Remember last time in our back end, we actually represent the image, we return URL, right? So now we just a kind of a URL that can be set as the source of the image so that we can actually download it from the server when requested. So then we just set this image blob right here to be read as the image, as the data URL. So that is what we just did right here. So then we came down right here to just log the console. No, we're not handling exception yet. So we just try to log this onto the console. Later, we're going to look at how we're going to take care of the exceptions. Then after this, now we're just going to come down right here. Let me see. Okay. So after that, now we're going to come down right here to actually invoke the method, the function we created up there. So, but then we're going to check, before we invoke this, we're going to check if there's an ID that is passed in, right? This recipe ID actually is supposed to be here. So now we come here, then yeah, this is recipe ID actually. So this recipe ID. Then after that, now we're going to come here to set the recipe ID as a which is the ID we're going to pass across, that should be the image ID, right? That we're going to pass across here. So we're going to set it right. We're going to set it as a dependency. So which means when the ID is changed, this function is going to rerun, right? To fetch different image for different recipe. So now we're going to come to the return body. So we're going to come here to, I'm just going to bring in the parentheses right here. So I'm going to just bring it in. Then we're going to come here to actually bring in the image tag. We'll say img. And we're going to set the source of the image source to the image we'll fetch up there. So we're going to say image source, then we're going to say recipe image. Oh, sorry. So we're going to set this one to the recipe image. Then alternative, we can optionally we can just set the alternate text right here. So we're just going to say recipe image. Recipe image. So let's save this. So this is just all we need to do right here for now. But meanwhile, we're just going to check right here. So if there is no image, but we expect every recipe to actually have image, right? So if there is no image, we're just going to return maybe none. So here I'm just going to say if no image, if not recipe image, then we're just going to return none, right? So we're just going to return none. So that's just all we need to do to set up the components to actually fetch image for our recipe. So now from now henceforth, anywhere image is needed to be downloaded from the server, so this is the component we're going to be using to download the image for the server. So we don't need to write all this again. So let's move to the next video where we're going to be facing another component. So see you there. In this video, we're going to create our customizable link. So here we're just going to come here to open up our custom link we created in the previous video, and then let's generate our component. So now we're just going to pack in some props right here. We're going to destructure some props right here. So I'm going to push this down. Now this one is a link, so it's a kind of a custom link that we're going to use in different places, right? So now you're going to see how it works later, right? So now we're just going to set the toe, the children, the scrolling, and so on and so forth. So now we're going to set toe, then we're going to set children, and then we're going to set the smooth scrolling. This one we're just going to set it to 500, and then we're going to set the class name, and this one we're going to set the default. We're going to set it to empty so we can customize it whenever we want to use it. Then we're going to set the style we're going to set to empty object for now. And after that, now we're going to set the event, the on-click event. So when it's been clicked, we're going to set it later, right? So here we're just going to the smooth right here. I think the smooth right here, we're going to say it's true. This was supposed to be true. This one say Boolean value. It's a Boolean value actually. So here I'm going to say this one is true. And the next one right here, the duration I was trying to set to 500, right? So have the duration set to 500. So remember last time we did something like this when we were creating our the hero image slider where we set the durations. So now this link right here we are creating, we are going to take it from the React scroll. It's not like any other regular link we are getting from React Bootstrap. So remember last time, I think we have installed that, I think it's one of our previous video, we installed React Scroll. Okay, this one right here, we've installed React Scroll. So this is the library where we're going to be getting the link we are creating for this one right here, React Scroll. So in case you've not installed it, just try to install it, right? So now let's go right here to actually bring it in. So I'm going to say import this link from React scroll. So now the next we're going to do is to go inside the body to actually bring in the link. So I'm going to change this one to the link, this one, and then we're going to set all the attributes we set up there. We're just going to set them right here. So we're going to say to, and after that now we're going to set the smooth, and duration, class name, and style. We're going to set the style as well. Then we're going to set the children, right? The event, and then we're going to set the children. Okay, you could give us the children. So now let's go in here to actually just bring in the children. We're going to say children. Okay, so this is just all we need to do right here to create our customizable link. You may be asking, what are we going to use this for? Don't worry, you're going to see how we're going to use it later, right? So now I don't really need this. What I just need right here is the class name we have up there. There's no point of having this one here. Oh, sorry. Class name, right? Okay, so let's save this. So now we've gotten our customizable link, and we're going to make use of it later on our hero component. That is where we're going to make use of this one. So now that we have done with this, now let's move to the next one. So in this video, we're going to finally create our recipe card, because now if we go right here, we have implemented everything we need on the recipe card. So this category selector, we're going to come back to this one for implementation later, because now I just want to, I think we have changed our implementation. So this category selector is not going to, we're not going to make use of it on this recipe card yet. We're going to make use of this category selector when we're going to create the add form to actually add, or maybe to actually do other things with where categories are needed, right? But for now, we're not going to use it right here. So having said that, right now, the next one we're going to do right now, we're going to create the recipe card. So we're going to assemble everything we have created right here on the recipe card, so we can actually fetch all recipes from the database and display it on the home page. So having said that, right now, I'm going to close this for now. Then we're going to create a new folder. So this one, I'm going to call it recipe, right? Now in this folder, we're going to create our first component called recipe card. So I'm going to say recipe card.jsx, close it. All right, so quickly let's generate our component. Sorry, this is not the one I want to generate. This RA I want to generate. All right, so let's close this. So right now we're just going to pass in the recipe as a prop. So let's pass in the recipe, and now scroll down right here. We're going to have we're just going to go inside the body right here to start defining our return body. So here I'm just going to change this div to row. We're just going to borrow this row from React Bootstrap. But meanwhile, let's just go here to start the importation. So we're going to import row, right? And this one we are getting from React Bootstrap. Then inside the row, we're going to have a column, right? So inside the column, we're going to have a card. And finally, inside the card, we're going to have the card body. So we're going to say card.body. We're going to close it. So let's save. All right, so now inside the card body, we're going to, the first thing we're going to do is to bring in the title of our recipe, right? So let's go in here. So I'm going to bring in the H2 tag. So in here, we're gonna say recipe title. So we're gonna come right here to say recipe dot title, and now we're going to give this one a class name of recipe title. So like I said, you can go to our CSS to actually see how these classes are defined, like I've explained earlier, right? So this one right here, we're going to have this, and then we're going to have this one here. We're going to have a horizontal rule right here. Let's make this self-close. So after this, now we're going to bring in the image, and the image is going to be a link, right? We're going to wrap this image inside a link. So here we're going to say link, bring in the link, and inside this link we're going to bring in a div, right? So inside this div we're going to bring in our image. So now I'm going to just put down right here, and I'm going to just, let's go up right there to check before we bring in the image. We're going to check if the recipe actually has image, right? So we're going to say recipe dot, remember last time we included the image DTO to the recipe, right? So now we're going to say recipe dot image DTO, right? Then if the recipe actually contains a property called image DTO, then we're going to render the image object, right? The image tag. So here we're just going to come down and bring in the, which is the image downloader, the recipe image downloader we created last time. So here we're going to say recipe image. Let's open it so we can actually get access to it. Here, this one here. So this is the component we're going to be using to download images for all recipes, right? So here we're just going to say, let's do it again so we can actually get it auto imported. So let's say recipe image. Okay, so it's here. Let's pick this. So let's close it. Then last time we passed in a prop, right, called recipe ID, right? So we're just going to take it right here, and then we're going to say recipe dot image DTO dot ID. So we just try to get the image ID as the ID prop we pass across. So now having done this, now we're going to, let's actually save this before we move on. So now here we have the recipe title, and here we have the recipe image, right, which is a link. We wrap this in a link on a link. We're going to come back right here. So right here we have the image, we have the recipe title, so we have the recipe image, right? And this image, we wrap this image inside a link, so that when this image is clicked, we're just going to redirect to the details of the recipe later. So we're going to see how it works later. So we're going to come back right here to actually set this link later, right? So having said this right now, we're going to go outside this link, and then we're going to bring in another row. And inside this row, we're going to bring in 2 columns. Oh, sorry. This one is actually a column. And then we're just going to, sorry, what happened? I just want to duplicate this. Okay. So now the first one here, we're going to have our like component. So this one is going to be, we're going to bring in the like component we created last time. So you can see that now we are using all the components we created last time on the card page. So let's open this. Let's open the like. So here we're going to bring in the like component we created last time. So we are getting this like, so let's close it. And now we're going to set up the recipe ID right here that we're going to set in recipe.id, recipe.id, to actually display the like count for that recipe. And after that, now we're going to bring in the rating stars. So here, let's have inside this column, let's put this down. So in here, I'm going to have a card text, right? Dot text. Okay, yeah. So now we're going to bring in the component, which is the rating component. So let's actually open it so we can actually get access to it, auto imported. So here. So now we're going to say rating stars. Yeah, this one. And also we're going to pass in the average rating, right? So here we're just going to say rating. Then we're going to pass in recipe. So now we're going to bring in the average rating we defined at the back end last time. So we're going to say average rating, right? So now let's save it. So the next one we're going to do here is to scroll down to bring in the prep component. So now we have brought in the image downloader, which is the recipe image. We have brought in the like. We have brought in the rating stars. So now we're going to scroll down outside this row. I'm just going to have a horizontal tag right here. So coming down right here, the next one we're going to bring here is the cuisine, right? So here let's have a paragraph, right? So here we're just going to say recipe.cuisine. So we'll bring in the cuisine right here. And after that, now we're going to have the preparation. But meanwhile, I made a mistake right here. Yeah. We'll say cuisine. For example, we're just going to have Italian cuisine, Vietnamese cuisine, Nigerian cuisine, Ghanaian cuisine, so Indian cuisine, so on and so forth. So the next one we're going to do right here is we're going to bring in another tag, right? No, that's not what I want to do. A little bit confused. So here, let's say preparation. Preparation, right here. So below this one, we're going to bring in the prep details we created last time, right? So you have prep details. Okay, let's get it opened so we can actually get access to it, actually. This one. Okay. Oh. We made a mistake right here. I said rep details, right? Oh no, it's not rep details. Sorry guys, it was a mistake I made. I did take note of this all along. So this one actually, as I mean to say prep details. Yeah, this one's supposed to be prep details, right? Maybe let me just make it in full. Preparation details. So this was what I was trying to do. So it was a mistake. So which means I'm going to go here to actually get this corrected. Preparation details. Okay. Preparation details. So let's copy this one, go up here and replace it. All right, so now let's go right here to actually bring it in. So I'm going to say preparation details, this one right here. And so let's go here to bring in the props we created last time. So here we're going to say prep time, pass in recipe dot prep time, And then we're going to say cook time, recipe.cook time. Then we're going to say the category. Then we're going to say recipe.category. Okay, so this is just all we need to do right here. So let's save. And the next one we're going to do, which is the very last one, is a link to actually help us to view the details of the recipe, right? So now inside the card body as well, we're just going to go out here to bring in the link. So inside the body, we're still going to go here to have the link, right? And this link now, we're just going to say view recipe details. Recipe. View recipe details. So this is what we're going to have on this link. All right. So let's set some classes. So we're going to have class name here. I'm just going to set this one to button. btn secondary. This is secondary actually. Secondary. And then we're going to make it like small. btn small, right? And so let's save this. So having done this right now, so let's go up right here to do the import. So here we're going to have, I think we have a card from React Bootstrap. So let's import this card. I think that is the only thing we have. We have the row, the column, and the card, right? So let's have the link from the, let's have the imports. So import link from React router DOM. This one right here. So that is where the link is coming from. So I think that is just all we need to import right here for now. So let's make sure everything is being installed, all the components. So yes. So all the components have been imported. So for now, this is what we have. So now let's go to in our next video, we're going to go to our home page to actually do the fetching and display the components so that we see how it looks like. So I'm going to see you in the next video. All right, so now that we have done with implementing all the components we needed, so in this video, we're going to actually implement, we're going to go back to the home component where we're going to actually make use of this card component that we have already assembled right here. So I'm going to right click and close all tabs for now. So now I'm going to go back, let's go back to the home page, this one right here, the home component. So the first thing we're going to do right here is to bring in, we're going to fetch all the recipes we have from our back end, right? So here we're going to say const recipes, set recipes, use state here, and then we're going to set this to empty array recipes. So now let's go down to actually fetch, to define the function to fetch all recipes from the database. So I'm going to say use effect const fetch recipes equals async equals async and so here we're just going to bring in try and catch. So we're going to say const response equals await, and then we're going to define a new function in our service. So here we're just going to say get all recipes. And after that, now we're just going to come down right here to set recipes to all recipes.data. And then let's, but meanwhile, we're just going to, let's just put a kind of, it's loading status right here. Let's say const is loading, set is loading, equals use state. And this one, we're just going to set to true. At the initial state, we're going to set it to true, right? So when the page is loading, this one is going to be true. And then after this, now we're going to set this one to false. It's loading to false. Then if there is any error, we're just going to, for now, we're just going to, this page, we need to display error right here on this page. So I'm going to go up right here to bring in the error variable, the variable that is going to help us manage errors. So I'm going to say error message set error message. So at the initial state, we're going to set it to none, right? No error. Now here, if there's any error message, we're just going to say set error message to error.message. So let's save. And now we're going to, okay, so this one is the use effect. So we're going to come here to invoke the method. And then we're going to pass in the empty array dependency. It means this page is going to load once when this function is going to run once when this component mounts. Okay, so now let's go inside the body. So in here, I'm going to go below right here. And so I'm going to bring in a container. So here I'm going to bring in a container. Yeah. So inside this container, we're going to bring in a title. So here I'm going to say h2 tag. So I'm just going to say explore our recipe. Explore our recipes. Explore. Recipes on cook share. Explore recipe on cook share. So I haven't done this right now. The next thing we're going to do is to move down right here to actually bring the recipe we've created, the recipe card we created. So for them, we're going to have a row. Then inside this row, we're going to check. So we're going to say if recipes, if there is recipes, and recipes.length is greater than 0. If recipe.length is greater than 0, then we're just going to come here to bring in a column that we're going to map all the recipe through, right? So here we're going to say recipe.map recipe. Yes. This one is recipe. Actually, this one is double. So now we're going to bring in a column to actually map every recipe. So here we're going to have column, and then we're going to bring in the recipe card. Recipe card, this one. So what we just need to pass in right here is the recipe. So here we're just going to say recipe, and we're going to pass in the recipe, right? Okay, so if that is not the case, let me push this. Yeah, so if that is not the case, we're just going to come down to say, I'm going to define the X part right here. So we're going to say else. If there's no recipe, we're going to display a div that just says no recipe found, right? We're just going to say no recipe found at this time. Please check again. Check. This one is not, it doesn't really matter. I'm just trying to do too much of grammar here. Please check again later. All right. So this is just what we want to display. So if there is no recipe coming from the back end, so this is just what we want to display right here. So now we're going to set this test a kind of we're going to set class name. So we're going to say text danger to make it red. So I'm just going to set a kind of margin bottom to maybe 4. All right, so this is just all we need. So now this is the home page, and we've tried to get the recipe card right here, and we are trying to fetch. We have tried to fetch this one right here. But meanwhile, we've made use of this, but we have not actually put them right there. So what we're going to do right here is that we are going to come here below this, inside this container actually. So we're going to come here to say, let me just go below this title. So we're going to say if it's loading is true, that we're going to display a kind of div right here, right? So if it's loading, then we're just going to come here to say bring in a div, and then just give the text as loading recipes. Loading recipes. And also, if there's error, we're going to come down right here to actually catch the error, to display the error right here. Okay, yeah, this is well catch. So we're just going to take this one right here. So now, having done this now, the next thing we're going to do before we run our application is to actually go to the service to create this function right there. So let's go back to the service, recipe service. And this time around, we're going to create a method to get all recipes. So I'm going to say export const get all recipes. And here we're just going to come here to get all recipes. I believe this is, yeah, this is what we got at the back end, get all recipes. Then we're just returning the data. Then if there is any error right here, we're going to throw this one this time. We're going to throw. So we're just going to throw error. Yeah. And also, I think we should just throw error as usual for all these as well. Instead of logging to the console right here, throw the error, then we can log to the console and from the caller. Then later we're going to take care of how we're going to handle these exceptions that come from the back end. So now, having done this, now we're going to go back right here to do the import. So let's go right here to actually import. So we're going to say import get all recipes from the service. All right. So now we are ready to run our application. So let's run our application for the first time to see, or for the second time to see the shape of our card, and then we could start fine tuning if there's any. All right. So now we're going to run our project and see how it goes. So I'm just going to open our terminal, and then I'm going to come here to run dev. So now that I've run this, let's just follow this link and go to, let's make sure our backend is running. Let's go to IntelliJ. So IntelliJ is actually running, right? So let me, okay, so IntelliJ is running. So let's go back to VS Code. So here we're just going to follow this link to go to the browser, and we got an error that says failed to do this using this, contain this API. Man, what is the message? Analysis because the content contains invalid JavaScript syntax if you are using JS, blah blah blah. What are you talking, man? Okay, I think there's a problem right here. All right, let's go back to VS Code. Okay, there's a problem right here, but I don't know the message. I don't know what it's talking. Anyways, let's go here. I think the problem is here. In the API, this file right here. So what is it talking about? Is it, oh, okay. I forgot to, this one's supposed to be in a quote, right? All right, so let's go back to, let's run it again. So let's just Control R and run again to restart. So I believe it has restarted. Let's go back to here. So let's refresh. Okay, so this time around is container. Container is not defined in the home component. Okay, let's go back and import the container. So back here we have, I think we make use of a container. Yeah, we make use of a container right here. So let's import the container. Not only container, we're going to import the container, and we have row and we have column, right? So let's just do all the importation. So I'm just going to say import row, column, and container. So all these ones are coming from React Bootstrap. Yeah, so this one is actually a container. So they are coming from React Bootstrap, as you can see right here. All right, so now that this is done, let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. Okay, so we have problem right here, loading. Yeah, I think, so let's go to the console and see what is happening. Okay, we have not given the permission in our back end, so let's go back to IntelliJ to give permission to this. And this reminds me, I want to remove this. I don't, these days nobody do this anymore, so I want to remove this this indicator right before we go to the back end. So let's go right here to go to the image slider, this one right here. So let's remove the, let's just set it to false, right? And let's go there. Let's refresh. Okay, this one is arrow. I think this one is the arrow. So let's remove the, we have an arrow right here. So let's say false. I think this indicator, let's make it true, because I think that's the dots, right? So here we have, okay, the arrow is gone. So we have our indicator right here. This one is the indicator. The other one is the arrow. So now, because we have not given permission to CORS in our back end, so our request has been blocked by CORS. So let's go back to IntelliJ to actually allow our request to come forward. So coming back here to IntelliJ, so what we're going to do right now, we're going to configure, right? Let me open this. So now let's go here. I think we have, okay, we have a folder last time, this one right here, a package called configure, app config. So inside this app config, we're going to, so for that right now, we're going to create a bin. We're going to create a bin of web MVC configurer, right? So I'm just going to push down right here to pull in the bin. So here is the bin. Let's just do the import. Let's import this class, and let's do this import. Yeah, this one is coming from, taking this from Spring. Okay, so right here, this is what we've just defined right here, and so this is our core, this is our web MVC configurer, which is the core configurer that we define here as a bin. So this one we allow our front end to actually get access to our server, right? So you can just pause the video to get this done in a moment, right? So right here I've put some comment right here. So here we just apply to all endpoints. That's why we put this double X right here. So this one is applied to every controller, right? Anything slash, after slash, anything is applied to. Now this is the origin right here. This is our front end. So what is actually coming from our front end. So I think our front end was 3, right? So let's change this to 3. And these are the HTTP method we just want to accept. We just want to allow right here. And here we allow header. We allow all headers type right here. So now we just allow credentials to true. But meanwhile, we have not implemented credential yet. So we just try to allow this one to true. So this is just all we need to do for now. So let's run again our project. So let's do not show this again, stop and run anytime. So let's stop it and run it. So let's wait a while our project runs again. Okay, so right here, project has started running. So let's go back to the browser and let's try to refresh and see what happens. There's another problem right here. We said no recipes found at this time. Please try again. So which means, I think, do we have, okay, I restarted my system recently. Let me see what we have in my SQL Workbench. Yeah, but right here in SQL Workbench, we actually have one recipe right here that we've entered, right? Yeah, we actually have one recipe the one we tested last time. So it's still here. So now let's go back to the browser and actually see why we are not getting this product. So let's go here. Nothing is coming here. So what we're just going to do, let's go back to VS Code and find out what is happening. So coming back here, okay, let's go to the home. This is the home, right? So here we have the response. So let's console log the response and see what is coming out. Console log response. Console log response. Response. So I'm going to say here the response, right? Okay. So just going to say the response. So now let's go back to the browser to refresh. So let's refresh. So here we have the response. Okay, so the response is direct. So now let's go back to, so which means we're going to remove that data that is added. So here we don't need to put this one right here because the response is currently present right here. So let's go back there and refresh. Okay, so we have one, and here we have talking about unique key. We're going to get that fixed. But meanwhile, we have gotten this how our recipe card looks like right now. Let's make this wider. So this is how our recipe card looks like right now. So here is the image, which is the pizza. So this is the name of the pizza. So this one is the preparation, and here is the view recipe details, right? So here is the Italian cuisine, and here is the rating stars, right? So now let's try to with this work. Okay, this one is working. So we've liked from here. Let's refresh if actually it saves. It didn't save, but we're going to go there to fix it later. But so far so good. We have gotten our image, our recipe displayed right here. So the first thing we're going to look right now. Let's go and clear this. Let's go back to VS Code and clear this up. So this one is telling us that each chart you have, this one has to do with key index, right? The index of the key. So let's go back here to here. What is it? Let's go back to this recipe card. So this is where we are iterating through. Where are we iterating through the products? So this is the recipe card, and here this home page. So this is where we are iterating. So I think we're going to set key here. Let's come here to say. I think we're going to set key to this column right here. Let's set the key right here. So here we're going to say recipe.id, right? So let's go back and refresh and see. So right here, I'm going to refresh. All right, so now we see that error has gone away and our recipe is showing right here. But now we are having another error here that says method not allowed. And that one is like, okay, recipes, ID, recipe. It's like, okay, so we are trying to get a recipe to actually extract the likes from here, but I think we made a mistake right there. So let's go right here to the service class. Okay, here. So we have error right here because here we are trying to get the recipe by ID, but because we copy and paste, so we didn't remember to change this. So let's go back to the service. Okay, right here, this is the service. So this one right here, we need to change this one to get. This one is get, right? Because we actually try to get, because when this in the like component, this one right here, we are actually trying to fetch a recipe by the ID so I can actually extract the likes, right? And then we made a mistake right there. Instead of get, we use put because we copy from here and we didn't change it. So having done this right now, let's quickly go back to the browser and go back to our console. So let's refresh. Okay, so now that error has gone and another one has come. So this one is saying that likes is undefined, which means likes there's no value in there. So let's go back to VS Code. So right here, let's go to, this is the like component. It said likes, this one is undefined. Here we're actually setting the likes. Okay, I think this one should be here because last time when we were getting all product right here, we actually make some modification right here. So it should also be at this level right here. So let's move a step backward. So let's take this one back. And now let's quickly go back to, let's clear up this and refresh. Okay, so now that error is gone, but meanwhile we're still not getting the like counts right here. So let's actually open the data we are getting from our back end. So right here, this is the recipe information we get from the back end. So here we can see the average rating of 4, just like we have, that is the 4 stars we are having right here. And here we have the likes. So the total like count is 4. Like count. Okay, I think we made a mistake with the naming right there. So let's go back there. Let's go back to VS Code. So this one's supposed to be like count. Like count, right? It's not likes. There's like count. So I think that should solve the problem. So let's go right here. Let's refresh. All right. Okay. So right here we have our like count for this recipe right here. So now we have the average rating and we have the like count. So now, so far so good. We have gotten our recipe on the home page. So now let's go back to VS Code to actually apply some CSS classes to shaping up our recipe card. So right here on the home page, we're going to start our CSS application. So here we're going to have the class name of this. So the main, we're just going to say the main is the home container. So this one's our custom CSS classes in our index.css file. So for example, like I said last time, you can just copy this one right here and you go here to check for CSS file and you Control F, you paste this one in there, then you're going to see the home container right here. So you're going to see start home container till end home container. So this are the style you are trying to apply right there. Okay, so let's remove this one. Let's go back right here. So this one is the home container. And after that, now we're going to come to the container, this one right here. So we're going to give the class name of, we're going to say main. So this one we're going to say main content, right? And also we're just going to push the text to the center. So we're going to say text center. I'm going to center the text right here. And also we're going to give some margin bottom. So we're going to say the margin bottom to 4. All right. So having done this right now, the next step we're going to do here is that, so here we've already applied this one and this one we've applied already, right? So let's go to this one here, the recipe card itself. So right here, we're going to give some class name and I'm going to say justify. just justify content, justify content center. Then we're going to give some margin bottom, maybe to 5. And we're going to come here to the card. So the card, we're going to text to center. I'm going to say text center. And then we're going to come here to the title. Okay, the title, we've set the title already. And the next thing we're going to do, we're going to go to the image. So this image right here, we're going to set a class name. So this one, we're going to say image container, image container. So then we're going to scroll down. So this row here, we're just going to give margin top. So we're going to say M top, maybe margin top to 4, right? And the card here, the rating card. So this one, we're just going to say rating text. So we're going to say class name, we're going to say rating. So this is rating. And the next one we're going to do here is that we're going to move down to this cuisine. I'm going to say class name. So I'm going to say cuisine text. And I'm going to say left align. Yeah, this one, left align. So I think this is just all we need to do right now. Let's have the, okay. So now the preparation text right here, we're going to set it to subtitle. Oh, sorry, this is class. So we're going to say subtitle. All right. Then we're going to come to this link right here. So this link, we're going to just give some background classes, which is we're going to give some kind of background style, right? So for that now, we're just going to come here. I'm going to bring in a background style to save our time. So this one here, we just set it to the background style of this link. So having done this right now, this one, I think this one is titles. So having done with this right now, we're going to, let's go to our browser and check it out. What is happening here? Okay, I think there's a mistake somewhere. Okay. Yeah, we had a mistake somewhere. Let's go back to the home component. So right here, this is the home component. Where's the home component? This one right here. Okay, we suppose this hero supposed not to be inside the design. This was supposed to go out. So now we're going to bring in a fragment to actually wrap it, because now we cannot return two parent tag or two parent element from the return body. So we have to wrap them, since we are returning two parents right here. So we have to wrap them in a fragment. So let's put this fragment right here. So let's save this. Let's go back here to save. Let's save. So let's go back to the browser and see. Okay, good. So now we have our recipe card right here. So let's go back. So in here, we're going to go to the recipe. This is the recipe card, right? So here, let's go back to the home. So right here, what is the recipe? Okay, this is the recipe card. So here we're going to set some responsive classes right here. So here I'm just going to say MD4. So in the media screen, we're going to have 3 rows, right? Then in a large screen, we're going to have 3, which is 4 rows, right? So here we're going to have 3, which is 12 divided by 3 is 4, right? So now when it comes to small screen, we're going to have 12. And also extra small, we're going to have 12. Okay, so I think this one. So let's go back to our browser. Okay, now we've got it right. So, but something is remaining. We need to align. Let's go back. Let's go to this component, this preparation component. So this prep detail component, where is it? Let's go to our card right here. So here is the, where is the, okay, this prep details. So let's go here. So we're going to set this section. Sorry. So we'll say class name. So this one I'm going to say left align. And so here the span, we're going to set where is this category right here. So we're going to span this category so it look exactly like our presentation, right? So this span right here, we're going to just say class name. I'm going to set it to category, and then we're going to cut this one. So cut it and put it inside the span, right? So let's save this. So let's go back again to our browser. All right, so this what exactly we want, but we're still going to go back. We need to put space between the launch, between the category and the button and the link right here, right? So also I think everything is okay right now, but let's go and put this space before we come back. So right here, I think I just have to, let's go here. So this section right here, so this component. So I think we just need to, let's try to put some space right here. Let's say margin bottom. Let's say MB2, right? Will this work? Let's go back. Okay, yeah, this one works. So MB2. So this one is okay like that. It's okay. All right, so everything is looking good, but I think I just want this link right here to serve as a footer to this card, right? So let's go back to VS Code. So this one is the recipe card, and this is the link. So I just want to make it. Let's remove it out of the card body. So let's make it out. Let's take it away from the card body. So let's go back to our browser. Okay, so right here we have it. So let's refresh. Okay, so far so good. We have actually spent a lot of time doing this, but so far so good. We have gotten a nice looking card right here. So we're going to remove this text from there. So let's go back to the home component. So where is the home? Close this. I'm going to close this too. So let's go to the home component. So I'm going to remove this one. So let's remove this text from the home. So we don't need it anymore. So right here, so we have our text right here. So let's refresh. So here we have our text, which is our the title, which is the home title, and also here we have our card. But meanwhile, there's something going on right here. I would like to push this like backward, so it should be backward right here. I'm going to give space between this thumb right here and the value, right? So let's go back to the like component and get that done. So let's go to the like. So here we have the like component. So in here, so we're going to give space here. So the span, we're going to say, so we're going to set the margin start to 2. So it gives space between the text, which is the number, and the thumb. And then this text right here, we're going to align. So I'm going to use the flex box. So here we're just going to say class name. So I'm going to say deflex. So I'm going to say align item, not left. So I'm going to say align items. Those one going to say center. Align items center. Then after that, now we're going to bring a class called thumb from our custom style sheet. So here we have align items center, deflex, and thumb. So let's go back to the browser and check this out. All right, so this is exactly what I want. So let's refresh. Okay, so here we have 7. So if we like again, it's 8, right? And now if we here is 8. Let's go back to let's go back right here and refresh. So here we have like count to 8. So let's go back to the browser and unlike. So let's unlike. So now it's 7. Let's go back here to confirm this. It's 7. So actually everything is working fine. I hope this one will actually help out some of my final year student friends out there. Anywhere you don't understand, please meet me on Facebook so I can actually explain to you to your clear understanding. Now that we have gotten our recipe here on our homepage, I will want you to go off screen to add as many recipe as you can right here on the homepage. All right, so coming back here, I've added more recipes to our platform. So now we have more recipes to actually work with here on our homepage. So what we're just going to do in this video is to allow the user to filter recipe by categories, right? So we're going to create a category filter to allow the user to actually filter recipes with category. So let's go back to VS Code. So right here on VS Code, we're going to go to the common folder, this one right here, and we're going to create a component called category filter. So I'm going to say category filter.jsx. Let's go back. Okay, let's capitalize this. So I'm going to say category filter.jsx. So here we're going to have a callback function. So we're going to have on category click. And then we're going to have the active category. Active category. So then the next thing we're going to do is to fetch all categories from the database. So we're going to have const set categories cause use state empty list is loading, set is loading to use state to true. And the next one is the one to take off any error if there are any. Set error message. And this one we're going to set it to none. So the next thing we're going to do right now is to create the function we're going to send to the back end to actually get all the categories when this page gets loaded. So for that, now we're going to have the use effect. So here we're going to have fetch const fetch categories. And then we're going to make a call to the back end to actually get all the categories. So I'm going to push this in and I'm going to say get all categories. We're going to create this function in a moment. So we'll say get all categories, but this one is not going to have anything right in here. So we're just going to call the back end to get all categories and set it to the response. I think this one should be in the first position, just like what we did last time. So having done this right now, we're going to actually come here to get this invoked as usual. And then we're going to come here to pass in the empty array. All right, so the next thing we're going to do right here is to just pull down right here to return the category. So So we're going to say categories. And if so, then we're just going to map. Let me come here to, I don't know why my auto close is not closing this tag. Auto tag close. So here, we're just going to come here for each category, we're going to create a div for it. So we're going to bring in a div, and inside this div, we're going to bring in the category here. So now we're going to set the key. We're going to set the key here. So you'll have the key. The key also is going to be the category. So now that we have done this now, the next thing we're going to do is to bring in, we're going to attach the, we're going to handle the event, the click event. So when the category is clicked, then we're just going to call the callback function we have up there. So we're going to say on click. So then we're going to say on category click, then we're going to pass in the category. So the next thing we're going to do here is we're going to conditionally set class for this div, this category right here. So when it's been clicked, then it's going to be active. Then when it's clicked again, it's going to be empty, right? So here, let's come here to actually set the class name right here. So there's a suggestion right here on the screen, of which I'm going to tap in. This is a catch of what I've done some times ago. So what we just did here is that we're trying to say, okay, if this category is clicked, right? If this category is equal to this category, if the active category is equal to this category, then we're going to set it, we're going to set the class of active for it. But if not, we're just going to make it empty. So this is just all we need to do right here. And now let's just come here to handle the error. So if there are any errors, we're just going to display right here. So we're going to say error message. Is there error message? If yes, then just create a div and display. Error message. I'm going to set the text to red. So we're going to say text danger, just to make it red. All right, so now also we're going to come here to check the it's loading status. So if it's loading, yeah, it's loading. Now we're just going to also bring a div here to actually display it's loading. Sorry. So we're just going to say fetching categories. All right, so these are just what we need to do right here. So now we're going to go to the home component to actually implement the filter. So coming back here to the home component, so we're just here, we're going to bring a state variable here. So this one I'm going to call it a filtered recipe. Filtered recipes. Set filtered recipes. And this one I'm going to set it to empty array, right? And also we're going to track the active category. So we're going to say active category, set active category. And the first time we're going to say this one is none. None of them is active at the first time. So the next thing we're going to do, so here we have filtered recipes, set filtered recipes, active category, set active category. So now we're going to come here. This is where we are getting all the recipes, right, from our back end. So now we're going to come here to also set the response to the filtered recipe. So I'm going to say filter recipe. So I'm going to say, oh sorry, this one is set actually. So I'm going to set filtered recipes to the response. Yeah, you're going to say the response. Then after that, now we're going to come down right here to actually create the filter. So we're going to say use effect. And here we're going to have a variable called filtered. Filtered equals, we're just going to assign this variable to the list of recipes we have up there. So we're going to check, so if there is active, if a category is selected, if there is active category, then we're going to filter. So I'm going to say filtered equals filtered dot filter. We're going to have recipe. So here we have recipe. And then we're going to say recipe dot category equals active category. Then having done this right now, we're going to come down right here to actually set the filter. So we're going to say sorry. So we're going to say set filter to the filtered category right here. Then after that, now we're going to come down right here. Then we're going to set the active category as a dependency and also the list of recipe as a dependency. So we're going to say active category and also the list of recipes, set them as dependency, which means, so when the active category is changed, this function is going to run again. And also if this list is changed, this function is going to run again, right? So that's just all we need to do. So the next thing we're going to do here is to come down to actually handle the on-click event for the category select, for the category filter. So here we're going to say const handle category click. So just going to set this to category. And then we're going to come here to set active category. So here we're going to have the current category. Now we're going to check if current category, if current is equal this category up there, right? So if the active category is equal to this category, then we're just going to set this to none, right? Else we're going to set it to category. Now what we are doing here is that, so this function right here, we want to use this one to actually toggle the category when it's been selected. So when a category is clicked, we're going to check if that category that is clicked is the same thing with the one that is currently active, right? Then we're going to set it to none. Else we're going to just set the active one to the category. So what we are trying to say here is that when the category is clicked the first time, it's going to be active. And it's going to filter by that category. Then if that category is clicked again, it's going to inactive, which means we're going to clear the filter, right? So that is what we just try to do right here. Now, having done this right, the next thing we're going to do is to come right here to bring in the component we've created. So I'm just going to come here to say category filter, this one right here, and then we're going to pass in the on click category. We're going to handle category clicked, And then we're going to set the active category to the active category we have right there. And then we're going to close it. Okay, so this is just all we need to do right here. So now we are going to let's go to our browser to actually test it out. But before then, here, so now we are going to bring these filtered recipes that we've already updated. So instead of iterating through this one right here, so we're just going to map, which means we're going to display the recipes that are going to be displayed on the home page is going to depend on the content of the filter. So if there are any filtered recipes, those filtered recipes are going to be displayed. But if there are no filtered recipes, then we're going to display all products, right? So that is what we did here, right here. So that is the reason why we set this filter to the response we have from the back end. So now that I've done this now, let's go to the browser to actually check it out. So get category is not defined. Okay. So here we forgot to define the method, the function. So this one right here, what is it? I think it's in here. So we have not defined this function. So let's quickly go to the service to actually this function I'm trying to say. So let's actually go to the service to define this function. So I'm going to say recipe service here. So here I'm going to say export const get all categories. Is that correct? Equals async get all categories. So here we're just going to tab in, but meanwhile we're going to have recipes right here. So we'll have recipes / categories, which is our back-end definition. So let's go here to actually get it imported. So I'm going to say import get all categories. What am I doing? So I'm going to say get all categories. Yeah, this one. All right, so let's go to our home page. What happened? Another problem. Okay, did we define this twice? Okay, this up is it's been declared twice. So, okay, so let's go right here and let's refresh. So here we have our category. Okay, it's actually filtering, right? So it's filtering. So Kenya, this snack. Let's go to snack. This is snacks, right? So let's go for lunch. So this is lunch. This category right here, they are lunch. Let's go for dinner. So have this one as dinner, right? So let's go for breakfast. So here we have breakfast. So let's go back to apply style sheet. So right here, this is the category filter. So we're just going to come here to set a class for this. So we'll say class name. So this one is a custom style sheet in our CSS file. So we're going to say this one is a categories container. And then this one, we're going to change this one. This one was the one that was auto-generated. But meanwhile, I'm going to put this one as item according to our style sheet. So this one is category item, and this one is categories container. So let's go back to the browser. All right, so right here we have it well arranged. So let's filter for breakfast. So here we have breakfast. So now you can see that this one is active. So if we click on it again, it's going to be inactive and it's going to clear the filter. So click on it and click again, click on it, click again, click on it. So you see that our filter is actually working very fine. So when it's active and we click on it again, it's going to clear the filter. So that is what this line of code we write here on the back end is doing, this one right here. So that is what this line of code is doing. So when it's active and you click again, it's going to check if the current category is the same thing as the one that was clicked. So if it's the same thing, it's going to set the activeness to none, right? Which is going to clear the filter. Else it's going to just set it as a category. All right, so far so good. Our category is working right now. So in our next video, now that we can filter by category. So in our next video, we're going to create a component to filter by the cuisine, right? So we can actually filter Vietnamese cuisine, we can filter Italian cuisine, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to create a component to filter recipes by cuisine. So let's go here to the command folder, and as usual, we're going to create another component right here called cuisine filter. So here we're going to have a callback function as a prompt. So we're going to say on filter change. On filter change here, and then let's come here to have some state variables. So here we're going to have const. So here we're going to say cuisines, because we're going to make a REST call to our backend to get all cuisines down here. So we're going to have cuisines, and we're going to have set cuisines. Use state, and this one we're going to set to empty list. So have cuisines and set cuisines. Then here we're going to have selected cuisines, because we can filter by multiple selection, right? Because it's a checkbox we're going to create. So we can select like we can filter like 2-3 cuisines at the same time, right? So here we're going to have selected cuisines, selected cuisines. Yeah. Set selected cuisines. So I'm going to say use state, and this one we're going to also set to empty list. So this one here, this is the variable that is going to hold all the cuisines we're going to get from our database, and this one is the one that is going to hold. So this one here is the one that is going to hold the selected cuisines when we're going to filter. So the next thing we're going to do here is to make a call to our backend to actually get all cuisines. So here now we're going to make use of the use effect. So here we're going to have const. I'm going to say fetch cuisines equals async, and here let's wait for this guy to generate for us. That's correct. But what I want to do here is this is not what we want actually. So we want to say get all cuisines. Get all cuisines, not actually, it's cuisines. And then we're going to I'm just going to remove this one right here. So what we just want to do is that we want to make sure that this array that is coming here, this data that is coming back from here, does not contain any empty list, any string, any invalid data, right? So right here, we're going to filter to make sure we actually have valid cuisines coming from the database, right? So now we're going to just come here. So before we set this now, we're going to filter out empty string. So I'm going to say const valid cuisines equals response dot filter, and then we're going to have this one right here. So what we just want to do right here is to have a cuisines right here to make sure we trim out any empty space or any string, or to make sure it's actually a string we are getting from our database. We are going to populate from here. So here, what I'm going to see here in Excel is that we actually, this is what we're getting from the back end, right? So now we want to filter, we want to remove invalid entry in case of any invalid string. So we just want to make sure that we are everything we're going to have in here is a valid cuisines, right? So that's what we'll try to do here in essence. So here I'm going to have cuisine actually. So here I'm going to make sure that we're going to check if this cuisine is actually a string, right? So we'll say type of string. And let me take this down for a moment. So we're going to say, okay, sorry, type of cuisines. Here we miss cuisines here. So I want to make sure that this cuisine is actually type of string, and we're going to make sure we trim out every invalid space if there is any. So we're just going to say cuisine.trim. Trim out, right? So we're going to say this one here. So what we're doing here is that we're just trying to say, okay, when we get this response from the back end, so the first thing we want to do, we want to make sure that this cuisines we are getting right here is actually a string, right? And then we're going to trim it. Maybe if there's any white space that the user has submitted alongside the database, that we're just going to trim it out. Right, trim out white space. Then after that, now we're going to set the valid cuisines right here. So here we're going to say valid cuisines, right? And then we're just going to sort. We're going to sort them in order. So this is just all we need to do right here. So having done this, now we're going to come down right here to actually invoke this method. So say fetch cuisines. And then we're going to pass in the empty array dependency right here. All right. So now that we have done this, now the next one we're going to do, we're going to actually create a function to handle the toggle of the filter. So let's push this down. So here I'm just going to have const handle toggle. So here we're going to say equals so here we're going to have an object right there, a variable right there. So we're going to say selected cuisines previous. So here we're going to have const new selected. I'm just going to say new selected cuisines. I'm just going to say, just going to call this one new selection, right? New selection equals previous dot include includes. Is that correct? Cuisine. And here we're going to say previous. I'm going to explain to you what I'm done. So I'm going to say previous.filter. And here we're just going to have cuisine. We're going to have cuisine not equal cuisine, right? Else. That we're going to just come here to spread the previous cuisine and add the newly selected one. So we're just going to spread this one here, the previous, and then we're going to add the newly selected cuisine. So let's try to break this down. I think I'm just going to break it down from here and also break it down from here. So what we're doing here in Excel is that we're trying to, so this is the toggle. is we're actually trying to create the filter as a boxes, right? So we can filter by multiple cuisines, right? So now what we did right here is that, so when a cuisine is clicked, then we're going to take the previous cuisines, the list of cuisines that was clicked before, that has been selected before, right? Then we're going to check. Now, if that cuisine that is clicked is already inside the previous one, which is this one, this new one that is clicked, is already inside this one here, the previous one, then we're going to filter it out, which means we're going to remove it. But if it is not there, we're going to include it. Now, for example, now, we're going to have Vietnamese, Italian, Nigerian, Ghanaians, Kenya, Indian, Pakistan, just like that, right? Now, if, for example, Vietnamese has been clicked before, and Vietnamese have been clicked again, which means when you click it once, the test was going to check. If you click it again, it's going to uncheck, right? So when we clicked it, we're going to check. We're going to check if that checkbox or if that cuisine is already checked, it's already included for the selection. So if it is included, we're just going to remove it. But if it's not included, then we're going to include it. Right? I believe this one is a little bit clearer. But anyways, when you're going to see it, you're going to see the moment how it works. So now, having done this right now, we're just going to come down right here to actually return. That we're going to return the new selection. Return new selection. Right? That's what we have to do right there. Then after this, now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to come down right here to have another use effect. So this one right here, we're going to call the unfiltered change, and then we're going to pass in the selected cuisines, right? And so now we're going to come here to include the selected cuisines, and then we're going to include the unfiltered change on this one here. Okay, so which means when this filter is changed, we're going to run this again. We're going to refilter. When this selection is changed, we're going to refilter. So that's just what we're trying to do right there. So now that I've done this, now we're going to come to the return body and actually implement our return body. So here I'm just going to come here to have, so we're going to have a h4 tag. So we're going to say cuisines. We're going to have a div. So inside this div, we're going to map all the cuisines. So we're going to have cuisines dot map, and here we're going to have cuisines and index. Cuisine and the index. Is that correct? Cuisine, yeah. So in here, for every cuisine, we're just going to create a label and input. So in here, we're going to have a label. Sorry, this is a label. And so inside the label, we're going to set the key, right? So inside this label, we're going to set the key. So we'll have key. And this key actually going to be the index. And now we're going to set class name. So the class name, we're also going to set filter operation. Filter options. Filter option, right? And inside this label, we're going to bring in inputs, which is the checkbox I was trying to explain last time. I was trying to stammer, right? So now let's just close this for a moment. And let's go in here. So now the type of this input is going to be, sorry. So the type of this input is going to be check. So we're going to say check. Checkbox. Oh, sorry, this checkbox. Checkbox. And then we're going to set the check. So here we're going to say check. Then we're going to just come here, selected.include. This one is correct. We're just going to take this one, and I'm going to close it. So when it's checked, we're just going to include. This is the current one right here. This is the list of selected cuisines. So when a new one is clicked, we're just going to add it to this one here. Actually, something is wrong right here. Cuisine. What is wrong? This one is we're going to come back later. We're going to come back. So having done this right now, the next thing we're going to do, we're going to handle the unchange. So here let's have unchange. Yes. Okay, let's pass it in, right? And after that, now we're just going to, let me push this up right here. So I'm just going to give this one a self-closing tag and remove this one right here. And then inside the label, we're going to have a span. So let's have a span. And then we're just going to pass a class for this. So we're going to say class name, and then we're going to say check mark. Check mark. Right. So this one are custom CSS we created in our index file. So let's save. So now, having done this right now, we're going to just go below right here to actually break in the cuisines. But something is actually happening. Cuisine. We just map this, right? Cuisine index, but what is happening right here? Let's see. Could not find name cuisine. Do you mean cuisine? No. We are actually trying to map this. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sorry guys, my typo. Okay, so that's just all we need to do right here. So let's save this. So now that we have done this, I'm just going to come up right here to set some Bootstrap classes. Not actually. So let's, these are custom style sheets, including Bootstrap actually. So we're going to say sidebar, and then we're going to pass in the margin top to 5. It's coming from Bootstrap. Okay, so now we have, so this div right here, we're going to set a class name. Then we're going to say filter options right here. Okay, so I think this is just all we need to do for now. So let's save this, and so let's see here. Okay, we have called this one right here. This is the one we just called here, and all right, so this one here, this we've not called this. Oh, here, this one actually is set selected. Yeah, this one here. And I think this is just all we need to do right now. So let's move to the home component where we're going to make use of this. So back here to the home page, or the home page component. So we're going to come right here to add another state variable for the cuisines. So here we're going to say selected cuisines. Selected cuisines. And then we're going to set selected cuisines. Then here we're going to set to use state. So this one is going to be empty array. this empty list for a start. So what we're just going to do here is we're going to come down right here to actually create. We're going to create, this is the filter we created last time. So let me push this down. So now this one is, okay. So let's push this down to actually add the filter for the cuisines. So now I'm just going to say, okay, if, so I'm going to say if selected cuisines.length, if cuisines are selected, dot length greater than 0, greater than 0, then we're going to just set the filter just like what we did last time to the category. So here I'm just going to set the filter equals filter recipes. Then we're going to take the selected cuisines.include recipe.cuisine. Oh, this is a nice catch right here. So this is exactly what I'm trying to do. So now if there are cuisines right here, so we're going to filter by cuisines, right? Recipe, and then we're going to take the selected cuisines. I'm going to include the cuisine that it was selected right there. And after that, now we're going to come here to pass the selected cuisines as one of the dependency right here, one of the dependencies. Okay, so this is just all we need to do right here. So let's save. So having done this now, the next thing we're going to do is to come here to actually handle the event, to create the event for the selection. So here we're just going to say const. So we'll say const handle let's say cuisine filter. So let's call this one filter. So here we're just going to have cuisines right here. This one is a kind of a list, not one, more than one. So here we're just going to set the cuisines into the selected ones, right? So we're just going to update this one right here. We're going to update this variable with the selected cuisines right here. So having done that now, we're going to bring in the component we've created last time, which is the cuisine component, right? So now we're going to go out of this container because this container is for the recipes. So we just want these cuisines to be outside that container, which is to be at the right hand side. So here we're going to say cuisine filter, this one right here, and I'm going to pass in the onFilter callback function. On filter change, then we're going to say handle cuisine filter. Yeah. So just all we need to do right here. So let's go to our browser to test this out. So right here we have, okay, we have this here, but we have not gotten any cuisines yet. And that is because I think we have not created the function. So let's go back right here. Yeah, we have not created this function. So let's go back to our service to actually get it created. So right here in our service, so this, remember last time, that's the endpoint is exactly the same thing with this, just with the name different. So this one, instead of getting all categories, we're going to say get all cuisines. Get all cuisines, right? And here we're going to change this one from category to cuisines. Yeah, I think this is what we did last time. And then let's come right here to actually get it imported. So let's say import. Get all cuisines, this one. Okay, so let's go back to our browser. And here, okay, good. So now we get all our cuisines right here. So let's filter English. So we have chocolate. Now let's filter Ghanaian. So we have Ghanaian alongside. let's filter India cuisines. So we're going to, let's remove Ghanaian, remove English. So here we have India cuisines, right? So let's filter Kenya. So Kenya will have ugali, right? Let's filter Nigeria cuisines. So here we have breakfast, lunch, right? So let's say we want to get dinner. So there's no dinner here. There's no breakfast, but there is lunch, which is this one right here. So let's filter Vietnamese. So here, let's say breakfast. So Vietnamese, we have breakfast. We have pho bo and bún bò Huế, right? Next delicacies for breakfast in Vietnam. So now, so far so good, we've been able to get all our cuisines right here. So now we can filter by category and also we can filter by cuisines, right? Congratulations for coming this far. So before we round up this video, I just want us to do something here. So what I want us to do is that, so this one right here, I want when we click on this button right here, it should take us down here, because here we just, okay, explore recipes for your next meal. So when we click on this, it should take us down to the recipe, right? So let's go back to VS Code and see how we're going to get that done. So coming back here, let's go back to the hero component. So here's the hero and here is the link, right? So remember last time we created a custom link, right? So let's find our custom link. Okay, this one. So now we're going to use this link we created last time, right? So let's go right here. So instead of using this one right here, we're going to bring in our custom link. So let's change this one to our custom link. Let's get it. It's here already. Custom link. Okay, see, this is this one here, custom link. And I'm just going to say custom link. Yeah. And now we're going to set where to go. So we're going to set it to. So when it's been clicked, we're just going to say it should go to a certain ID. So this one now we're going to say explore. Go to explore, right? And now we're going to set the style. So now let's break this down. So here now we're going to set the style, which is the class name. I'm going to set the class name first. So the class name we're just going to set to hero button. Hero button. And do we have any problem here? I think there's a problem here. What happened? This element cannot be multiple attributes. It cannot be multiple attribute with the same name. Okay. Sorry guys, I didn't see this one. So we've already set it here. We already set the class name right here. So the next thing we're going to do here is the style. So let's bring in the style. So let's say style. And this one here, we're going to have it as, we're going to say cursor. So we'll set the cursor to pointer. So we'll say pointer. Pointer, is that correct? So we'll set this to pointer. Oh, sorry, it's supposed to be in a quote. Pointer. And after that, now let's save. I think this is all we need. So let's go to our home page. This is our home page right here. So let's give the ID. So when it's being clicked, we're going to come to this here. We're just going to move down to where's the category. So this is the category right here, right? So we're going to move down here. So for that now, I'm going to, anyways, we can just give this ID to this container right here. So let's give the ID to this container. Let's say ID, and let's say explore, right? Okay, so I think I saw something here. Yeah, we missed something here. This one supposed not to be. I think this was supposed to be here. but I think let me check out something. So this is okay. Remove this one. Yeah, I noticed it. Okay, so this is just what we wanted to do. So now having done this, now let's go back to something was not. Let's refresh. Okay, so let's click. Okay, good. So now when we click on it, it just takes us down right here. Okay, so we've really gone along. We've gone far. We've gone a long way in this project, and I'm so happy that everything is actually working fine as expected. So now we are finished. I think now we can say we have finished everything about the home page for now. Now we see that everything is working, and then we can just come here and move down here. So I'm going to see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to create our recipe details component. So we're going to go here inside our recipe folder and create a new component called recipe details. Recipe details.jsx. So here we're just going to generate our component. And the first thing I'm going to do right here is to pull in some state variables. So right here we have the variables that's going to track the recipe, and here is loading, and here we're going to extract the recipe ID from the URL. So now let's just do this import. So here I'm going to say import. Use params from React Router DOM, and also we're going to import the use state. So having done this right now, the next thing we're going to do is to bring in the function to actually get the recipe by ID, which is this one right here. So we just want to call the service we created last time to actually get the recipe by ID right here. So having done this right now, we're going to come here to the return body to implement the return body. Now, before we start implementing the return body, I want us to go to our browser. So let's inspect the data we are actually getting from the back end. So right here is a list of recipes we are getting from the back end. So let's open up. So here we have all our recipes, the recipe details right here. But one thing we didn't do is that we didn't bring along the recipe, which is the recipe ingredients. So if we look here, there's no recipe ingredients. So before we continue, we're going to go back to IntelliJ to actually include the list of ingredients for every recipes. So let's go back to IntelliJ. So right here we have the recipe right here, and you see here that we have the recipe ingredients right here. So I'm just going to copy this one and go to the recipe DTO, and I'm just going to come here to dump it here, and then we're going to rerun our server. So now that our server has restarted, so let's go back to the browser to inspect the information. So let's remove this one and refresh. Okay, so now let's look at it. So here we have gotten the list of ingredients for the recipes right from the back end. So what I want to do here, we're going to make these ingredients, this list of ingredients, a separate component, a reusable component. So we're also going to make this instruction right here a simple component, and also we're going to make the description right here a simple component, so that we're just going to assemble everything right there on the recipe details component. So let's go to VS Code and create all this one after the other. So coming back here to VS Code, the first one we're going to do is the instruction. So let's go right here. So inside the recipe folder, we're going to create recipe instruction. And then we're just going to generate our components. So the instruction right here, we're just going to destructure a prop right here called instruction. And then I'm just going to go inside the return body to bring in the little return body right here. So this one is the return body. I'm just going to come right here to say instructions. So this one is just what we need right here. And before we leave here, we're just going to do this import, which is the card we got from the React Bootstrap. So let's say import card. So this one is coming from React Bootstrap. This one right here. Oh, sorry. This one is card, not is cookie. Card. Yeah. So this is just what we need to do. So now the next one we're going to do is the ingredients. So let's come here to create another component called recipe ingredients. Recipe ingredients.jsx. And also we're just going to generate our component and close this. So here I'm just going to go here the same way. We're going to destructure a prop right here called ingredients. Ingredients. And then also we're just going to come here to bring in the simple return body right here. So here we have the what we just need to do here is just to iterate through, because that ingredients is a list, right? A list of ingredients. So we just come here to iterate through the ingredients and dump every ingredients right here in the list item. So have we done this right now? Let's close this. So the next thing we're going to do is the description. So here we're going to come here to create another one. So we're going to call this recipe description. JSX. And the same way, we're just going to follow the same route. And here we have to structure a prop called description, right? And the same way, we're just going to come in here to bring in a simple return body. Yeah, so let's close this. So it's just all we need to do right here, right? It's very simple. So also we're going to import this card. So we're going to say import card from React Bootstrap. And actually, let's go back right here to the one we created to make sure we import everything that needs to be imported. So let's go to the ingredients. So the ingredients, we don't have anything to import right here, nothing to be imported. So the instruction, we have a card and we have done the import, and also the description, we have a card and we have done the import. So let's right click and close all. So now we're going to go back right here to open the recipe details. So this time around, we're going to start implementing the body. So what we just need to do right here, I'm going to convert this one. I'm going to change this one right here to a container from React Bootstrap. Actually, this one is a container. Yeah, container. What? Okay. So let's just bring this in. Let's put this one inside the run bracket, which is the parentheses. Now inside this container, we're going to have a row. And inside this row, we're going to have a column. And inside this column, we're going to have a card. We're going to have a card. Oh, sorry, have a card. So inside this card, we're going to iterate. We're going to bring in our recipe actually. So here we're just going to say if recipes, then we're just going to bring in the card body. So then we're going to have our bracket and let's close it. So let's bring in our card body. Card.body. So the first one we're going to bring right here is the recipe title, right? Which is the title of the recipe. So I'm just going to come right here or in here to dump it in. And the next one we're going to bring here is a recipe description we've created, which is the component we've created for the recipe description. So I'm just going to bring this in, recipe description, and then I'm going to come here to do the import. So I'm going to say import recipe description from description. Recipe, oh, this one is not instruction. Actually, we have the instruction, but what we're doing right now is the description. Recipe description. Let me just get it open so we can just get access to it. So this one here, and also the ingredients, I'm going to get it opened. So let's go back right here to, I'm just going to remove this one, and let's do it again. So we have recipe description, this one right here, auto imported, right? So let's remove this. Okay, so now we have gotten the description right here. So the next one we're going to bring right here is the recipe image, which is the image downloader. So I'm just going to put down right here to bring in the components that actually download the images for us. So this one right here. So I just created a div and set the class to a container, and I will bring in the recipe image component we created some time ago. So here we just check, we try to check to make sure we have image before we actually bring in the components to download the image for the recipe. So for that, now we're still going to go up right here to do the import. So I'm going to say recipe image. Also, I'm going to go right here to get it open so we can actually get access to it to be auto imported for us. So here I'm going to say import recipe image, this one. So let's scroll down right here. So down below the image recipe image, we're going to bring in the like component, which is the like and the rating component. So then for this one, I'm going to have a row to actually bring this in. So here we just have a row and we have a column right here. So this column right here, we have the like component, and the second column we have the rating component right here. And here we just pass in the total average, the total rating, the total rate count right here. And here we'll bring in the stars. So this is the rating stars component we created last time. And here we're just bringing in the total rate count. And here we'll bring in the like component. And take note that these two right here are inside the same row. So before we move on, let's do this import. Let's import the row and the column, then the like and the rating component. So for that, now I'm going to come right here to get them open so we can get access to them for auto import. So let's move up again. So right here is React Bootstrap. So let's come here to add the row and also add the column and also add, I think there's a card. Was there a card? Let's just add it. Yeah, there's a card. And now let's go down right here to bring in the like component we just put in right there. So we're going to say import like from there. And also we're going to and also we're going to import the rating component. We'll say import rating stars, this one right there. So now that I've done this import, so now let's go down below right here. Down below right here, I'm just trying to be fast about this so we don't waste too much time. So I'm just going to put down right here to bring in some lines of code. So this one right here is the cuisine, right? So here we have horizontal line, and we bring in the cuisine right here, the recipe cuisine, and here we bring in the recipe ingredients we've created last time, right? To actually iterate through the ingredients to display right here, and below right here we have another horizontal. So before we move on as usual, let's go up there to actually import this recipe ingredients. So let's go right here to get it open so we can actually get access to it. So right here, I'm going to close some of these things for now. This image, I'm going to close this. Then I'm going to go right here. So let's move up. So let's bring in the recipe ingredients. Recipe ingredients, let's enter. All right, so now that we have done this now, let's move then. So the next one we're going to bring in is the instruction. Remember, we created the component for the instruction as well, right? So we're just going to bring in the instruction. So for that now, we're just going to come down right here to bring in the component called recipe instruction, this one. And as usual, I'm going to open this. I want our auto import, so we don't have start to gabbling for import. So here, let's just come here to say recipe instruction, right? This is instruction. Okay, let's close this. So here, let's come here to say instruction. These instructions, right? Let's say recipe dot instructions, this one. Okay, so let's make sure that this one is actually imported up right here. It's not yet imported. So let's say import recipe instructions, this one. All right, so we have gotten the instruction in place right here. So the next thing we're going to do is the preparation details we created last time. So following the same process, I'm just going to move down right here, and then I'm going to put this in. So this one is the preparation details component we've created last time. So here I just have a paragraph to just say in preparation, and then we have the preparation details right here. And so let's go up right there to actually get this imported. So also I'm going to close this one for now, close this one. So let's go right here to open this one. Let's open it so that we can get a quick access to the import. So let's go up right here to actually get it imported. Let's say import. So we're going to say preparation. Actually, this is preparation details, this one. All right, so that is what we've done there. So the next thing we're going to do before we move on, we're going to actually go back to our browser to inspect our component. But so now what we need to do, we're going to come right here to our recipe card. So in here, we're going to, this is the link we're going to go through to actually view the details. So now we're going to go here to actually set the tool. So you're going to say recipe / the recipe ID. I'm just, recipe. Okay. So we're going to say recipe dot ID, and then we're going to say / recipe details. So let's go to our app.jsx to actually bring in this route. So right here, I'm just going to come here to pull this down. I'm going to set the path. So the path, I'm going to say this one is recipe / recipe ID / recipe details. And the element here, we're going to say recipe details, this one. All right, so let's save this. So let's make sure this one is imported. So now let's go back to our browser and check it out. Oh, we have problems right here. Recipe instruction from recipe has already been declared. Okay, we have it double. So let's go back right there to remove one of the importation. So I'm going to close this one and close this one. So let's scroll up right here to recipe details. Recipe, what was instruction? Instruction. Okay, so let's remove this one, right? description, ingredients, instruction details. Okay, so let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. So here we are still having other problems. So let's go back to the console to see exactly what is happening right there. Card name, card at this, card from React. My auto import is crazy sometimes. So let's go right here to where was that? What was that? Let's go back. Here is the recipe instruction. So this was supposed to come from React Bootstrap, not React Rotterdam. So let's go to the instruction. Instruction, recipe instruction. This one right here. So this one is coming from React Bootstrap, nigga. Bootstrap, yeah. So let's go here to refresh. Okay, so let's close this. Okay, so now we've got it running. So let's click on this to see what's up. Here, use effect is not imported right here. Recipe details. Let's go back right there. I don't really want this video to be too long, but now the video is getting too long. So here, let's bring in right here to have the use effect. So what else is not imported? Please tell me. So I just import everything once. Let's refresh. Oh, another problem right here. So let's go back to see what the problem is this time. So right here we have get by ID is not defined. So right here inside the recipe details, we're going to import that. Because of copy and paste, that's why we're having these problems. So we're going to import this one right from our service. This one of the side effect of copy and paste. So right here, we're going to say get recipe by ID. Sometimes doing it from afresh is faster than copy and paste because you forgot to import some things. So now we got it displayed. So let's close this. So right here we have gotten our basic component displayed right here, right? So let's go back to VS Code to apply some style sheet classes, some styling to our component to make it small, and also we're going to put space between the bottom and the top. So let's go back in there, and also the instruction is not showing right here. Our instruction is not showing, so we're going to make sure that our instruction is showing. So let's go back right there. So coming back right here, we're going to come here to this row and set some classes. So we're going to say justify content. So we'll say justify content centered, and then we're going to bring in some margin bottom of 5. And also we're going to margin top to 5 as well, so we can just have space between the top and the bottom. So having done this right now, we're going to come here inside this component. So we're going to say MD. So we're going to say 6, right? And then we're going to say large. And also this one we're going to say 8. Okay. So having done this now, the card here, we're going to come here to the card and say class name. So this one I'm going to say text center. I'm going to push the text to center. Text center. All right. So so for now, let's go back here. Okay, this is our image. Everything is being imported right there. So let's go back to our browser and check this out again. So right here, we get it smaller and everything is well arranged. And so here we can, okay, stay adding. Let's refresh. It actually still counting, right? So we have the list of our ingredients. We have our cuisine. This is Italian cuisine. So let's go here to let's click on this. So here we have Vietnamese cuisine, which is pho bo. Now we have seen the basic attribute of our components. So let's go back to bring more of. So the next thing we're going to bring right here is the owner of the recipe, that which is the person that donated this recipe. So let's go back and bring it in. So right here, we are going to, okay, this one is the instruction. So I think this one is supposed to be instructions. Sorry, it's supposed to be instruction rather than instructions. So let's go back right there to check. Okay, yeah, so that one is instruction. So this one is done. So the next thing we're going to do is to bring in the user that donated the recipe. So below this horizontal rule, we're going to come here to actually just pull in the user. So here I have bring in a div, and here we have a write-up, a paragraph right here. So say recipe shared by, that will bring in the recipe.user.username, which is the username. And here we'll bring in a placeholder, which is an image. So if we go right here, let's go to our assets, and then the folder, the images. So I've brought in here a placeholder image. So that is what we're going to use as the placeholder for now. So now we just get it imported right here, and we bring it here to actually save as the user photo. And here we'll bring in a little bit description about the user, right? So that's what we just did right here. So now let's actually go up to bring in the import of this placeholder. So moving up, I'm going to just come right here, and I'm going to just come below and bring in the import. So this one is the placeholder. We're actually getting this placeholder from our asset, from the images folder in our asset, right? So that is done. So let's go back to the browser and check this out. Let's save and go back to the browser to check this out. So right here we have our instruction, and we have the user that actually donated this recipe. So this recipe is four-ball, right? So let's go and find out if actually this user number one is the donor, or is the person that donated this recipe. So let's go back right here to our home page, and I'm just going to come here to go back to our console. So right here we have the list of recipes coming from the back end. So let's click on this. So here we have four-ball, right? So let's check four-ball, and here we have the user. So we can see that the user right here is Baker1, right? So that is what we have right in there. So let's go back right here. So Baker1 is the donor, that is the person, is the user that shared this recipe. So we just give a little bit description of the user right here. So just put this right here as a placeholder right now. And now let's align our this component right here is not aligned. So let's go back to get it aligned. So we just want to move this one a little bit the same line with this like right here. So let's go back right there. So coming right here, what we just need to do, so this one is the row that is holding the like and the stars, the rating stars. So I'm just going to come here. I'm going to remove this one from here, and also remove this one from here. So I'm just going to go up right here to say class name. And so this one I'm going to say, we're going to we'll give margin top of maybe 4, right? So let's go back there to check it out. So let's refresh. Okay, so this one is okay, but meanwhile I would like to push this one to the end right here. Let's push it to the ending. So for that, now this one is the, so right here, so I'm going to set a class right here. Let's say class name. So this one we're going to say actually this one is rating, right? Let's check this one to rating. Then we're going to come here to say deflex. Yeah, deflex. I'm going to justify content, and we're going to push it to the ending. So let's go there and check it out. Okay, so now we see that it's okay right now. It's at the ending, and this one is at the ending. So everything is actually the way we want it right now. So in our next video, we're going to bring in a form to allow a user to rate this recipe. And also we're going to bring all the ratings that this recipe has gotten right below right here. So let's go there to get it done. So see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to create a component to display all reviews for every recipes. So here we're just going to go into our component folder, and then we're going to create a new folder called review. So inside here, we're going to create a component called review items. So this one, we're going to call it review item. So the thing we're going to do right here is to destructure a property called review. And then the next thing we're going to do is just to come here to bring in a simple return body. So here we have, what we just did right here is to have an image and just put it as a placeholder to just hold a photo for the user. And here we iterate through the review to actually, inside the review DTO, we actually want to get the user name from there, which is the user that dropped the review. And then we get the feedback and the stars. So meanwhile, this one is going to be review. Okay, so the next we're going to do here, let's do this import. Let's import the card. And this one is coming from React Bootstrap. And also, let's go and do this import. So we're just going to bring in, remember last time we have used this import before, right? So I'm just going to go here and I'll just put down and bring it here. So this one is the placeholder image we showed last time in our image folder, right? So we just want to use it as a placeholder for the user image. So now we've done with this. So the next thing we're going to do, let's create another component. So this one we're going to say reviews. So we have reviews. So in here, we're going to also destructure a property called reviews. Then we're just going to go inside the body to bring in a simple return body. So here we have, a paragraph to actually display all reviews. Then we just iterate through all the reviews we have up here and map each review to a list group. So now let's import the list group. So we're going to say this list group is actually coming from the React Bootstrap. And I think that's just all we need to import right here. So now the next thing we're going to do is to go to our recipe details to actually make use of this component we've just created. So let's go to recipe details. And I'm going to scroll down. So below here, we're going to bring in the component. So we're going to bring in the reviews. And then we're going to pass in the list of reviews. So now we're going to go up right here to create a new variable, a new state variable to keep track of the reviews for the recipe that is being fetched. So we're going to come right here to create a new variable, state variable. So this one we're going to say reviews. Set reviews. Equals use state. And in the initial state, we're going to set it to empty list, which is empty array. So now the next thing we're going to do here is to extract the reviews from this response and set it right here. But meanwhile, I would like us to go back to the browser to actually see exactly what we have from our back end. So let's go to our console. So here we have the list of recipes, and right here we have we have review DTOs right here, and inside review DTO we have this, right? So, but meanwhile, I'm going to go to the back end to change this name to review instead of review DTO. So let's go back to IntelliJ, and so right here, this DTO, recipe DTO, this one. Okay, so we're going to change this one to reviews. because a list of reviews, right? And so let's make sure that so here, let's go right here. So here we have the stars, right? And let's go to the here, and also we have the stars right here. Okay, so let's close. I'm just going to close this and close this, and also just close this. So now that I've changed this, now let's run our server again to make sure the changes actually reflect at the back end. We have some breaking change. So now we have some breaking changes right here. So we're going to change this one to reviews. Yeah, reviews. And let's run it again. Okay, I think this one is okay now. Yeah, so our system has started. So let's go back to our front end. So let's reload our data. And so let's check it out. So now we have reviews, right? And inside the reviews, we have the stars. So now let's go back to VS Code and actually set this over there. So coming right here, we're going to just go down to set reviews. So we're going to set reviews to response.reviews, right? And so having done this now, let's go down to actually make use of this. So let's go down right here to just set this to reviews. Okay, so let's go back to the browser and check this out. I'm going to remove this for now. So right here we have review item is not defined in here, so we didn't import this. So let's go and import. So inside this review, we're just going to, we copy and paste, right? So we're going to import this review item right here. And also, okay, we have imported the list group, so we're going to import this review item. So I'm going to say import review item, this one. So let's go back to the browser and refresh. So here we have rating stars is not defined in this item. Oh my gosh. Where's ratings review items? Okay, right here. So I'm just going to quickly import this. Rating stars. So I hope all this is just what we have not done, right? Okay, so let's go back to the browser and check this again. Okay, so right here we have this, but this one is not working fine. Now this one are the reviews, and this is the user one, which is Baker one, actually dropped a review, but we have not, this one is not working. Let's go back. So here the review item, we have review dot, I think this one's supposed to be stars, review dot stars. Okay, so we got it. So now we have the list of reviews right here. So let's actually go to our, what is the name of this brand pizza, right? So let's go to SQL Workbench to see how many reviews we got there. So this is the table, review table. Let's refresh. So we have only one review, the test review, and for a recipe with ID number 1. So let's go to recipe with ID number 1. So here we have ID number 1 for recipe, and let's check the name. So this one is brand pizza with 1 review, right? And that is what we got right here at the front end. So let's come here to view another recipe. So this one has, okay, let's view this. So we see this one has no review, right? But let's view this brand pizza, and see brand pizza has 1 review. So now we have brought our review down to the front. So in our next video, we're going to create a form to allow a user to drop a review. So I'm going to see you over there. In this video, we're going to create a form to allow a user to drop a review for a recipe. So coming right here, I'm going to go to the review folder. We're going to create a new component called review form. So we're going to say review form.jsx. And now this form we're going to create, we're going to use the same form to add a new review and to update the existing review. So it's going to be a little bit complex, but don't worry, you're going to understand everything when we finish writing it. So the first thing we're going to do right here is to destructure two props right here. So we're going to have a callback function right here that we're going to call at the color component, used from the color component. So here I'm going to say editing review, and we're going to say on review submit. So these are the two variables we're going to be using to track whether a review is being edited, is on editing, or is a new review to be submitted. So having done that right now, I'm just going to go below to pull in some state variables so that we can go faster. So here we have a variable to track the hover when the stars is hovered. So here we have the ratings. So here we have the feedback, and here we have the recipe ID and the user ID. So the recipe ID is the recipe that we are reviewing, and the user ID, this is the user that is dropping the review, right? So the next thing we're going to do right here is just to move down to bring in the unchanged the functions to track the changes for the rating stars and the feedback. And then we're just going to move down to bring in the function to actually handle the submission of the review. So right here, you see that here we have the onSubmit, the onReview submit right here, which is the callback function we are passing right here. And so this one right here, we just want to, so because we're going to make use of this review form inside the review detail component, right? So we are going to use this callback function to track when we are going to implement the function to actually submit the review over there. So this is the function that we're going to use to track that review, a callback function to actually track what is happening over there. And so for now, we are just going to do this. Like I said, we are not going to be using React 19 component because there are some hooks and there are some changes in React 19 that will actually make this easier for us to do, of which we might look into it later in future. But right now in this course or in this video, we're just going to stick to implementing all this one manually for now. And also it will help you learn how to do it manually, right? So now, having done this right now, I'm just going to go down right here to bring in a little function to actually reset the review form when the form is being submitted, right? So here we have the reset form right here, and here we're actually declaring it right here as well. And also there's something I want to do right here. We're going to put down right here. So when this component is loading, we're going to check if the review, if any review is under editing, right? That is, review is being edited. So here I'm going to come here to bring in a use effect, and this use effect is actually try to check if editing reviews. That we're just going to set the review. We're just going to set this component, right, which is this variables, to the existing review right here. And also, if no review is other edit, we're just going to, or other editing, we're going to reset the form to none. And here we're passing the editing review as a dependency. So when a new review is passed into the form to be edited, we're going to run this function again as usual. So that is just what we need to do right here. So the next thing we're going to do is to go into the body to start implementing the return body. So I just want to be fast right here. That is why I've tried to copy and paste some of the things right here, because these things are some of the things we have done in the past. So for example, like here, we are trying to handle the submit. So here we create an object, right? A review info object, and we bind all the attributes or all the information we're going to submit for the reviews. So these are the information we have up right here. We have the recipe ID, the user ID, the feedback, and the ratings, right? So that is what we are binding right here. And here we actually try to pass this information, right, to the callback function, right, to be operated, which is to be submitted in the caller component, as we are going to see in the future. So now, having said this right now, let's move down right here to start implementing the return body. So now I'm just going to scroll down right here, and this one I'm going to change it to form. So let's change this to form. And this form actually is coming from the React Bootstrap. So let's get it imported. So here we're going to say coming from React Bootstrap actually, right here. And after that, now I'm just going to go inside this form and dump in some code that will explain it. Now this here, if I click on this, we're going to see we just have a div that wrap two segment of code right here. So right here we have the form label. The first line right here we declare array of 5 that represents the 5 stars, right? Now for every iteration right here, so here we just use this one right here as a placeholder for the first input, which is the first element or the first value of which we don't really need, right? So right here what we need is the index. So now we iterate through this array, and for every iteration we created the value, the rating value, and we add 1 to the index. So we added +1. So this one is represented from 1 to 5 iteration. Now for every iteration we created a label right here. So this label right here actually display, which is the keys index, and inside this label we have the form control right here, which is a hidden radio button right here to actually display the amount of stars for each number, right? So right here we have the index as the key. So we are actually setting the value right here as this value. And then we actually move down right here to set the onChange, which is the event handler right here. So when it's been changed, we're just going to call the function we've declared up there, right? This handle change right here, rating change. And then we just come here to set the checked rating to the rating values, which means when it's being checked, when a radio button is being checked, so we're going to set the value to the rating, to the value of maybe a 2 or 3 or 4. So we're just going to set the value to the amount of radio buttons that is being checked. But meanwhile, this radio button is being hidden. That is why we have this style of hidden right here. So only what we're going to be seeing are the stars, not the radio buttons. Then right here, we just bring an icon to actually represent the stars that we are having, right? So here we set the mouse enter as the event handler. So when a mouse is entered, so we're going to set the hover to amount of stars that are being hovered, right? And so when that one is clicked, then we're going to set the value to the amount of stars that is being clicked. So right here, if the mouse is out, we're just going to set the hover to none. And right here, we're actually setting the colors. So when it's being hovered, when a radio button is being hovered, then we're going to set the color to this one right here. But when it's being out, we're going to set the color to this one right here. So that is what we just did right here. And the next one we're going to do, let's move down. So we're going to move down outside the loop, which is outside this div right here. So we're going to bring in another component, which is another control. This one, this time around, is the text area. So this one is the field that is going to allow the user to enter the feedback. So we set the name right here to feedback, because if we go right here, we have the feedback right here being declared, right? So we set the name of this control to the feedback. So, and here the onChange handler, we set it to the function, to the handle feedback change we set up right here. So now also we set a placeholder right here to actually bring in a text just to show the user to leave a review. Then right here we set the border of the text area, right? So just the border color we set right here, and the width of the border. So the next thing we're going to do, we're just going to move down right here to bring in another control. So we're just bringing in a form group right here, and inside this form group we have a form control as a text area. So which means this one is a text area that we're bringing in to actually allow the user to write a feedback. So this one is to select a star, is to select stars, right? This one right here, this label is to select stars, and this one right here is to write in a review, is to drop a feedback, right? So right here you can see that we set the value to the feedback, we declare update, and also we just set the required as the HTML required tag, and we set the unchanged event handler to actually handle the event we've created up there, which is this one we've created up right here, right? And also here we set a placeholder, and also we also set the border style for this component. So the next thing we're going to do, which is the last one we're going to do, is to bring in a button to actually allow the user to submit the review. So let's move down right here, and I'm going to pull this in. So this is the button to actually submit the review. If you look right here, we actually try to toggle to check if this one is the button is we are editing. So we're going to set the button text to updating review. But if it is a new review we're going to submit, we're going to set the text to submit review. So that is just what we did right here. So now before we move on, we're going to just go up right there to do all this import. So we're going to import this button, and we have already imported this form already. So the only thing we're going to import right here is this button. So let's scroll up to actually, okay, the button, and also we're going to import this icon right here. So let's scroll up to actually do the import. So right here, this is the React Bootstrap, and the button is actually coming from React Bootstrap. So let's add it, and the icon is coming from React Icons library. So we're going to say import faster, just like we did last time, and this one is coming from React Icons. Then this one is going to be Font Awesome, FA. So this is where this one is coming from. So I think for now we have done with this, but meanwhile we're going to set the submit event to this form right here. So we're going to say on submit. So we're going to say handle submit. Yeah. So now this is just what we need to do right here. So you can just pause the video and just go through these. These are just the same thing like forms, right? The only thing that is different right here is this radio button we are creating right here. So this one again is array of 5. So we just count 1 to 5, which means we are going to have 5 stars on our form for a user to actually select, right? So when the user hover, this is the icon of the star. So when the user hover on the icon, so we're going to set the value to the rating value right here, right? And we set the colors. And so when a radio button is being clicked, then we're going to set the value to the value that the user has hovered, has selected. And this one right here is the text area to actually allow the user to enter a feedback. So in our next video, we're going to go to our recipe details to actually make use of this component. So I'm going to see you over there. This form. So let's go to the details, this one. And the first thing we're going to do right here is to come down right here to bring in a state variable that is going to track the editing state of the review, this one right here. And now coming down right here, there is something we need to do. Remember last time the function we have at the back end, we have a service at the back end to either add a new review or edit existing review, right? So that is what we're going to do right here. And now we are going to implement the optimistic UI update manually. Remember that in React 19 we have a new hook called use optimistic that we can use to implement the optimistic UI update. But like I said, in this video or in this course, we are not going to be working with React 19. We are going to work with what we will be using, right? But in our next course, after this video, in our next course, all our project will be doing is going to be based on React 19. We're going to leverage all the new functionalities in React 19 to actually make our development faster. But for now, we're just going to stick to the previous version of React. So now we are going to implement the optimistic update the optimistic UI update manually, so that when a review is being entered, the review is going to show immediately, even before the review is sent to the back end. And also, when a review is being updated, the new update is going to display, it's going to be updated automatically even before the update goes to the back end, right? But along the line, if the update fails at the back end, then the front end is going to fall back to the old value, right, which is to the previous value. So now that is what is called optimistic update. So optimistic update again is a way to actually reflect these changes immediately on the UI. Immediately the changes is done, right? So that's what we're going to be implementing here manually. So now the first thing we're going to do right here, we're going to create a handler to actually handle the editing reviews. So right here we just say, okay, handle edit review. We'll pass in the review that's going to be edited, right? That's going to be edited, right? So then we just set the editing review to the review to be edited, which is this one right here. We just brought in, right? So now we're going to come down right here to create the function to actually handle this operation. So I'm going to say handle review operations, so async. And here we're going to have the recipe ID. And then we're going to have the review info. Then after this, now the next one we're going to do is to define the optimistic UI update. So right here, I'm just going to bring in this set of code right here. Now here, what we did was that we declare a local variable called temporary ID. Now, when this function is called, what we just want to do right here is that we want to check if the review is under editing, right? So if the review is being editing, we're just going to set the editing review ID to the temporary ID we define right here. And then we're just going to loop through this the previous reviews we have. Let's make this straight line. So here we just want to loop through this previous review we had, and then we set the ID of this one right there to that review by actually spreading the reviews right here and getting the review info to actually add the ID to add this info right here to this review, to the previous reviews we have right here, which is this one we have up here, right? Now, if the review is not under editing, then we'll come to the else part. So as now we're going to set the temporary ID to nano ID, right? And then we're just going to also map through the previous reviews, and then we're going to add in the newly added review. So this one will help the UI to update will make the user to see the update immediately, even before this review is sent to the back end. Now the next thing we're going to do right here is to install this function right here, this nano function. So here I'm just going to go here. Okay, let's leave this one. So let's go here. I'm going to come right here. Okay, we're having two terminal running. Let's terminate one. So now we're going to go in here to install npm to install nano ID, nano ID, npm install nano ID. So let's enter. Okay, so now it's been installed. So we're going to go up right here to actually get it imported. So let's come here to say import nano ID from nano ID. So this is just all we need to do right here. Now, if this one is being on it is editing, we're going to perform this function right here. But if this one is, if it is a new review the user is adding, then we're going to perform this one right here. Then after this check is done, which means this one right here is to update the UI before we actually send the review to the back end. So now let's define the function to actually send the review to the back end. So now the next thing we're going to do right now is to actually come down right here to send the review to the back end. So let's come here to paste this in. I'm just doing this so it will be faster, right? We don't want to waste too much time right here. So now this is the function that we're going to create in a moment in our service class. So right here, after checking all this one, if this one is being updating, we're going to do this one. If it is a new review, we're going to do this one right here. Then after then, we're going to come here to actually send the actual data to the back end, right? So right here, we have this function right here. And then we just try to come here to toast a message if everything went successfully, depending on the operation that is being done. We're going to display a corresponding message for that, as you can see right here. So right here, if it is editing review, we're going to say your review has been updated. And if it is a new review, thank you for feedback, right? And after that, now we're going to come back here to actually handle the catch part right here. So the catch right here, we're just going to say, okay, if it is editing review, if the review is being edited and it fails, right, then we're going to fall back to the previous state of the review, right? So that is what we're trying to do right here. And here, if it's a new review that we're trying to enter, we're just going to remove it from the list. You understand what we're doing right here, right now? So now we get back to the front. We send the review to the back end, right? After the optimistic update. Now, the UI has been updated. You are seeing the updated review right here on the UI already, right? So you are seeing the entered or the edited review right here on the UI already. Now, after that, now we actually send the actual update to the back end, right? Now we come here to catch the error. We come here to catch the error, right? Now, the error is that if we are trying to edit a review and we have an error, then we're going to fall back to the previous review. So, which means the edited review you are seeing there is going to change to the previous review before the update, right? And if not, if we are trying to add a new review, now that new review is going to be filtered out of the list of reviews we had before, right? So we're going to filter it out from the next review, so that the previous reviews, so that we just have our previous reviews rendered right there. So this is just the optimistic update we try to implement manually to actually reflect, to update the UI immediately, update or a review is being deleted. So having done this right now, we're going to go down here to actually create a simple function to reset the editing if actually a review is being edited. So here we're just going to say reset edit. We're just going to reset the editing component, which is the form. Then we're just going to come here when all set is done. We're just going to come here to call the reset editing, right? If you do not understand this very clearly, you can get in contact with me on Facebook, right? Via Daily Code Work on Facebook, so I can give you more explanation. Like I said, in our upcoming, after this project, we're going to create another project that we're going to make use of completely React 19, and then there's no need for us to do all this one manually anymore. So we're just going to use React 19, some of the new features to actually do everything for us to make it faster and to make our code more cleaner. But for now, we're just going to stick to this. So having done this right now, so let's scroll down to actually bring in the review form. So so these ones are the reviews. So above this one right here, I'm going to bring in the review form component we've created. So here I just brought in a new div, right, and a new horizontal rule. And meanwhile, I just want to make okay, yeah. So now the first thing we're going to do right here is to actually go up right there to get this one imported. So let's go up and actually import the form. We just do it right here. So let's say import review form from the review form, right? So now we actually set here. So here we just set the on editing to the one we defined up there, and also we set the on submit to this function we've created up there, right? Now the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to wire this on handle review, edit review to this form right here, this reviews right here. So which means we're going to go here to bring in to pass in another props. So right here we're going to add another prop. So this one I'm going to call it on edit review, right? So then we're going to go here to bring it in on edit review, and then we're going to pass into the handle edit review we have up there. Now the next we're going to do right here, we're going to come here, we're going to go back right here to actually bring in the callback. So coming back right here, we're going to go inside this review item. So now we're going to add another prop right here. So we're going to say on edit. So we're going to have a callback function right here, and then we're going to come in here to actually to call the callback function, right? So now we're going to go back right here to these reviews. So we're going to pass in this prop to this review item. So we're going to say on edit, right? Then we're going to say on edit review up there. So having done this right now, we're going to go to our browser to check out the output of this form, right? This one right here we've just imported in our recipe details. So let's go back here to our browser. So let's refresh, and okay, so here we have it, and so here we have the stars. So you see that when the stars are being hovered, we're just showing the colors and we're showing the number of the stars, right? So here we can click 4, we can click 3, we can click 2, we can click 5, right? And here we can actually enter our feedback, right? All right, so in this video, we're going to test our review form. But before then, we're going to do some checkup right here in the component we've created. So now, if we look right here, we have this function right here that is actually collecting the information to send to the back end. So if you look right here, we have the user ID included right here. Now, typically, we need to get this user ID from the local storage or from any storage that we have stored the user ID previously. So, which means before a user in a typical setup, before a user can review a recipe, the user is supposed to log in, right? So that we can actually get the information of the user to display alongside with the review they have submitted. But because we have not gotten a login set up, so we are going to manually pull in the user ID. So if we go here to our SQL Workbench, we're going to see that we have two users right here. We have user ID with ID 1 and user ID with number 2, right? So now we're going to come right here to pull in the user ID manually. So now we're going to remove this user ID from here because we are not going to be able, we are not actually getting the user ID from the URL, because this one means this use params right here means we are trying to get this ID from the URL, but we are not going to get the user ID from there. So now we're going to manually define a user ID and actually just pass in the number of the ID manually. So now we're going to say the user number 1 is going to be the one to drop this review for this recipe. So let's bring in manually the user number 1 right here. And after that, let's go back right here to make some check up. So if we look right here, we're actually trying to toast some messages right here. But now we have not actually defined this. We have not installed the library that has this component right here. So now, before we continue, I'm going to go to our, let's find out from our package.json. So if you can see right here, we have not got to the library, which is the Toastify, to actually toast that thing for us. So now, before we move on, we're going to install this library called React Toastify. So I'm going to go back to our terminal. So let's go right here. So here I'm going to say npm install. So I'm going to say React Toastify. React Toastify. So let's hit on enter. So right here we have seen that the Toastify has been installed. Let's check it out. Okay, right here. So we see that React Toastify has been installed for us. So let's close this, And let's go back right here. So now we're going to do the import. And also here, let's go down right here. Okay, let's do the import first before we come there to do the import, to take it right there. So now we're just going to say import. So we're going to have the toast, and then we're going to have the toast container. And these two are actually coming from React Toastify. So they're coming from React Toastify, this one right here. And then let's go down to actually get this one used right here. Let's come here to, so inside this container, I'm just going to bring it in. So let's say Toastify container, right? This one right here, let's close it. So this is just all we need to do right here. So how we do this right now, the next thing we're going to do, let's actually go to our browser and test this out. So let's go there. So let's try to rate this one. So but before then, let's go back to actually try to log out some things in the console. So right here in the recipe details, let's go right here. So this is the function that is actually sending the request to the back end, right? So let's come here to actually log in these two data right here. So here I'm going to say console.log. So I'm going to say the review. I'm going to say the review data, right? And then we're going to come here to have the recipe ID, and the review info, review info. So we're just going to log out these two. So now let's go back to the browser and actually check this out. So let's open the console. All right. So now I'm just going to say the review test. So let's select, let's like 4 stars. Let's hit out send. So right here, they said this function has not been defined. Okay, it's true. We have not defined this function. So let's go back and actually define this function. So let's go back to VS Code. So right here, we're going to go to our service, recipe service, and we are going to bring in that function right here. You can see it's not been defined, so we're going to define it right here. So then we're just going to pull down right here. I'm just going to pull in the function for us to go fast. So right here, we have this function right here, add new or update review. And here we'll pass in the recipe ID and review info we've passed in right here. And here we created a new form data object, and we actually extract the ID, the information from here, and we actually append the ID, which is these are the attributes that are required at the back end, right? So here we just try to pass in this one right here. We extract this from the form data and we actually send it to the back end, right? So having done this right now, we're going to, let's go back here to actually do the import. So that is where we're making use of it. So let's scroll up to actually import it from the service. So right here, we are actually importing this one from the service before. So let's just add it. So I'm going to say add, okay, here. So add or update reviews. So this is what we need to do right here. So having done this right now, let's go back to the browser and check this out. So I'm going to go back to our console and remove this one. So let's enter this again. The review form test. So we're going to, let's just say 3 stars. Let's send. So here we're still having other errors. So here we have username. Username is undefined. Where? In the review item, right? Username is not defined in the review item. Okay, let's go back right there to see what is happening. So right here, review item, this one here. Okay, so we have this one, review. Okay, So what we just need to do right here, because we are doing optimistic update, we need to provide a temporary value to actually replace this one temporarily before the result actually comes back from the back end, right? So what I'm just going to do right here is to come here to bring in a temporary value. So here I'm going to say const. I'm going to say const username. Username equals review. So now we're just going to check if we're going to check for the presence of the user first, right? So we'll say review.user. Then we're going to check if a property called user actually is present in the review. Then we're going to get the username. But if the username is not present, we're just going to say or. Then we're going to pass in a string to just represent the username right there for a moment. We're just going to say unknown user, unknown. So we're going to say unknown user, right? So this one is going to replace the username temporarily before everything will be resolved at the back end, before the real user will set from the back end. So let's remove this one right here and just pass in the user ID here, right? So having done this right now, the next thing we're going to do, so let's go back to the browser and check this out one more time. So now here, sorry, this one. So let's remove this one. So let's scroll down one more time and say review. So we're going to say the review form test and 4 stars and click on it. So here we have 404, which is not found. Ratings recipe with ID number 3, not found. 404 not found. What could have happened? So let's go back to, I think the URL is not correct. Let's check this out again. Let's go back to VS Code. So here we have the service right here. So we have the URL right here, ratings recipe. This one is copy and paste. Let's go to IntelliJ to actually see what we have right here. So let's go to review controller. So here we have rate recipe. So you have the recipe. We actually have the reviews, recipe ID reviews. Okay, I see. So this one here, we're just going to say reviews. Reviews, recipe ID, and review. All right, so now let's go back to test it out the final time. I hope it works this time. So let's clear off this. So here I'm just going to come here to put in the same thing. We're just going to say the review form test, and I'm going to select some number of stars. Let's send it. Okay, so thank you for your feedback. So which means it's submitted successfully. And now if we look right here, we have unknown user to actually replace the user, right? So let's actually refresh if we have the user from the database. Let's refresh. Okay, so now that I've refreshed, the user with ID number 1 has appeared right here. But one thing, the stars that the user rated is not coming right here. So we're going to go back to fix this in a moment. But meanwhile, let's go back to VS Code, to MySQL Workbench, and go to the reviews. Let's refresh. So here, okay, here's the problem. So here, the star right here, the stars did not submit, right? But now we have a new review entry right here. So let's go and check. There's a problem with the attribute name, I think. So let's go back right there. Let's go back here. All right, so coming back here, so this is the star. This is the one going to the back end, and this is the one we are getting. But what I want to do here, I think since we are sending this one directly as a JSON to the back end, I think we don't actually need to create any extra form data right here. So let me remove this form data right here. And even right here, we even made a mistake earlier. I copied mistake. So right here, we just need to, there's no point of creating extra form data object. So for that now, let's go inside this this review that is coming to see what is in there, the form. So right here is the review. Okay, let's make this one S like stars, right? So having done this now, let's go back to our browser. I'm going to clear this off. So remember last time that the function we did was that either the function is to, that is the form right here, can be used to update and add a new review, right? And now the function we created that is actually submitting this review last time, if we go back right here, we're going to see that this function is actually doing two things, right? We say add new or update existing reviews. So if we go right here, we have two aspects that is actually checking for edit or adding new reviews, which means this function is doing two jobs right here. So it's either adding a new review or editing an existing review. Now, if you take note right here, we are pulling a user with ID number 1 manually right here. So if we change this one right now, if we use the same user to enter a review, it means we are trying to edit a review because that ID of that user is actually existing with a review in the database. So if we send this ID again with the same recipe, it means we're trying to edit the previous review we give to that recipe. So which means now if we come here to edit this one right now, we're going to see the reflection with the same user. So let's come here to say the review. So I'm just going to say the review update test for the same, we're going to say for the same user. So now I'm going to choose, let's just say 3 stars here, and let's submit. So right here we have this one feedback. Okay, so right here you can see that we have 3 stars right here. So let's refresh and see what happens. So now you can see that this, after refreshing, this one has falled back to user with ID number 1 with 3 stars. So let's try to do this again. So we're going to say the review update 2. The review update 2 with the same user, right? So this time around, let's choose 5 stars and let's submit and let's refresh. So right here, we see that we actually have an update from the user with rating of 5 stars and the update message. Now, because the reason why we have to refresh before we see the actual user is because we are not actually getting the user from the database, or we are not getting the user from the storage, right? So we are just getting this user manually. So I wish we have a login system that we are actually getting this user is actually logged in, so immediately it's going to refresh exactly the way you're seeing it right now. So there's no point of putting any temporary value to represent the username, right? But because we have not gotten the login system, that is why we have to refresh before we see the actual update. So now that it has happened like this now, so which means now we can update the review and we can enter a new review. Now what the next thing we're going to do, let me remove this one first. Now the next thing we're going to do here is that we're going to say, okay, when this review is being hovered, we want to show some controls to actually edit this review, so that when the button is being clicked, we're just going to send this review back to the control so that we can edit it, right? So now we're going to go back to VS Code to actually create some controls right here, to hide some controls right here. Those controls are always going to be showed when this review is being hovered, right? So let's go back to VS Code and get it done. So coming back here to VS Code, we're going to go to the review item. So remember that what we are getting right there is the review item, this one right here. So this is where we're going to implement what we are just saying. So coming back here to the review items, so remember that this one we are seeing right here, this review we are seeing right here is the review item component that is actually bringing this one right here, right? So coming back here, what we just need to do, we're going to bring a state variable right here to actually track the hover of this, because we are going to set the hover to this div right here. So when this div is being hovered, then we're going to show the control we're going to bring in right there. So the first thing we're going to do here is to bring in a state variable to actually track the hover event. So we're going to say const. So we're going to say, so we're just going to say is hovered. Is hovered, and we're going to say set is hovered. And here we're going to say, we're going to set it to false. Use state. So at the initial state, we're going to set it to false. Then, having done this right now, we're just going to scroll down right here. So we're going to come inside this div to bring in the, so we're going to handle the event right here. So we're going to add the event handler right here. So now we're going to have the mouse enter event. So here I'm going to say on mouse entered. This one right here on mouse enter. Then we're going to set the is hover to true. So here we're just going to say set is hovered. We're going to say true. And then when the mouse is out, we're going to set it to false, right? Then we're going to come here to say on mouse out. So here we're going to say this is actually on mouse leave. When the mouse leaves the div, then we're going to set it to false. So here you're just going to say set it to false. Let's remove one of these. So this is the two event we're gonna handle right here. Let me clear this space, and let's push this up actually. Oh my gosh, sorry guys. Ctrl Z. Okay, so haven't done this right now. So we're going to come down right here to bring in. So here, okay. So we're going to bring in the custom link we created some times ago. Remember last time we created a custom link, right? Let's find it here. Custom link. Okay, this one right here. So we're going to make use of this link right there, right in here. What is it? Right here. So now we're going to check for is hovered. So if it's hovered, then we're going to bring in those links, right? So now we're just going to bring in a div right here, and this div here we're going to bring in the custom link. So we'll say custom link, this one here. So now we're going to say on click. Then we're going to handle, remember last time we declare a function update that we've not used, this one right here. So when this link is being clicked, when this button is being clicked, the link, then we're going to handle this event, right? And then we're going to come here to set it to, so when it's being clicked, we're just going to say, okay, it should go to review form, right? Sorry. So we're going to say review form, right? Now, if you remember last time, if we go right here, we're going to see that this review form we brought right here, this component, where is it? This review form. So we set the ID right here to review form, right? So that is what we are trying to do with this link right here. So when this link is being clicked, we're going to send it to, because this link is actually this component right here is being used inside this component, right? So which means everything is going to be on the same page. So when that link is being clicked, you're going to find a tag with ID review form, and just going to scroll down there, right? So that's what we're trying to do right here. Remember that this link right here we are using, let's go back right here to this custom link. Now remember that this link is a special link. It's not coming from React Bootstrap. Oh, sorry, it's not coming from React Router DOM. So this link is coming from the React Scroll. This one is a separate library that is specialized in doing the kind of information the kind of operation we're doing right now, right? So it's separate. This one is different from React Bootstrap. So in case your own is not working, just make sure that that link is coming from here and not React Bootstrap, right? So now let's go back right here. So we say, okay, when the link is being clicked, we're going to handle this one right here, and we're going to scroll to the form, right? Which is the form right here, like I've shown already. We're going to scroll to this div right here. So having done this right now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to set some class name. So here I'm going to set some class name, and then we're going to say text. Sorry, this text actually, text info. And I'm going to set margin end to 2. Let's save. So let me come right here to say style. So we're going to just define the pointer, right? So we're going to say cursor right here, and then we're just going to say pointer. Then after that, now we're going to bring the icon from the React icon library, right? So here, let's bring this up. So for that, now we're going to make sure this one is not self-close tag, because we're going to put something between, right? So here now we're going to bring in the icon. So we're going to bring file edit, right? This one right here. So let's make sure this one is imported from the React icons library. So let's do it. So we're going to say import file edit from the React icons / Fort Awesome. So now that I've done this right now, let's go back to the browser and see how it works. Let's make sure there's nothing to be imported. Okay, this one has been imported. Okay, let's go back to the browser and check it out. So right here on the browser, let's see. Okay, now you see that when we hover right here, we see that it's actually coming here, right? But we want to make sure, it appears right here on the right hand side instead of under. So let's go back to VS Code. So right here, we're going to set some style sheets to this. We're going to say class name, and then we're going to have review. So we're going to have review item control, review item controls. So let's go back there. And now if we hover, we see that we actually have it right here, right? So now let's go back to VS Code, so that when we click on this, we want to see this text actually get populated right here. So let's go back to VS Code. So right here on VS Code, we're going to, let's go to this this function right here. So here, this one's supposed to be review, not rating. So we'll change this to review. And let's go back to the browser. So now let's click on this. Okay, so now we see that it's actually working. So let's and now you see here has changed to update review, right? So let's say user 2, or maybe just say user update, right? User update. So let's update. So right here we see user update and we see unknown user. So if we go right here and let's see, so we see user update. So everything is actually working. Now in the same way, the next thing we're going to do right here is to bring in the delete button, so that when it's being clicked, we're going to actually delete this review. So let's go back to VS Code. So coming back to VS Code, we're going to come here to add a new prop. So we're going to say on delete, right? Then we're just going to come here. So we'll say const handle delete, tab this in. But this one right here, we're going to have the review.id, because we actually try to get the ID of the review to be deleted. So we're just going to say if on delete, we're just going to say set this one, because this one is a callback function that we're going to call right here on this page later. So now that I've done this right now, let's scroll down to actually make use of it. So now we're going to come right here. So below this link, inside this div, below this link, we're going to bring in a span. And this span, I'm going to set the variant to, let's say variant. So this one I'm going to set it to link. Then we're going to set the delete action, the on-click action. So we're going to say when it's been clicked, this on-click. So when it's been clicked, we're just going to handle the delete we have up there. And we're just going to set the text to danger. So we're going to say class name, text danger. And now we're going to, between here, we're going to bring in the default also icon, the trash icon. So we're going to say fat trash, right? So let's go up right there and actually get it imported. So let's say fat trash. Yeah. All right, let's get it saved. So this is just all we need to do right here. So now let's go to the browser and check it out. So now if we hover right here, we'll have the edit and we'll have the delete. So in our next video, we're going to go to our the recipe detail component to actually implement the delete functionality. So see you in the next video. All right, so coming back here to VS Code, we're just going to, what I'm going to do right here, we're going to go back right here to this review recipe details. Then we're just going to scroll up, no, just the same way we did with the optimistic UI update right here when we're adding reviews. That is the same thing we're going to do. We're also going to implement optimistic UI update for this delete, so that when the review is being deleted, is going to be the UI is going to be updated immediately, right? So for that, now I'm going to scroll down right here, right, and I'm just going to pull in a function, a very small function. This one right here. So right here we just say handle review. Right, so here we put in the review ID, and then here we actually try to filter update the UI before the actual review is sent to the back end, right? So here we just set reviews, which is this the existing reviews right here, these reviews right here, which is the array of reviews we have on that page. So we just quickly filter the review and filter out the ID of the review that is being deleted, right? So that in that manner, the review is going to automatically, the moment it's being clicked, it's going to vanish, or it's going to be deleted from the UI immediately before this one is actually sent to the back end. So now this is just the function we need to do right here to delete the review. So let's go to our service and implement this function. So right here, you can see I didn't bother to actually to create different services. So we just put every function in one service. But if you want to separate your services for more separation of concerns, you can actually try to create some service for review, service for recipe, and so on and so forth. But here we can see that we just put in all our JavaScript services in one page. And so right here, I'm just going to pull down right here to bring in the function to actually do the delete for us. So now I'm just going to shift down right here, and I'm going to bring in a service. So right here is just like every other one we have done right here, right? So I'm here is just like kind of, sorry guys, I'm a little bit tired, so that's why I just tried to pull in what I've done before, right? So right here we just have this one, the review ID and recipe ID, right? And here we have review and delete. So here we have the delete here. And here is the param. These are the params that we actually try to delete at the back end. So let's go to the back end to make sure that our endpoint actually rhyme with what we have on IntelliJ. So right here on IntelliJ, let's look for here we have delete rating, right? And here we have delete. So here we have reviews and delete, right? Yeah, and here we have the request param, the rating ID, which is the review ID, and this one right here. So which means this one here is going to be rating ID, not actually review. But meanwhile, this one is actually talking about review. But anyways, we make some wrong naming in our API, but you can just correct this naming. So let's just make this one review instead of rating, right? So now let's go back to VS Code to actually make sure we are making uses of this one right here, right? And let's go back right here. So here we have reviews and delete. And here we have rating ID instead of review ID, because this is what is expected at the back end. So let's replace this. Okay, so having done this right now, let's go back here to actually, so here, delete review. So let's get it imported up there. So now we're going to come here, where is the service? So right here we have the service. So let's add the delete review right here. So let's say delete review, yeah, from there. All right, this is just what we have. And the next thing we're going to do, let's go down right here to actually call it. So we're going to call the function. So right here on the reviews, so we're going to say, now we're going to come right here to add a prop. So we're going to pass in the prop right here. So we're going to say on delete review, right? So right here, you can see that we're actually passing props from one component to the another component. So having said this right now, the next thing we're going to do here is to come here to bring in the on delete, and then we're going to say on delete review. This one right there. So having said that right now, the next thing we're going to do is to come here to these details. Then we're going to come here to say on delete review. We're going to say handle delete review. So that's just all we need to do right here. So having done this right now, let's go back to the browser and check this out. So right here we have one review. So let's click on it. So right here you see here that the optimistic is actually working. Let me stop this. So you see that here that the optimistic update is working. You see that the review has left, but here we have an error right here. We have 400 error, which is bad request, right? So now if we refresh, we're going to see that we're going to fall back. The review is going to come back again. It didn't delete. There was an error at the back end. So that is why we have this 400 error. So we're going to go back right there to check it out. But meanwhile, let's refresh our UI to see what happens. So we'll see that the review has fallen back because there's an error at the back end. So let's actually go to the back end to check what the error is, because we have bad request right there. So coming back right here to IntelliJ, let's check our console. So right here we have an error that says we have a message that says rating ID is not present. So let's go back to VS Code. So right here on VS Code, this is our service. So we have rating ID right here, and we have this right here. Let's go back. I think here. Okay, so we still need to change this one to rating ID because we just changed that one, right? So we just changed this one some times ago. So let's actually copy this one and make it the same. So here I'm just going to say rating ID, and here rating ID, and also here rating ID, and here rating ID. Okay, so okay, so let's try this one out and see how it works, if this one works or not. So I'm going to clear this off, and let's refresh this one. So now you see that the optimistic update has actually taken place. So the review has been deleted, but now if we refresh, the review is still there because there was an error at the back end. So let's refresh. So right here we see that the review is here. So let's delete it again. So here we have review deleted successfully. So let's refresh this. So we'll see that actually the review is gone. So if we go here, let's go to our SQL Workbench and refresh. So we'll see that the review is being deleted. So going back to the browser. So now we see that we are able, so let's refresh this. So we see that the review is actually gone, right? So now we see that we have been able to add a new review, to update review, and to delete a review. So which means we have finished with the CRUD operation with our review. So the next thing we're going to do is to create a form to actually update this recipe as a whole, right? So that a user can actually edit their recipe, edit their ingredients, and edit everything about their recipe. So in the next video, we're going to start creating the form to actually allow a user to update the recipe. So see you there in the next video. In this video, we're going to create the components to enable the user to update their recipes. So if we come back right here to the browser, so this one is the recipe details we created there in the previous video. And now this, what we are just going to update right here in the recipes, here we're just going to update the preparation, the instruction, right? So we're also going to update the ingredients, the cuisine, we're going to update the cuisine. And we're going to update the name, and also we can just going to update also the description of this recipe, which is about this recipe, right? And also we're still going to update the image for this recipe. So for that, now we have different components we are going to create that are going to make up the recipe update component. So let's take a look at some of the components we're going to be creating. So right here are some of the components we're going to be creating in this section. So we're going to create an ingredients updater. So this one, remember we have the list of ingredients, right? So we're going to create a separate component to enable the user to add more ingredients to the previous ones they've added, or to remove ingredients from the ones they have already submitted, right? So the next one we're going to do, we're going to create the category selector to enable us to fetch all the categories we have in our database, and also to enable the user to add in new categories when needed. And also we're going to create a component for a country selector component to help us select all countries and extract their nationality for us to attach to every cuisines that we'll be having right there. So by doing that, we could just have, for example, we can have Italian cuisine, right? We have Indian cuisine, we have Vietnamese cuisine, we have Ghanaian cuisine, so on and so forth. So we're going to create a component, and for this now we're going to make a REST call to a fake API online where we're going to fetch all countries and extract their nationalities. So that these are the three components. These are the three major components we're going to be creating in this section that are going to make up our update component. So let's go back to VS Code and get started. All right, so please follow the link below to watch the remaining part from the playlist. So I'm going to see you when you get there.